matter how tall the mountains are, the sun always rises. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the day 2 of the semifinals of BGIS 2023, where I'm going to be your host, Necro, and John alongside with me on the panel is my good friend, as usual. This time, a little bit changed compared to yesterday. I had Salty John alongside me for the first game. Now we're going to have John alongside with me. Johnny, speaking about how things really kicked off yesterday, it kicked off in quite an interesting fashion.
Yeah.
Teams that we thought should be on the first half of the board, they're not over there.
Exactly, quite a lot of them, in fact, and that is both. It's a bittersweet moment for us because we are seeing a lot of underdogs rise up to the challenge, do very well. They're off to a great start to the semi-finals, but now the question is, can they keep this going on day number 2?
That is true, but one team that has definitely surprised us, astonished us, is Revenant Esports. Now, they have been playing really consistently well, and considering right above the players of Revenant Esports on the first spot is Gladiator Esports. Now, as usual, what do you expect from a team like Gladiator Esports? It's greatness, and they have been delivering so far. But ladies and gentlemen, what are all these teams delivering for? It's for the big numbers that are currently on the line inside BGIS 2023. The prize pool is going to be 2 crore rupees, from which the champion team will be getting 75 lakhs all to themselves.
Exactly, and that is a big number to have in your bank by the end of the tournament. It's going to be super exciting to see which team eventually ends up lifting the trophy. But again, when this was announced, this was one of the biggest prize pool in the BGMI scene we had ever seen, and it was so exciting to witness the journey unfold. It's been almost 2.5 months since we started, and now finally we are here, day number 2 of the semi-finals. But as we get closer to the finals, Necro, we are keeping eyes on that individual prize, especially MVP of the BGIS. Who do you think that's going to be?
Yeah, I'm really just sitting over here wondering myself as well, considering the calculation started all the way back in the round 3. So I really wonder who that's going to be. But then you take a look at the Rising Star as well, getting 2 lakhs all to himself. The MVP of the finals as well, getting 2 lakhs. And then the best IGO 2 getting 2 lakhs to himself. So there's a lot of individual money on the line. And also the overall money is also over there, as I mentioned, 2 crores in general. Now, speaking of the teams as well, we had a big conversation about them. I mentioned this Revenant Esports. They've definitely been astonishing us, but growing strong as usual. Once again, just in the top 3.
Exactly. Growing strong. GlitchX Reborn. Growing strong is in the top 3. GlitchX Reborn is in the top 8 as well. Big Brothers on that 4th position also look pretty amazing. So again, a lot of these underdog teams yesterday did step up quite nicely, but here's the thing. Day number 1 is going to be a day of surprise. It's a day to have a good start or not maybe. But day number 2 is the day of comebacks. And today, I believe we are going to witness a lot of those.
I mean, there's a reason why I said, right, no matter how tall the mountains are, the sun always rises. And currently, there are a couple of those teams that I'm just waiting for the comeback to be there inside the BGI so far, inside the semifinals. And Team Insane is one of those, actually. On the latter half of the board, on the 3rd page, actually, they're nowhere near in the top 16.
Yeah, and along with them, there are a few other teams as well who have shown a few signs of life, because it is important to get points in every single game that you play one way or the other. You have 2 ways of doing that.
Exactly, and that is gaining all the points that will be up for grabs. And speaking about the points, we've got the points distribution in front of us. The first spot getting 15 points, the second one getting 12, the third one getting 10. Nothing's going to be changed over here as the position keeps on decreasing. The points keep on decreasing as well. But then you take a look at the most important aspect. It's going to be each finish equals 1 point. This really motivates teams to go for the elimination points.
Exactly, and talking about those elimination points, as I mentioned, 2 ways of getting points in a game: placements and elimination. Specifically, if we look at the first group that's going to step on the board, Team Mayavi is one of those teams that has, in fact, kept the hopes of qualifying alive. They have secured a lot of finish points, particularly in the matches that they played. Placement has been a case that they have to work on, but I believe today might be the day we might see them walk away with at least 1 chicken dinner.
I mean, Mayavi has always been one of those teams that likes to pop off on the day 2. And I hope that today as well, Mayavi will be popping off. Even Team Insane will pop off. But as we move on forward to another graphic, to another page of that graphic in front of us, Team Insane, as I mentioned, for them, struggles are continuing. And then as we move on forward to Tyne FTW, these guys are doing quite phenomenal. WSB as well, not really doing that hot. Midway Esports too, even for them, the struggles are there. In general, Group C, they're looking in a bit of a dire situation.
I mean, Group C, there are only a few names from this particular group who have done well. One in particular is Night Owls, who did pop off quite nicely. The last game of yesterday was a chicken dinner for them, and that sort of propelled them into a decent position in the rankings. But today, again, it is about keeping the momentum going, keeping the ball rolling, and making sure that you do not finish any game, at least I would say in the bottom 5.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Night Owls and Tyne FTW, these guys are doing quite good. But ladies and gentlemen, you guys had today's schedule in front of us as well. We know how things are going to kick off. Off the bat, we're going to have Group A and D join us inside the game of Miramar. And then in Vikendi, we're going to have Group A versus B joining us. Vikendi's, of course, as usual, a slow start to the game. And then later on, it's just an all-hell breaking loose. You do not even know what exactly is going on. It's tough to keep track of the action.
But at least today's one thing is going to be different for sure. Yesterday, the teams that did in fact start their day on Vikendi, unfortunately, that was their first game. And they did not have any data to work with, any information about what the mindset of the other teams is going to be like. Now everyone has that information. They've seen what the other teams are up to. And today, there are going to be a few changes in terms of playstyles. We're going to see those rotation times change in particular.
Exactly. Now, we've been speaking quite a lot about the overall standings, so let's move on forward and take a look at the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen, as we've got the top four in front of us. Gladiator Esports on the first, Revenue Esports on the second spot, Growing Strong on the third, Big Brother Esports on the fourth. Now, Glitchix Reborn is one of those teams that came in out of nowhere, and they have been performing so consistently well.
I mean, it was that one chicken dinner, the brilliant start they had to the first game itself. They dropped a massive chicken dinner, and that sort of already gave them a head start against the rest of the competition. Plus, it was also the fact that they had a few matches back-to-back. I think it was just the Sanhok that was messed up for them. Apart from that, Miramar and Erangel were quite decent. But as we move to the second page of the ranking, this is where things get interesting. Because now, here we see teams which we had massive expectations from. Medal, Blind, X-Park, CS Esports, God's Reign, Marcos Gaming. And all of them seem to be taking things a little too slow in the start.
I would say especially Blind Esports. It's a team that is known for greatness, and so far they're on the latter half of the board on the second page. But then as we move on forward to the third page, this is where we're going to see a little bit more upsets. Now, Midwave Esports is one of those teams that I expected to perform really good and consistently well, but no, that's not been the case so far. Team Insane is another big name that would really need to mention, because Team Insane is one of those teams that likes to kick things off on an aggressive note.
And again, along with that, as we were talking about teams that still have kept hopes alive, because we do see them taking those fights. We do see Mayavi, 11 finishes, 7 placement point. Autobots was there with 12 finishes and 5 placement points. 4 Aggressive Man, 11-1. And Blood Rose Esports, 10-1. Finishes to placement. So these teams, at least the fights that they are taking, they are coming out on top. It's just the survival instincts that needed to be improved. And I think yesterday, day number 1, especially considering all of these teams had such a strong momentum coming in from round 4, coming in from the losers bracket, all of them just felt like they were the best of the lobby, and they just stepped into too many fights because of that.
And not just that, look at Team Soul as well on the 26th spot. Now, this is the last page of the overall standings. You do not expect a team like Team Soul to be over here, especially with how consistent they have been in the run in the past. I generally thought Team Soul should be on the first half of the board instantly, but no, that's not been the case. But as we move on forward towards the top 10 Rebels of the entire BGI so far, we've got God's Reign, Ninja Jot, of course, he's going to be at the top with 44 eliminations. Ronnie on the second spot with 39. Zerif is over there with 39 as well. A little bit of tie going on.
Yeah, I mean, there is a little bit of a tie between Ronnie and Zerif, but I think this is going to be settled today, especially from the side of Ronnie, because he's that one key player, someone in Blind Esports that the entirety of the team plays around on. Ninja Jorda, although I have to say it's quite a surprising change of form we have seen from him. Surprising in the good sense. I mean, we've seen him pop off multiple times in the past, but usually the mantle the last few days was lifted by his other teammates. This time, it's good to see him back in his old form. And if you talk about the new entries, new faces, we do see Cleo, from the side of Night Owls on that 5th spot in the top 10 Rebels.
I mean, let's move on forward to the next page, right? We've got Godbot from Growing Strongs. Then we've also got Destro over there from Gladiator Esports. Sarang's over there as well with 36 elimination points. And then Roman OG is over there too with 34. Equinox is going to be there with 33. Now, yesterday, if you remember, at the start of the day when we take a look at the same graphic, there were a couple of those teams that have already been eliminated.
Yeah.
And now they're not over here.
I mean, for sure. But one more thing I would like to point out over there. Growing Strong, we keep talking about them and their firepower. It turns out it's not their firepower. It's all Godbot, because we did see that 52% finish contribution for his team. All by one man. One man doing half the team's job. That is just absolutely incredible. And Destro as well. especially considering he's the IGL with 47% finish contribution. That is a lot of heavy lifting he has to do.
That is true. I mean, the IGL indeed has taken everything on his back, and he's carrying all the burden so far inside the games as well. But ladies and gentlemen, as we know soon enough, the upcoming game is going to be starting too. So let's move on forward and take a look at the matchup. Group A and D is going to be the one to duke it out. Enigma Gaming, this team is currently on the bottom spot of the overall standings. This team's going to be feeling a lot of pressure. Team System, Blood Rose Esports, even these teams will need to perform up to the mark.
Exactly, but Enigma, as you mentioned, I mean, they're going to be feeling the pressure of the 31 teams above them, because yesterday in the 3 games, they were just able to walk away with 1 point. So today is very important for Enigma to at least win 1 chicken dinner, and in the 9 matches that they have left, they have to win a bare minimum of 2 games in order to make it in the top 16.
That is true. Another big conversation over here can be MICI Esports. I genuinely did not think MICI Esports could be inside the top 16, but they already are.
But they've dropped the ball pretty hard. I mean, they were off to a great start. We saw them in the top 8 at one point, and then all of a sudden they're sitting there on the 14th or the 15th position, I believe.
Yeah, they are.
They have taken a massive drop, and I think if they are not careful today, they're going to be kicked out in the very first game.
I mean, look, one thing is for sure, MICI Esports, you can expect consistency from them. They know how to survive inside the game. You will always find one of the men inside the final few moments who's going for that med strat, so you can't expect the positioning.
We know his name, Mudit.
Mudit, or even yesterday, there was another guy actually from the side of MICI Esports on the board who was going for the med strat. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The first game of the day is on the board as the plane's going to hit the skies, and the plane flat path starting all the way from Georgia Pool towards Nowhere Pnoy. Now, this plane flat path is quite decent, nothing taken away.
Yeah, this is quite a decent flight path. I mean, even if you want to head towards that Stalber Kameshki hill area, I mean, there's no team that actually goes there in this lobby, I believe, but you will have the option of dropping towards that Rozhok to Milta highway, picking up a few vehicles along the way. There's a risk rotating through Yasnaya, but I think at this point teams are willing to take that risk as well. Plus, if you want to have a slow start to the game, you have the beautiful option of Zarki shooting range and Saverny available to you in the early stages. And I believe a few of these teams might just actually go for it, but let's see how this game is going to turn around. Although we do see an early drop clash, at least in the northern Georgia Pole City, where it turns out Troublemakers have dropped along with the players of Autobots.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting one. Troublemakers, they're still gliding a little bit, it seems like, but I highly doubt we're going to see this kerfuffle, this engagement happening, considering the northern Georgia Pool is a pretty big surface area. It's a pretty big city in itself, so I highly doubt Troublemakers would want to move on forward and take a fight against the players of Autobots, unless one of the individual players being found out in the open. Then yes, definitely the eliminations might just hit the board off the bat.
They have picked up a few vehicles though. It's going to be quite interesting, but look at this right off the start. Sanchit has an AKM to work with. Admino still in the air. Able to line up the shots though.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to shoot down that man.
Not a single bullet connected.
It's really tough to connect, trust me. It's really tough. It seems quite easy considering the man is moving so slow towards his drop location, but considering he's in midair, it's really tough to connect those shots, right? Even connecting shots against Glider is a little bit tough.
We have seen it happen multiple times.
Yeah, we have, yeah. Considering Glider has much more of a bigger hit mark.
Oh, no.
So it makes a lot of sense that Glider can catch much more bullets compared to the players. But for now, we've got Sarvit chasing down one of the players in the front lines. And he's going to be safe at least for now. Sarvit knows getting that elimination point is going to be a little bit too tough, so it's better to just back away and focus on the initial phase of the game.
But that is too much chaos in that particular position. You have players of the God's Reign squad out in the open. In the distance, we did see the players of Growing Strong, I believe it was, the squad holding the shoreline, and then Big Brothers, of course, trying to pick off the individuals from the side of God's Reign. 3 teams out in the open in the middle of nowhere. We know none of them will have loot available to work with. So whoever finds the first weapon and decides to pick a fight can actually hold a pretty big advantage in this situation.
Indeed can. And right now, the rulers of the zone, it seems like it is going to be the players of Team Seoul. They are currently in the smack center towards Gatka. They've spread themselves out quite well in a comfortable manner. They're looking pretty okay. Look at Sparky from the side of Godbot. Not Godbot, Pro is strong. Godbot's over there. He's over there for the rescue. The rescue mission's going to come true, no issues.
The distance a little too much for Ninja Jaw to actually find the opening for his team, and Growing Strong quicker with their rotation. I mean, few players dropped in a little bit earlier on the ground, found those vehicles. The other players just decided to glide towards the city of Yasnaya Poliana. And Growing Strong, they have early control of the city, but we know for a fact that this won't be free. They will have to fight it out with the players of God's Reign to decide who will eventually rule this massive city towards the northeastern part of the map.
I really want to see this fight. Growing strong, they've got their own fair share of the compounds in their hands. The players of God's Reign too, they've got the main city control. I want to see how this fight's going to break out. At least one of the players needs to move out in the open, and the first knockout needs to happen in order for the complete.
What is your preference, though, in Yasnaya? Would you go for the compounds on the northern side or the apartments on the south?
I would go for the city, because apartments will limit you in certain way for the loot. Now, of course, considering this is the competitive game, the loot's cranked up a little bit, but if you're speaking about a classic game, I would like to go in the city.
Well, Omega is not going anywhere for the next few seconds at least. Sitting, chilling in a buggy, finally gets out. I think Team Soul, they've just gotten extremely lucky in the early start of the game. Look at how much map control they've gained. We saw it a few moments ago on the map. As you mentioned, smack in the center of the zone. No one is present towards Gatka, and Goblin has decided to split up from his team, take control of Everest super early. If they can hold on to that position, this game can be wonderful for them. But now, ladies and gentlemen, the team sitting on the first position of the overall leaderboard in front of us, the players from Gladiators, and the man who's leading the charge, Destro.
And he's also got the most amount of finished contribution on the board, so he has been feeling up to the mark.
Most, I think, is Godbot.
I'm speaking about that individual team. Yeah. In God's Reign itself, he's got the most amount of finished contribution, right? Justin is over there, too, on the first half of the board. But in general, the entire team of God's Reign is just so good, right? To just keep one man on the front line and just give him the entire shadow light, just give him the entire limelight, I mean. It's really tough to say that, right? The entirety of God's Reign just performs on an equal note.
I mean, they do, but we're going to have to see how today turns out for them, especially if they can survive growing strong in Yasnaya. But we were talking about Gladiators a few moments ago. So, as you mentioned, I mean, Justin, I expect him to pop off from the side of Gladiators. He has been in incredible form in the last few months, and I think that is something that the team is also waiting for. But the team has brilliant backup options. If Justin does not work out, you have Delta, Destro right now, as we keep seeing him again and again on that Top 10 Rebels leaderboard, has just been the man responsible for making sure that the team is consistent. But trust me, the moment Justin and Delta step in together and both of them get that sync in, they are just going on a rampage in the lobby.
They indeed are. Enigma Gaming in front of us, a team that's currently on the last position in the overall standings. These guys are definitely going to be feeling a lot of pressure on their necks. At this point in time, there's not a lot of moves left for the players of Enigma Gaming. They need to make something happen inside the game. They need to get any type of points as they can in the overall standings, because the day one has already been passed. They've only got 3 more days to go, from which one of them is already being played.
Don't look at it as 3 days, 9 matches. They have 9 matches left. They're playing 1. That means after this, they have 8 games that will be remaining, and they have to make sure at least they convert 2 or 3 matches. It's just a single point on the leaderboard. That is the worst possible position you would want yourself in. But we'll see, I mean, how things work out for Enigma today. I mean, right now, we did see them rotate in super early, trying to secure a decent compound in the center of the circle. If the zone moves away from Gatka, then both, well, Soul has moved out from there. Gatka control already towards the northern part, towards Everest. Now Enigma has actually come up to replace them, and if the zone moves away from Gatka actually towards the northern side, then Enigma is going to have a very tough time in the game. Because you won't have any place left towards from where you can rotate towards the north. You head towards the western side, you're going to be spotted on the highway by first TWM, and the bridge is going to be blocked as well for the northern Giorgio exit if the zone actually leads the team there. So it's going to be a different challenge for you. If you just straight up charge towards that Everest position, Team Soul is already there. The other teams are going to follow up from that eastern hill as well. So it is, and plus it's quite open, the Gatka farms. You're going to be spotted out quite easily. But talk about getting spotted out, I believe Autobots might have actually spotted the players of TWM in that hospital building.
I hope they have. But still, Autobots, they're not really going to be pushing up against the players at TWM. It's better to play a little bit more safe, considering it's still the initial stage of the game. You do not really need to force a fight. You're going to find a comfortable compound anyways. So it's just better to stay down and relax. The next circle shift's going to be on the board soon enough, but there's so many teams in the blue still. The next circle shift comes into play. It's going to be a standard shift. Nothing taken away from anyone.
It's going to be super challenging towards that eastern edge. I believe we have the players from the side of Blood Rose rotating. Pasha OP in Mansion will be looking forward to joining his teammates towards that school position in a few short moments. But look at the northern part of the map as well. Growing Strong, 4 Angry Man, and God's Reign all moving in tandem, and all of them have the same idea to use that northern part of the map, Severny shooting range, and move in from the Georgia Pole Ruins Bridge towards the circle. These three teams will have to fight it out amongst themselves to decide which one gets to control that northern edge.
Quite a slow start, huh?
Yeah.
We're not really seeing a lot happen on the screens, not even taking any shots. So yeah, peaceful start indeed. But soon enough, that piece is going to break out, that's for sure. Big Brother Esports looking pretty good. They're out in the open, that's for sure. Sidelines needs to be taken care of. OR Esports as well, they're going to find themselves in a bit of a comfortable spot. Big Brother Esports situating themselves a bit in the off centers. Enigma Gaming in front of us too. They've got a decent position to play with, but they're playing in a dip. And I'm not really a huge fan of the dips.
Yeah, they are getting surrounded as well. If Team System actually managed to get themselves a little bit close to those two individuals from the side of Enigma Gaming, a few nades lobbed, and they're going to be finished off. Look at this. Talk about getting finished off, and Optimus might be shown the exit extremely soon as he gets caught off guard by the players of TWM, gets out in the open and runs behind that shack behind cover right in the nick of time. A split-second save coming in from Optimus.
Sam's went for that unwanted reload, and because of that, Optimus got a second lifeline to stay alive. And now Sam's needs to play this one a little bit more safe, as TMZ, they're going to be looking forward to just pounce on top of the players of TWM. It's a good opportunity, but TWM, they reply back in a good fashion. They find 2 knockouts instantly. Sam, once again, just ejects out of that building, and he's able to find another knockout. That's a great way to kick things off inside the fight. TWM already in the advantageous suits. And the DBS is, of course, creating a bit more problems, but soon enough, Destiny's going to be shut down as well. But he gets those 2 confirmations before he gets taken away from the game.
A brilliant squad wipe coming in from the players of TWM. Started off with Ninze actually securing the opening knock on Adil from the flank. And after that, it was just the players of Troublemakers falling like a house of cards. TWM, a brilliant job. Sam's as well. Mad props to that lad. I mean, the amount of courage displayed to start things off and the drop from that rooftop to secure that second knock was absolutely incredible. Good backup from Lobster as well, running indoors, destroying the door first to allow extra line of fire to his teammates to work with, which was actually the reason they were able to secure the knocks quite safely and convert them into their finishes. But now, this has done more than just give TWM 4 points. This has actually given them entire control of that hospital position. Because Autobots already moved out. They were too scared to take that early fights. Troublemakers, like always, looking to cause trouble for at least someone in the lobby, did decide to challenge TWM in that position. But let's not forget, yesterday, TWM was the team that was the reason Insane did super bad in that last Erangel, because they know how to dominate that fight. They know how to win from that position.
Oh, Soul's in a really good spot. But yeah, speaking about that execution, it was a pretty flawless execution. Team Soul looking really good with the high ground that they've got to play around with towards the Big Boy Mountain. And now 2 teams colliding within that rotation. There's a chance we might just see the situation escalate. Team System, they just made quite a brave rotation out of that one. No issues whatsoever, at least for now, inside the game. Even BR's over there on the right side, looking pretty okay in the circle. Slowly and steadily, even the players are growing strong now. They're trying to make it inside the circle. They're going to find a clear breachway, but still, to make it to the centric spot of the circle, it's going to be a bit tough.
It's definitely going to be a massive challenge, especially considering the amount of chaos Team Soul can bring into this game. We do have Sensei from the side of Revenant Esports Finds a nice little dip to work with, but this one is going to be quite exposed, so he needs to be careful with how the fights are being picked up by this team. They have a squad on the flank, a squad right behind them as well. Massive challenge for Revenant to work with. So exposed. Still looking for more information.
As long as you're going to have the surrounding awareness, you're completely okay.
But the moment they take the first shot, their position is just getting compromised and they're going to be pinned down after that. That's what I'm concerned about.
I mean, let's see how they play this one out. They must have some sort of a backup plan to play that position. Metal Esports on a move. They've got quite a safe one, but soon enough, they're going to meet up against the players of 4 AM. This will be quite a nice fight to witness. But Metal Esports going off the tracks, at least one of the players was. And yeah, they're going to spot out the players of 4 AM. Metal Esports, they really do want to secure the high ground, at least for now. And they want to make sure they're going to be paving the safest pathway to the safe zone. And that's what they're doing, moving in all the way from the northern side, hugging the edge lines of the safe zone. They know exactly where the players of 4 AM are too, so they want to play this one as safe as possible.
Let's see, I mean, if they're aware of the position of the players of 4 AM, 4 Angry Men, they'll have to figure out a way to avoid that fight entirely, because from the compound that's in control of 4 Angry Men, they can actually block the bridge for Metal Esports to cross over to the other side. This is a replay of the earlier fight, ladies and gentlemen. TWM against the players of TMZ. TWM coming out on top. All 4 players still surviving. But what is that split towards Everest? Ninze joining the players of Seoul.
Oh, TWM in a really bad fight. Ninze's all by himself, isolated in the front lines. He's trying his best to fight back, but eventually Goblin's the one who comes out on top in that duel. And he shuts down Ninze, a star player taken down by another star player of Team Seoul. TWM, they've lost out on their bigger firepower inside the picture, but still they've got 3-player moving in, marching inside the safe zone. Let's see how successful this march is going to be. Considering Team Seoul, they've got the highest ground to play with. They're going to have so much information in the future lines.
Yeah, and especially considering, I think, one of the straight lines of fire they have available is going to be to the players of TWM. They can, in fact, secure the entire squad's finishes. 4 points coming their way, but talk about points being exchanged. I think there is a little bit of a scuffle between the players of Blood Rose and System. Trades happening on either sides, but we're going to see what the end result of the fight is going to look like. Meanwhile, though, Team Seoul still controlling Everest in a beautiful manner, and especially things have just taken a turn. Not for the worse, but for good. For Team Seoul specifically, since now there is just the eastern edge of Everest that is inside the circle. So no one is actually going to come their way to challenge that high ground control. They can just stay on that high ground and look for information and look for finishes.
Oh, look at Enigma Gaming too. On the left side, these guys are like the Predators, just waiting for their opportunity to pounce. They will try to be the late preachers inside the circle, but they're right next to the players of Team Seoul. And there's a chance we might just see that pounce happen before now. MICI Esports too, getting eliminated from the game within a flash. The entirety of MICI, they're going to come collapsing down.
What happened to MICI? I think they were trying to rotate between God's Reign, Revenant, Blood Rose, and all of these teams from the southeastern edge. And they just got absolutely annihilated. But the chaos of the mid-game, it's not done. We do see Metal Esports also taking a hit against the players of TWM. While TWM themselves are in a massive struggle right now, down to their last player, who's decided to switch positions, head towards the northern side of the map.
Oh, Johnny, Gladiator Esports is going to have so much trouble to make it inside the safe zone. They've got so many teams in the front, blocking that safe line. How can they breach in towards the safe zone? That's a big question.
Well, at least one fight, they have to win that one fight against the players of Big Brothers who are controlling that southeastern edge. But it won't be an easy one. As you mentioned, they have War Esports coming in from the back. And as soon as they start shooting towards the opposition, their position is going to be compromised. The other team will have an opportunity to third-party that fight, secure a lot of points, but System looking to move inside the circle, looking for a safer position. Do enter the line of fire of Team Soul, shots fired, but none of them actually connect. But look at this.
A random fight on the board, ladies and gentlemen, and Gladiator Esports, they come out on top out of nowhere. A little bit of trades did happen back and forth, but still, the trading game was won by the players of Gladiator Esports as they win it. But now a third party comes into play too. Team System back in action. Gladiator Esports, they've got a lot of trouble to deal with against the name of Team System. Let's see how can they shook away this trouble. That's my question. A really good toss from the side of Justin. Gonna catch one guy from Team System. Yash goes down.
And he's pushing all alone. I mean, this is going to be such a tough fight for him to handle. He just needs to delay the players of System and wait for his teammates to show up. It's a 3v4 situation, but has been made into a 3v3 with the knock that was secured by Justin. Random fires inside the smoke. He's running out of ammo on that AKM. Oh, that's the second knock. Shogun's nade actually connected, and Bad Boy was knocked out.
Oh, this is now looking good for the players of Team System. Lost out on 2 players already, from which one of them is knocked out. Bad Boy needs to be back up on his feet. That's going to give the players of Team System at least some fighting chance inside the fight. Gladiator Esports, they've got a couple of more foes in the front lines. In the name of Big Brother Esports, how are they going to deal against them? This will be a tough question to answer. And now Big Brother Esports, this fight finally breaks out. Gladiator Esports, they're going to push it up against them. Uzumaki gets knocked out as well, but then Gladiator Esports, they're like an immovable force, an unstoppable force of nature, and they keep on moving forward. They keep on mowing down the lots, but no! Sarvit, in the end, ends up clutching up.
The players of Gladiators, a massive mistake coming in from their side. Lining up for the opposition, Sarvit did not have to do much. He just had to control the recoil, and the players of Gladiator Esports were just right in his crosshairs. Ending the game with 7 finishes on the 12th position. They won't get anything for placement. They'll get 1 point for placement, but still an 8-point game.
Oh, Soul were quite desperate, and they devour Team System just like that. Omega's knocked out. Resurrection's going to be there. No issues whatsoever on the board for Team Soul. At least for now, they're playing on the edge of the safe zone. Nothing to worry about. But the sidelines are definitely quite exposed. And on the side are the players of Enigma Gaming and Revenant Esports. This is where real troubles will start knocking the doors. Enigma Gaming up against the players of Revenant. And Enigma trying their best to fight back in this scenario. They're not really half the man number, but still Revenant Esports, they're just causing so much trouble. The man gets ran over, and in the end, the last guy had too many players to deal with.
What was that vehicle slam? A jump scare coming in from the side of Revenant. But now Revenant, they have to be careful as well. Team Soul in the back lines in a perfect position to go for a third party. They have managed to pick off the flanker, the front liner from the side of Soul. Goblin dropped to his knees. Akshad and Omega in the back lines. If they can secure one more knock, Revenant can actually convert this fight.
Oh, the overextension of Fears gets knocked out. Even Sensei's knocked over here. Revenant Esports, now things are starting to collapse. They're out in the open, quite exposed. Sensei is pinned as well, but eventually he manages to patch himself up. Even Team Soul in a big world of trouble. Just down to a 2-man squad. Omega and Akshat, these two guys, they need to make a miracle happen. On the other side of the road are the players of Revenant Esports, but MJ, he finds a crucial knockout against Team Soul. This can be the eliminator.
It can just be the game breaker for the side of Soul. Revenant Esports now sit there with a man advantage in hand, but still an open push is required, and Sensei just charges in the smoke with his buggy and runs over the survivors of Team Soul. 7 finishes racked up by the players of Revenant Esports. They still need to get that revive in. It's going to be a tough one since the blue zone is going to close in 10 seconds.
Revenant Esports playing this game as if they're in a zombie apocalypse, running over the zombies in the front.
Look at the actual zombie, though.
Yeah, Sarvit, this man was the one who already spoiled a couple of dreams in the past, but now his dream gets spoiled. He's not going to be able to stay alive inside the game for any longer, not even making it inside the top 5, so that's a little tough pill to swallow. At 4 a.m., Karan in the front line. A perfect nade being tossed by Karan. Finds the closure, and well, there you go. Some more loot on the hand.
Well, but still a tough position for the players of 4 Angry Men to be in. God's Reign having a clear line of fire can actually cause a lot of trouble. And look at that, 2 players knocked out. One has been finished off. Spider George still surviving, skillful, trying to protect his teammates. Took a brilliant job, in fact. And God's Reign, they have lined up as well. 1 nade behind that tree, and then the entirety of God's Reign is just going to drop.
Yeah, they're getting peppered down by Skillful. Single-handedly, he's holding him off of the bay. And Skillful, He's managed to take down Godsreen to just this solo man survivor. And Ninja John, he's on a move. Is going to look for to tear down the entirety of the competition. Tosses this nade with a lot of hopes and dreams. Is it going to find the connection? It does! Ninja John finds Curran, and the entirety of 4AM on the verge of getting eliminated. Spider John in the front lines, all by himself. Ninja John, he's got a chance to get the closure against the players of 4AM. But skillful, one thing is for sure, this man has got so many troubles to deal with, even in the front against the players of Metal Esports, and now Spider John needs to look out for the backlines, but eventually the threat in the back gets neutralized.
Well, at least they've managed to pick off the man in the backlines. Ninja John getting finished off on the 4th position, and the players from 4 Angry Men also getting wrapped up. Finishes going in the hands of Metal Esports, who have done a brilliant job surviving in this game so far. But now this is the end game, ladies and gentlemen. They find themselves up against the players of Autobots.
Autobots, the patience pay off finally, Johnny. And now they're going to look for to roll out on the field. Metal Esports, a 3v3 scenario. A 3v4, in fact. Autobots, they've got the man advantage to play with, and also really good split to hold off the circle. The most amount of land control is supposed to be in the hands of Autobots, but they need a rollout in the open.
This is going to be an interesting endgame, because now both the teams have just single player inside the circle. Everyone else is just waiting for the opposition to move in. Metal, I still believe, still have a slight advantage of being on the other side of that slope. But if stage number 8 is towards the flat lands, then Metal's game is over. Autobots, they will have a very easy chicken dinner in their hands.
Autobots, I like this thinking. Slow and steady progress. The final vehicle leaves. It's a shuttle to the safe zone, and the shuttle's gonna cross on over successfully, but no! As soon as I say that, one man gets knocked out in the open, but even a return knock comes into play. Encore gets knocked out. Now it's all down to Koya to hold things off, but he finds a perfect spray, and that's gonna knock out Orlo too from the side of Autobots. Now Autobots down to just a 2-man squad, but even the resurrection from the side of Autobots is coming into play, so once again, it's going to be a 3v3 affair.
This is a very bad angle for Koya to be in. As soon as that revive is done, he is the man going down. Mr. Spray, look at him. He's dropped down from the first floor of this watchtower. Metal Esports, they've managed to neutralize the numbers. A 3v3 against the players of Autobots. Orzi, though, they have the airdrop to work with the players of Autobots. And that one position of cover can actually break the game for Metal Esports. They're out in the open, all exposed.
Smokes out. Give a bit of a visual denial. Skrills trying to make some moves on the board. Utilities exchanged as well. But at this point in time, teams are not going to have a lot of utility. But as soon as I say that, Mr. Spray's got 4 first aids, but not a lot of bullets. So Mr. Spray needs to make something happen with those frag grenades, that's for sure. But what can he do? He's a little bit too far away from that range of the utility toss. So Mr. Spray needs to get a little bit up close and personal against the foes. Metal Esports, they have grouped on up. Everyone's going to be looking forward to toss those nades, and these nades are definitely quite hurtful against the players of Autobots. Another nade tossed in the front lines. Metal Esports at this point in time, they're just tossing some blind nades. Do not even exactly know where to toss it, where not to toss it. Orzi in the open behind the airdrop. It's just such a confusing affair, but the next circle shift is favoring the players of Autobots.
I think this has to be their game. Orzi was so close. The players of Metal Esports, a few pixels spotted by Orzi, and just went for the spray. Now runs a few inches forward, hiding behind that rock. This is such a tough endgame fight from either side. Desperation being displayed from both these teams with the amount of utility they have already committed towards each other. But now it's time to settle the differences face to face, charging towards the opposition, or in fact crawling towards the opposition. We do see Top Dog in front of us, tries to go for the opening knock, doesn't really get it.
Backs against the wall for the players of Metal Esports, against the wall of death, and now finally the March of Death comes in. The players of Metal Esports looking for to move inside the safe zone inch by inch, but Orzi replies back in a great fashion, finds the initial knockout. It's all down to Skrills and Orzi. Orzi going for the patch-up. Skrills need to do something. He needs to make something happen inside the game, but Metal Esports, they're looking forward to turning the tables against the players of Autobots. And Autobots, they're trying their best to fight back in this scenario. Top Dog is in the front lines. Kyoya trying to block the line of sight, but still Orzi is going for the pop shots. He's going to peek out, and then DB a shot to seal the deal. They put everything on the line to get that final circumstance in their side, but it was the players of Autobots who showed that patience to perfection.
What a brilliant end game. I don't think I've witnessed a more exciting ending to Erangel ever in my life. This was such brilliant. Metal Esports tried everything. They threw everything towards the Autobots and the kitchen sink, but it seems like patience is the greatest weapon in the game of BGMI, and especially Orzi and Skrills. Hats off to these guys. They just stayed there, held their ground for so long, even though Metal actually had the advantage.
Mainly Orzi. It was a 1v3, Johnny.
Yeah.
Orzi pulled off a 1v3 in the end, and it was quite an insane moment, of course, considering the DBS in the close quarters. Orzi had a big backing of that. And then in the end, Kyoya just standing on top of the rock, blocking the line of sight, making sure that Orzi's not going to be able to see his teammate, considering his teammate was out in the open.
Not just the line of sight, he was blocking the line of fire, because he did not care at that point if he got finished off. The other team anyway gets the points. His objective was simple. The bullets that were leaving the gun of Orzi do not hit his teammates. And he did block those bullets for for a few seconds with his own body, getting picked off instead. But I think, again, if my teammate does so much for me, I need to convert. But kudos to Orzi. That was an incredible win.
Indeed, that was. For a moment, we thought the tables could be flipped in the favor of Metal Esports. It should have been, yeah. I mean, Metal Esports just threw so much on the line in that moment. They pretty much tried to pull off anything that they could. Some good thinkings on the fly. But ladies and gentlemen, so much to talk about after this short break.
Push. Left.
पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अरे तकिन तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ा करम डिफॉल्ट से निकल पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
है
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने अच्छा लो क्या जिग्नेश भाई
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार ये लो भैया हो गई आपकी सेटिंग समझे सब पॉसिबल है बस सेटिंग लगाना
सर सीन सेट है एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल दिखाता हूँ तेरे को आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. And as we just saw on our screens, it is indeed time to bring your heroes alive, as Road to Valor is coming up with an open championship for you guys. If you guys want to stay updated, make sure you're following Crafton India Esports on their social media handles of how to apply and when the event will actually take place. But coming back to where our heroes just came alive, Salty, that ending to Erangel. I mean, I had a conversation with Necro. I want to hear your thoughts, your take on it.
I mean, see, you've got to understand in the final moments, Top Dog had a mission.
Yeah.
The man was on his knees, but he had a mission to try and just push him out of that cover, to try and deny all sorts of lines of sight and to distract the opposition, basically. But that was sort of a move which sort of brought a lot of smiles on every one of our faces.
Yeah.
I was just witnessing. But I kind of thought that Medal Esports, from a point where they were completely pinned down, they were almost about to win that battle. But my man decides to bring out the big bad gun, I mean the DBS.
Both of them were fighting with the DBS in their hands towards the end once they were eventually in the shotgun range. But again, I mean, you can't really be upset about losing out on a game like that, missing out on the chicken dinner. I'm pretty sure the players from the side of Medal Esports won't be upset as well. That was a valiant effort from either sides. And Autobots, I mean, you have to give them mad props. I mean, yesterday wasn't a great day. We saw the overall ranking, and I was bringing this up with Dekra as well. The signs of life was displayed by Autobots. They had showcased that, alright, if we manage to survive, we can win those fights for ourselves, the 4v4s. And even in this game's end game, they did eventually end up winning. But the chaos of the mid game, your take on that?
I mean, to be honest, something which I really noticed in the mid-game was that the big teams, the experienced teams, they're starting to feel even more comfortable now. They're starting to feel the waters. They have experienced what the underdog teams, what the unorthodox plays are like. You see every single team, be it Team Soul, be it Revenant, be it God's Reign, be it Gladiators, they had such a comfortable take. Of course, multiple of these teams, they just crashed against each other. They did manage to eliminate each other in tandem, but the fact that there are so many good teams who are sort of coming up, they're also living up to their true potential, just not really getting dominated by the undergod. This is good to see. Now, this is when we are going to have even competition. Speaking of even competition, I'm not really sure what's going in the Enigma camp, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I have no idea as well what's happening over there. Because things just keep getting worse and worse and worse and worse for Enigma. At least in this game, they walk away with a few more placement points, I believe. They were surviving for a decent amount of time.
Not really. I mean, they are going to get a maximum of like one or two placement points, 0 finish points all across the board.
Still, yesterday 3 games, just 1 point. Today, at least in the first game, they get 1 point.
I think you should try out roasting after your commentary career is over.
Nah.
Maybe after like 10 years down the line, you should try definitely roasting somebody. I'm sure you would do a good job.
The only thing I roast is bread. Make toast.
Ah, alright. I was like, I completely thought in a different context altogether. But speaking of roast, I mean, Medal Esports, Kyoya all of a sudden was just roasting down the players of Team Autobots.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like, how could Autobots lose? Or how could the situation even glide to this position, especially how they pinned down Medal Esports? But this is Medal and their experience, right? They always come out on top and always find a way in situations where things are not really going in their favor.
Yeah, but still, I mean, you can't really be mad about upset about this match. This was still a top 2 finish, and I believe they had like 6 or 7 eliminations on the board. So still a brilliant win. Kyoya, as you mentioned, I mean, mad props to that, man. I mean, I wish my teammates were willing to sacrifice their lives in the end game like that. Like, all right, buddy, you win this fight. I'm going to be there. I'm going to stand literally in front of the barrel, take all those shots in my face. And you just make sure you end it. Top Dog tried his level best, but in a situation like that, especially when you're you are armed with the DBS, the opposition is armed with the DBS. All you can do is just like try to pre-fire the corners. Orzi, I have to mention this now that you think about it, and we saw this in the replay as well, the fight again. Orzi did have an advantage in that fight in the end. The fact that he had that rock to work with.
Yeah.
The problem with a position where you are out in the open and the opposition has cover, especially a cover like that massive rock or a boulder as we call it, would be the fact that you will have to guess where that man is going to peek from.
Yeah.
He knows where you are. He can pre-aim his crosshair. He can just peek perfectly with the crosshair position right on your head. You don't know where he's going to be. You will just play reactive. And he can just switch positions. Orzi did that perfectly. Once from the left, one from the right, went from the center, everywhere. It was like a game of whack-a-mole from Top Dog's perspective.
Absolutely, and this is also like where the TPP advantage comes into play as well, right? He had so much information, he could see the last player from Team Medal,
Yep.
actually coming his way as well. But in situations like these, right, for Medal Esports, if you put yourself in their shoes, I think having a lot more utility in the bag should have actually helped them quite a lot. I mean,
True.
we knew as a matter of fact when the war horn was actually blown, Medal Esports had no option, right? They had to cross the road, which is a completely open ground, no cover whatsoever, flat surface. They had to run all across the way. And that is not ideal, especially when all of your oppositions, they have cover, just like you said, the cover of the rock. Every single player had decent cover to work with. They had the TPP visual as well. They knew that, all right, fine, this is exactly where I'm going to aim. And Medal Esports, they were like a house of cards, to be honest, in that position. But still, recovery was brilliant. And just like you said, they shouldn't really be unhappy about this performance.
Exactly. But in a few short moments, we'll get to see how many points did they actually get from this particular game. And we're going to try to predict where they're going to be in the overall rankings, because we won't be seeing overall rankings right now. We'll be seeing them at the end of the day, and during the middle, we won't tell you when exactly, because we want you to watch the entire broadcast. But ladies and gentlemen, here we begin with the stats. Rebel of the match on our screens, and of course, he is the rebel refusing to go down, the man himself, Orzi. 4 finishes, 50% finish contribution. A brilliant game for side of Autobots.
A very technical game, to be honest. Autobots did not really engage in multiple of those mid-game collisions. They had a decent position to cover with. Team Soul, as a matter of fact, Goblin is inside of the top 5 rebels with 3 finishes. Their positioning on top of the Everest was brilliant, but that movement, right, when they got taken down, that is where it kind of felt a little weird. Godrain as well, Ninja has just been solo carrying this team, to be honest.
Yeah.
Not solo carrying, every other player has been performing, to be honest, but Ninja is on a completely different tier altogether. It feels like the Ninja from 2021 is still back in form.
Exactly.
With 4 finishes. He had 44 at the start of the day. He has 4 finishes right now. He's inching closer towards that half century pretty quickly.
I think the only problem with that occurred for God's Reign in this particular game was just lack of information. They just charged towards those 3 players from the side of 4 aggressive men blindly without even realizing that, alright, we see 3 here, where's the 4th guy? And that 4th man was skillful, who was on top of that bridge, and he just destroyed God's Reign all by himself. But we do have the rankings of this match, and we see Autobots finishing the game with 23 points, all thanks to those 8 eliminations, 4 from the side of Medal Esports. We have Medal finishing the game with 19 points, 4 aggressive man with 15, God's Reign with 14. But this is the beauty of this Erangel. Look at the finish counter, 8-7-5-6, 8-7-7-5. All the teams in the top 8 walked away with decent number of eliminations to that board. And scratch that sentence, I would say even Big Brothers, this was a decent game. 5 points, they were already in the top 5 as well. This is going to keep them in the top 8.
This should be right, and to be honest, why I said that the majority of the big teams are feeling comfortable is because of this numbers, right? The finish counter, which you just mentioned. You've got Medal on the first half, God's Reign, Revenant, Team Soul, Gladiators. Majority of the teams from what we used to think as the tier 1 circuit, they are in this position. It's just been a couple of those teams. OR Esports being caught out in the initial phase of the game. That wasn't really a good start. But apart from that, OR has been looking pretty decent. They don't really have problems to actually deal with. Speaking of problems, the only team which comes in my mind has been Enigma Gaming right now. Again, like we've talked about them already. I think the clock is ticking, Johnny, at this point. It's like a ticking time bomb at this point. You've got 8 games left. You know, as a matter of fact, that there's a huge trail of points which you need to cover.
Exactly. 1/3 of their journey of the semi-finals is already done.
Yeah.
Out of 12 4 matches they've played, they've gotten 2 points in those 4 matches. And even though the goal right now is not too difficult, out of 32, you just have to break into the top 16 to qualify. Even that top 16 will look like a massive struggle if things go on the way they are right now.
I mean, we discussed about this yesterday at the ending of the show, of course. Enigma need that one good game out of the 3. One win, right? Not even a good game, one good win. That is what we are emphasizing on. And might just be this game on the map of Miramar. They're still playing once again. These are the groups, of course, Group B and Group D. They still have the opportunity of making it count. One big chicken dinner and they're back into the race. They will erase all the history or all the bad performances from the first 1/3 of the matches that they've played so far. But it's very difficult considering their mentality right now.
Exactly, but it needs to happen today as well. Oasis needs to figure out a way to calm his boys down, get them back into the composed mental state where they are, alright, we need to just perform once. We do that, we're going to be close to the top 16 or maybe inside the top 16, and then we just hold on and pray for dear life. But we are about to step into the match of Miramar. It is going to be played by the teams of Group B and D. Blind, Glitch, Reborn, Marcus Gaming stepping back into the matches. And out of this group, I think Blind, Team Mayavi are those two teams that I think everyone will be looking forward to. Like, what are they going to do today? Because yesterday, both of them, let's be honest, I mean, the performance was not what we expected.
Exactly. I mean, they are on the third page of the overall standings right now. Not where you would expect from Blind as well as Team Ivy. We were talking about how their position points and their finish points should have actually been reversed, where these teams, they emphasize more on the finish points. But I think looking at the groups and seeing how the teams are stacked up, I kind of feel like the team who is in red hot form right now, Revenant Esports, they have a very massive opportunity.
Yes.
And from Group B, I think there has to be a very big check mark on Glitch X Reborn because they have been performing really well. Roman, as a matter of fact, just absolutely popped off last year.
Exactly. And right now it's Roman. But Ralph is also another player from this team who has incredible firepower. So I think Glitch Reborn, we have yet to see them perform at the 100% in the semi-finals yet. But still, I mean, yesterday there was a great start to this team. After that, after the first Erangel, I'm going to be honest, I mean, there was a little bit of a fall of momentum slowly and steadily. But still, they made sure that at least 2 games, they had 2 decent games. And those 2 games are the reason we saw them in the top 5 at the start of the day. But today, first game on the map of Miramar. Do you think they can replicate that? Like, I mean, not necessarily a chicken dinner, but can they be in the top 3 of this match?
I think Glitch X Reborn and their form has been pretty good so far. Apart from the fact that there has been downfalls left, right, and center, I feel Glitch X Reborn, they have the composure to bring back all of their players back up together and, of course, perform in this match, ladies and gentlemen. This is match 8 on the map of Miramar that is live in front of us, and the flight path starts all the way from Campo Militar and moves towards Los Lunes, a flight path which is very heavily tilted towards the right-hand side, Johnny.
Exactly. The eastern half of the map is the only place we're going to see the teams drop, because anything towards the west, well, it's going to be the wild, wild west. So you're just going to dream about getting there. If you find some vehicles, it should be a little bit easier, but otherwise you're going to have to deal with a few early fights, in fact. But what am I seeing? Campo Militar, Tierra Bronca in control of Marcos Gaming. And if it is Eastern Zone, Marcos Gaming will have such a dominating position to work with. You do see the players of TWM exiting towards their home ground of El Azhar as well. But Los Leones is one position on Miramar where we're going to keep our eyes on, expecting a few early drop clashes on that spot.
I mean, there certainly is going to be a cluster on the right-hand side, expecting a cluster on the right-hand side of the map, but I think a lot of gliding action is going to happen towards the sides of El Pozo. I mean, it's almost impossible to reach El Pozo, but up until like maybe Hacienda del Patron or maybe towards some scrambled compounds of crater fields as well. Teams will try to go there, but my point of interest will be those drop collisions. I kind of felt like Erangel was devoid of those drop collisions. I kind of wanted it inside the semi-finals, but this time, oh my goodness!
Yeah.
BGMI gods and the circles. Love this, Johnny. This is a very nice circle.
Yeah, this is fair and not fair at the same time to the teams. I mean, it is a central circle, but it is all the way down south. Around 10 to 15%, I have to say, of the circle is going to be inside the water, and that will make sure that we will have a few interesting early game scenarios developing in front of us, just like we do see the players of Lucknow Giants landing close to that southern shoreline along with the players of Growing Strong. Now, these two teams will have an opportunity to spot each other out, and we also see Enigma Gaming heading towards that Minas del Valle area. Well, they're going to go towards Chumasera.
Yeah, Enigma Gaming, they are going to go towards Chumasera. But the point is that since the circle is towards the shorelines, now it is going to stay on the shorelines. The terrain is extremely rough.
Yeah.
Teams are going to come down from the northern side. I want to see how they place themselves, because we know, as a matter of fact, especially when the Miramar circles do tend to stop or do tend to end on the southern shorelines, games are extremely interesting. But one thing, of course, Marcos Gaming aren't really going to be very happy. They dropped in at Campo Militar. They have a long way to go. And multiple teams along their way. They can't even take that eastern highway. They'll face TWM first and then Brave Esports. Both of whom are actually in very good form, Johnny.
If we see the map right now, there's one more thing happening. Troublemakers are a part of this group, or at least playing in this group. And I believe they are looking to break the game for the players of... Team Mayavi. Apologies. Team Mayavi is the team close to Marcos Gaming, and 2 of the individuals have in fact gone towards Campo Militar. There is a possibility, as you mentioned, about those mid-rotation fights. I think Marcos Gaming might just have to brute force their way through Team Mayavi in the first few stages of the game, and it is going to be a tough fight. But, I mean, as we speak about Team Mayavi, in terms of raw aggression, there's only one team that matches them. Blind Esports.
Yeah.
And we're just waiting for these two teams to show their true form. That hasn't happened yet. Team X Park, same amount of points on the overall leaderboard as Blind Esports as well.
Yeah.
So again, we're waiting for this team to step up in their performance. But can we really complain about them? They're in the top 16, right?
Whenever you talk about Blind Esports, the only team that comes in my mind is Blood Rose. I don't know why. It's just sort of... I don't know. I mean, their collisions and their love affair on the map of Erangel has sort of made them a pair. And every single time Blind and Blood Rose are in the same lobby playing in the same game, I just fear for Blood Rose because I know as a matter of fact that their demise is written in their hands and it's in their fate. There's nothing that can be done to actually change it. But let's talk about this team for a second, TWM Gaming. How beautifully they took down Team Troublemakers in that game of Erangel. Like, that squad wipe was so technical. I was like in awe. I was clapping when they actually executed it. They went in for that first finish. Nades lobbed in. Teammates arrived from all different directions. Such a beautiful thing to watch. It was basically like a piano show at a moment.
I mean, just proper communication, I guess, from every single player of TWM in that fight about what they were doing and what the opposition was doing. And all of that information, they utilized it perfectly. It was, as you mentioned, it was like a piano recital. Performance that was practiced and rehearsed for so long. But again, I mean, it was the hospital building. And yesterday, we saw TWM give team insane nightmares with how they took that fight as well. So it feels like TWM, they have in fact practiced a lot of those fights, especially towards Georgopol City, towards hospital positions, because they like to drop towards Georgopol. That is their drop location on the map of Erangel. And if you are dropping towards Georgopol, a few of those moments, northern Georgia, you're going to have to take fights. You're going to have to fight in containers in the Georgia City. Towards hospital, you're going to have to take fight in ruins. So it's better you are used to those terrains. And it feels like this team has put in a lot of work in that.
While we actually talk about it, it seems like Marcus Gaming, of course, from the map, ladies and gentlemen, Marcus Gaming is on the move, and now they are in very close proximity to Team TWM Gaming. We were talking about it. They haven't taken the highway, which is a good thing, of course. Like, they are rotating through in a straight line, which might just put in a little bit of a distance between them and TWM Gaming, but would have loved some early action. Marcus Gaming... really...
It's not going to happen, Salty. I'm going to be honest. I mean, we aren't going to witness as many early fights as we were during the losers bracket, because now things are getting heated up. You have just one more step that you have to take in order to make it to that grand stage of that Mumbai LAN, where you will get an opportunity to fight for those 2 crore rupees in prize money. If you make a single mistake, just being a little bit more confident, or just running into fights willy-nilly, or maybe even just not driving properly on this map, you might just lose out on the opportunity to stand on that stage, to just be a part of those finals. But we'll see. I mean, that has resulted in a lot of these teams just holding back for a long time inside these matches, and I believe that trend is just going to go on till the last day. Or maybe till the second last day tomorrow. Last day is just going to be
hell-breaking. Hell-breaking lose, of course. But this game isn't essentially slow, in my opinion. Even, like, of course... A lot of people might think that no shots are being fired for a very long time. We aren't really seeing any sort of action. Might actually result in people think that this is a slow game. But no, actually, the circle, in fact, drives majority of the teams. There is enormous movement happening from the northern half, the northern hemisphere of the map itself, towards that northern shore of the circle. So I still want to find out how or where the teams find that entry point inside. The region towards Monte Nuevo is pretty empty, so GlitchX as well as Blind Esports, they will find their entry. Team X Park as well just need to dip in a little bit to enter the Power Grid and Picardo trifecta as well. You've got Blood Rose Esports who's already made their big move. So multiple teams taking their sweet time to not just do their grocery shopping, but also make themselves a big stakeholder inside this circle itself.
Yeah, and even though I think we did discuss it was a southern circle, would be a challenge for the teams, it is Miramar. I mean, the zone itself is going to be so massive that you will find a way to enter the circle. Up until stage 3, stage 4 is when you actually start facing those challenges of teams blocking your way on the map of Miramar. So I think the early rotations for a lot of these teams are going to be quite easy to execute, unless someone just decides to hold on to a major spot and just gatekeep it. Expecting it from Marcos Gaming, in fact, who have made their way towards Impala, but we have shots fired in the game. There's going to be Ninja Jot from the side of God's Rain trying to take down Viper OP from Blood Rose. I believe a tire from that Lamborghini has been blown up. We see smoke, but Viper managing to reach the other side of the ridge. Does in fact block the line of fire. Will be able to rejoin his teammates who are here to protect him as well.
The service cost on that Lamborghini is going to be sky high at this point. Godwin should have understood that.
Service cost? What do you mean service cost? You take it to the showroom, they're going to ask, what are all these bullets holes, man?
No, I think in the world of BGMI, even the showrooms understand that this is like usual. They probably have garages to specifically fix bullet holes at this point.
Still, it's a Lamborghini.
But exactly right, it did its job. Viper was still safe. He was basically untouched.
Oh yeah.
Cawthron could not take down an inch of his HP. Is that why rich people drive expensive vehicles?
I have no idea because I don't have the money to even think about it.
Necro has.
Yeah. Keeps asking everyone what color is your Bugatti.
Man, did not really have the right influence, but someone who actually had the right influence, Ronnie.
Yeah.
Second position, if I'm not mistaken, on the MVP standings has been very flawless, but Blind Esports.
Look, the moment is he just knocked himself out, Salty. Does not want any compliments from you, apparently.
I mean, I don't really understand. I was just trying to praise him. Don't put this on me. Don't put the blame on me. I'm just a sad child.
Well, we're gonna have to see if Ronnie is being brought back into the game by his teammates, because this is gonna be quite awkward. I mean, Blind Esports, first of all, they are in the blue, so that's additional pressure on them to rotate a little bit quicker. But talk about pressure, and Nest Esports now trying to build up pressure on the players of Team System. It's gonna be a compound fight. Zod in close proximity to the opposition. Oh, if this connects, it's going to be brilliant, but it was a little too overcooked. So the nade is blowing up in the air.
This fight is going to be extremely interesting because Team System, their position on the standings is dicey. For them, they have to win this fight, get this compound under their control. Now, they have uninvited guests. There is a third-party potential as well. Blood Rose Esports in the backlines. But these nades, explosions, they don't really do the damage that is intended. Nest Esports still want to infiltrate, still want to close in on the distance. But Team System, they've done a good job in holding them back.
Yeah, but System is getting pinned down, and Nest Esports is going to take massive advantage of that fact. They have secured the opening knock, and System, now they have nowhere left to go, but Malik runs into a nade. He's going to be knocked out. It's up to Ryzen to shut down the flank from the side of System as well on the outer side. Still even 3v3 situation between these two teams, but again, we see the players of Nest Esports overcommitting to that indoor action, and now Zod might be shot in the back as Yash from the side of System is holding the outer lines to perfection. He's the last man left standing from his team. Can he survive this fight? There is a third party heading in their direction as well, so this needs to be quick, but as soon as I say that, Team System now under fire from the outer lines as well. They have a 1v1 indoors. Zod OP against the opposition wraps up the fight. 4 points secured by Nest Esports, but they won't be able to celebrate this for a long time, as we do see the players of X-Park. They're right on the outer side of this hill waiting for their opportunity.
And they have that opportunity already. One player is knocked out. The team has been cut around by half. There's just one player who is still on his foot, who can still try and resist. Revival. Barely a second which is left, but the wide swing comes in. Zod OP. Yes, too many players, too many crosses to aim at, and now Nest Esports will be eaten up alive. Team X-Park not even giving an opportunity, but like you said, they did not really have time to celebrate.
Yeah.
They knew the demise was there in front of them. The Grim Reaper had arrived. It was all about accepting it.
Aditya was the man who checked that corner, and I think before even checking it, he just assumed there was no one there. Because you see him run towards him, sees the player, and I think it took him a second to realize, oh, a revive. And then his teammates are like, alright, might as well just finish it off, wrap things quickly. But talk about wrapping fights quickly, and Brave Esports would want to wrap this fight against the players of Marcos Gaming as quickly as possible. Because in a few short moments, they're going to be forced to rotate further into the city of Los Leones, as the circle is forcing them into close proximity. Marcos Gaming Sayam having taken a lot of damage. Wexy lobs the smoke to create a little bit of safe haven, a little bit of soft cover that they can use to push the players of Brave Esports inside the building. Oh, brilliant nade from Can actually.
Brave Esports is taking huge strides against Marcus Gaming once again, just entering into the fight from the southern part of Los Leones. But Brave Esports, it's just the explosions that has completely dismantled the likes of Marcus Gaming, and now it's just Vexy who wants to use his vehicle to try and get out of the situation, but it's not going to be easy. Shots being fired, magazines being emptied, but Vexy still manages to survive. But it's so rare to see Marcus Gaming getting dismantled and unboxed in such fashion.
Yeah, but we're going to have to see how long they will manage to survive. They still have 2 players left inside of the game, I believe. Or no, it's just 1. Vexy is the last man surviving from the side of Marcus. And as we were talking about the game, look at this. We're transitioning to stage 4 in a Los Leones circle. And there are still 14 teams, 52 players alive. The mid-game of this match is going to be extremely chaotic. But talk about chaos and Glitch Reborn. Roman, out of nowhere, just spots out Vexy. Out in the open, an easy finish for the man to pick up. Marcus Gaming being shown the exit on the 14th position.
This man, Roman, if he keeps up his performance like this, he is destined to be a superstar, to be honest, in the coming years. And Glitch X Reborn just doing so well inside of this game so far. This rotation is something which I like. From the southern end, there is another team, Lucknow Giants, and they're trying to gatekeep them as much as possible. They know, as a matter of fact, they're on the right end of the circle, and Lucknow Giants will have to go through that longer rotation. We'll have to try and wrap them around from the right hand side, which should be fairly easy. Los Leones circle, we know, as a matter of fact, multiple compounds to actually work with. And well, finally Ronnie is back up on his feet, so I guess the curse did not really work out.
Yeah, the curse hasn't worked out, but still Blind Esports, I think, a little too blind in terms of the amount of information that they have. Because just completely tunnel vision on a few opponents you see in front of you. But forget the fact that they're playing Miramar, not Erangel. Your flanks are exposed to long distance fire as well, and they did take a little bit of damage from Team Mayavi.
Yeah.
But both these teams, both these big names now outside the circle, how are they planning to find their way through? It's going to be a big question, but Revenant Esports now managing to catch a few of the opponents off guard. High ground advantage in their favor. Still quite difficult to pick up those finishes though. Confirmations are going to be a challenge.
I mean, multiple of these teams, Team Revenant Esports, maybe God's Reign as well, as a matter of fact, they're in a really good spot. Now, right at the smack center of the circle, they've got the compound control, they've got the high ground to actually work with as well. Great visibility. But for Team Blind, just like you said, the information is not there, the awareness is not there. They're still completely scattered in terms of how to make that entry inside the circle. They are being gatekept by Blood Rose Esports, they are being gatekept by the likes of Team X Park and Team Mayavi, and they're still struggling. But Team X Park, they've actually made a very long move towards these warehouses, and Napokar and the rest of his crew in a 3-1 split up against Team TWM Gaming. TWM Gaming has not really been in action, but they still have all those 4 players left, and I guess they have a lot of ammunition and utility to unleash on Team X Park.
Well, but still, they're going to need to see the players of Team X Park, have them in the line of fire if they want to actually dish out the damage. Otherwise, all these shots are just giving their position away. TWM, I mean, the momentum does look quite strong for them. So it's better if they keep this going. But Sam's in the back lines. We do see him quite close to the players of Lucknow Giants. He would like to be a little bit closer to his own teammates rather instead. And does manage to join Ninja Jord in that building under construction. A massive tower, in fact. But if you run all the way to the top, even you're going to be exposed to heavy fire from your surroundings. You have to be a little bit careful with how you play from that position.
Lucknow Giants actually finally found their little bit of a space inside the circle. They were struggling for it for quite a while, but now this gives them an advantage. They were the last one to rotate inside the circle. Nobody coming in from them from the back lines, which means that their backs are cleared. The only place they need to look forward to is up front, where, of course, there are going to be 2 players of Team TWM Gaming. There is going to be the likes of Glitch X Reborn as well. But I think LG should just hold on to their territory for now. Slowly creep up forward, get a little bit more control inside the urban edges of the city. Because in urban warfare is all about that, who has more control, who has more buildings and more lines of fire covered.
Yeah. Along with that, utility to actually breach the compounds of the opposition as well is
Yep.
going to be important. Molotovs, nades, even stuns actually quite brilliant in these urban warfares. But let's see, I mean, we do see Blind Esports on our screens, and it seems like the struggle they were facing of finding a little bit of space inside the circle is finally over. Even if it's just a few meters, at least they are not going to take any additional damage from the blue zone. While charging forward, the position can be compromised by the opposition as well. Oddbot trying to rotate, shots fired from Revenant Esports, since he connects a few, but knock isn't going to be secured anytime soon.
Problem just quadrupled for Blind Esports all of a sudden, because they were holding that northern part of the Los Angeles city where there were no real estate, and they were just barely inside the circle. But right now the circle shifting completely towards an urban scene. It just goes to show that they have to make such a big rotation right now, especially being gatekept by Blood Rose and not really having a lot of time on them. Even Revenant Esports, as a matter of fact, their hold at the center of Los Angeles has also been sort of gone to waste, because they have to traverse almost 150 meters to enter the circle right now.
But look at this, as the players of Growing Strong try to rotate out of trouble, try to find a way inside the circle. They're put under heavy fire by the players of Revenant Esports, and they do secure a knock and a finish. But now the other two lads from the side of Revenant squad find themselves against the players of Brave Esports. How is this fight going to turn out for them? Two players from the side of Brave, in fact, trying to deal with the initial pressure. Dude and simple.
The deadly duo.
Well, if it is a 4v2 that they're up against, then they're the ones who are going to be dead soon.
We'll find out, of course. Nades being lobbed in Revenant Esports as well, taking some shots from the right-hand side. I believe it's Can and Hemo who is also providing them cover fire. But Revenant Esports still are yet to settle themselves inside of this compound. They know, as a matter of fact, that they are inside the circle, but they have to breach past a Brave Esports. But this 2-2 split has actually prevented them from pushing forward, in spite of the fact that Revenant tried to smoke up that alley to prevent shots coming in from Cam and Hemu. But look at this. Blood Rose getting involved in the picture just completely isolates and cut off that 2-2 split from coming in from Brave Esports. They have to deal this all by themselves.
Exactly. Hemu and Can have their own fight to deal with. They can't really support their teammates anymore. And that means Revenant Esports over there on the other side will have free reins to take control of that 2v4 situation and finish off the individuals from the side of Brave Esports. Blood Rose trying to accomplish the same, but still sticking on to that ground floor. A little undecisive if they actually want to go for the push. Mixing along with the lads. Can they actually win this fight? Crossfire set up by the players of Blood Rose. Hemu and Can waiting. Finally, Blood Rose running up to the first floor, checking every single room for the opposition. They're not going to find them there. They're going to have to ascend another floor in order to secure that fight. But talk about fights, we do see the players of Team X-Park on our screens. The collision against Mayavi and Blind Esports, the biggest names in the lobby, the biggest names in the scene, always end up fighting each other.
Always end up fighting each other, do they? Blind Esports, as a matter of fact, I think they are looking to backtrack from this fight, especially after taking that initial hit onto Mania. Smokes being laid down to try and cover the lines of sight. Team Mayavi, they will try and lob in nades, and the nades continuously do so much damage, and I think this is the time where they should actually press forward. Multiple nades just being lobbed in. Another one to try and finish him off. It's just Joker who's still left alive.
A slam and a dunk coming in from Thunder. Just dropping the players of Blind Esports. Joker, the last man left standing, was cooking up a nade, which could have been a massive mistake, but reacts in the nick of time. Punishes Thunder for what he did to his teammates. Now this is the first finish for Blind Esports in this matchup. No points of position as well for taking an exit now, and I believe Blind Esports, they might just be shown the exit in a few short moments, because Joker has nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. The only thing that he has going in his favor is the fact that Team Mayavi is now distracted by the players of Team X-Park and also their own positioning. Legit does find quite a decent position in that broken building for his team. Thunder and Blacks are going to join him soon.
I mean, I'm not really a big fan of what Thunder did over there to just try and sweep in Blind Esports and just get completely off the elimination all by himself. Should have gone with some sort of a support so that his life was not squandered in that position. But now Team Mayavi, they have to deal with it. They have to compete in the ending stages with a 3-man squad, which isn't going to be easy, especially in an urban warfare. You need that man advantage. But they can still work it out, especially since there's so much commotion. Everybody is fighting against each other, and Team Mayavi can just slowly, sneakily slide in and not really do a lot of damage.
Won't have a lot of opportunity to be that patient. Let's see how this is going to work out, especially with Lucknow Giants now joining the fray from the back lines. Austin Bot leading the charge, and Cypher, he sees him, a few seconds to react, but the precision is still going to be there. Finds the opening against the Giants themselves, but still falls to the distance. The fire from the distance to the players of TWM. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Too much chaos in these endgame situations. Even Team Mayavi making a few mistakes. Glitz Reborn, look at them in the building right across. Can cause a lot of trouble as well. Max with the nade, looking to find the opening. Doesn't really connect, but from 11 to 9, 2 squads wiped out. Revenant Esports shown the exit.
For Blacks as well, I mean, the recovery has been fine, and now Lucknow Giants has also butt the dust. Team Mayavi, a 2-man team right now, but they're doing so well. Right at the edge of the blue circle, they've got GlitchX Reborn right up front, but I think the team who should be most comfortable in this situation is going to be TWM Gaming. A Molotov lobbed in as well, and now GlitchX Reborn try and close up. It's a positive trade for them, and now it's just Blacks with a huge responsibility on his shoulders. Might as well get a revive though.
5 eliminations on the board for Team Mayavi, already breaking their way into the top 7. If they do manage to survive even with just 2 players, Blacks and Legit, we know these lads are always incredible, always in top form, and they can convert this game for their team, but they have TWM pushing in from the back lines. A timely revive on Legit. Sam's taking the fight. Blacks trying to deal with him. The knock is going to be secured, but now Destiny chimes in. And what is his Destiny going to look like? It is going to be down on his knees, or is he going to stand up top? But no, it's going to be Blacks who manages to fight it out for his team, but the job is not done. The other 2 players from TWM from the back line is going to be Lobster moving in, and still TWM standing on top of Team Mayavi. All 4 players managed to survive. They just overwhelmed them with numbers. But Glitz Reborn now the third. They could have won this. This should have been an easy win, but a mistake from Glitz Reborn, and they lose out on 1 more player. This is such a scrappy fight from this team.
I mean, urban fights, this is what you're supposed to expect, right? It's an absolute gang war, ladies and gentlemen. And TWM Gaming, they have been hit really hard by Blacks as well as GlitchX Reborn. Ninja is still surviving, but trying to get as much as he can possibly out of this game. And the first target of the first prey has to be Ralph from GlitchX Reborn. But how do they proceed forward? 5 teams and 9 players still remain. And in a matter of a flash, Johnny, he is going to be shooting, but no! Ralph from the other side presses the trigger, had the DBS as well. The bullet spread doesn't even have to be very precise. Just slam in, smack him right at the face. And there you have it, GlitchX Reborn once again looking so good. But out of nowhere, Brave Esports, 10 eliminations for them and 4 players still surviving.
Dude had no vision of the opposition, but he knew. I mean, I think he saw a few pixels over there a few moments ago, and he was just waiting to see him again and again. But ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Desperate moments call for desperate measures. And Enigma Gaming, their desperation has gotten them to a point where they had to go for a heal battle on Miramar. Well, Infinity OP won't be surviving anymore, and we have a 2v4 endgame where we see Glitch Reborn up against the players of Brave Esports. What a brilliant game coming in from Brave Esports. You have to give them props. The amount of patience they have displayed just controlling these buildings do secure an easy chicken dinner win for them on this map of Miramar with 12 eliminations on the board, 27 points as well. This is going to be a massive leap for this team on the overall rankings.
I mean, this certainly is going to be a massive leap, but apart from that, GlitchX Reborn for them, I think Brave Esports, we never really saw them be in the face of the brunt, to be honest.
Yeah.
GlitchX Reborn went through multiple hurdles to actually be inside the top 2, much like Medal Esports and Autobot situation up in the first game. I felt like this was kind of similar as well.
The only problem where we saw them and we thought they might actually get finished off was when they were in a 2-2 split.
Yes.
And we saw 2 different teams push on them. One was Revenant Esports, the other team, I'm forgetting their name, but there was another team. Blood Rose, yes. Blood Rose and Revenant decided it was a 3v2 they have to deal with, and they had to deal with a 4v2. And they dealt with both of them at the same time. those are the fights that they won, and those are the fights that got them all the finishes. Before that, Brave Esports was just playing for placements.
Exactly, and initially again that entire 2-2 split was to stop Revenant Esports from pushing up against them, right? Can and Hemu on the other side to try and stop them crossing that little alley. Revenant Esports did try to counter that with the smokes, of course, but that did not really work out. I feel like this team really has this their set pieces known, right? They know how to stop compound pushes.
Exactly, and that was an incredible journey that we got to witness from Brave Esports, and of course some incredible fights as well. But ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to have a look at the points of this team, but after this very short break.
Push. Left. PKM use कर.
पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है? जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश. चल.
स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा. अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने. अलग ही जोन में ये तो.
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर.
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है. ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले.
है?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था.
अभी नहीं चाहिए.
मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने. चलो क्या जिग्नेश भाई.
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो, फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन, फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार. ये लो भैया, हो गई आपकी सेटिंग.
जुगाड़ू जिग्नेश.
समझे? सब पॉसिबल है, बस सेटिंग लगाना.
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो. हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the semi-finals of BGIS 2023. Of course, you just saw the commercial of Road to Valor's Empire Open Championship, which is going to happen pretty soon. So do not forget to go in and follow on Crafton India Esports and their socials, because that is where you are going to get all your updates. But with that being said, we have a small change on the panel. Mr. Necro is back up. How did you feel about that entire game of Miramar? I want to know from you. Brave Esports with 12 finishes a chicken dinner. Great performance.
I mean, look, finally no baits from the BGMI gods, right? Usually the circle forms in top, Los Leonos. In the end, it just sifts away. But today, this time, we finally saw an urban finish, and that's why I'm just really happy. And I'm a big fan of Los Leonos circles, considering inside the urban cities, in general, in the urban circle, it's just really tough to play around. You never know where you're going to get shot at from. You never know which building's going to be occupied. You just need to start taking guesses at that point. And Brave Esports, they were just dominating throughout the entire game.
Exactly, and I mean, it was really scrappy at the end. There were multiple teams, and we witnessed like the team counter went down from 11 to 5 in a matter of a flash
Yeah.
because multiple teams just collided against each other. But that was supposed to be happening. That was supposed to sort of happen in that urban warfare. One team which did manage to make a big jump was Enigma Gaming with their heal battle strategy.
Yeah, Enigma Gaming just going for that med strat, but at this point in time, it's not really a good sign for especially a big name like Enigma Gaming, right? You expect greatness from them. You expect a lot of elimination numbers on the board. Instead, Enigma Gaming, they're a little bit scared, sitting in the back, going for the med strat. It's not really a good sign for the future lines, but let's just hope they're prepared for what's going to be upcoming in the future. Speak about some of the initial things, even Brave Esports dismantling Marco's Gaming like that in the initial skirmish, I did not expect that.
I mean, to be honest, Brave Esports always had that technical prowess when taking their fights, and it was brilliant. This was one of the fights which was pretty exciting. Nest Esports and Team System, both of whom sort of have the advantage, both of whom have sort of the position on the overall standings where they can actually make it inside the top 16. But the fact that both System and Nest Esports, they aren't really getting those big chicken dinners on board might just be a problem for them in the later on.
Indeed it can, but this was the exact fight that I was speaking about, right? Marco's Gaming versus Brave Esports. Marco's Gaming just single-handedly dismantling the entirety of Brave Esports, and this is where things were just sort of not really looking good in the end. Even that final few moments, Marco's Gaming, they're trying their best. Vexy was the last survivor. Vexy moved on forward towards the safe lines, but then found himself against the players of GlitchX Reborn, and even GlitchX Reborn, they claimed that final elimination.
I mean, look at this as well. This was another fight which was very interesting. The top dogs, Blind Esports versus Team Mayavi. You kind of expect these two teams to be the most aggressive teams out of the lobby itself. But they are a very shallow shadow of their own prime self. Team Mayavi did try to do something. I mean, their aggressiveness was there. The nades were actually popping off pretty well. Blacks had a good performance in this game, trying to individually carry his team out of all the troubles. But Team Blind, they are nowhere to be seen, to be honest. I'm not really sure what's going wrong with them.
Yeah, I mean, Blind Esports, a little bit of struggles being seen from them. Genuinely, even I do not know what's going on exactly with the players of Blind Esports, but this moment right here, Blacks taking down the initial two players of TWM just started making me sweat so much because I genuinely thought TWM was about to lose that 1-on-3 situation and Blacks could have came out on top, but in the end, once again, Blacks was a little bit too hurt. Last man from TWM came in and closed down the affair, so that's why TWM was able to survive for a bit more longer inside the fray. But Brave Esports, in general, with the high ground they had, it was tough to take them down. They were just dominating throughout the entire game.
I mean, their natural awareness, right, in this particular fight or inside of the Los Leones region was completely brilliant. In that fight against Revenant Esports also, we witnessed that the 2-2 split which was coming in from them prevented Revenant Esports from invading onto their compound, and that sort of awareness did transition inside the final stage as well. In spite of all the chaos that was happening, they did try and find out that suitable building, they had the high ground advantage as well.
Yeah.
And that is, of course, like, and then of course the rest of the finishes and all the points are like a byproduct of your positioning. I always say this, your finishes are a byproduct of your positioning. Brave Esports with this game making a massive jump on the leaderboard, but now I wonder, where is GlitchX Reborn, to be honest, because they have two good games so far.
I mean, they started off on a great note. Once again, they were somewhere in the top 5 already, so now considering they've also got another good game on the board, I think so they should be somewhere in the top 2, without a doubt. GlitchX Reborn should have made that leap inside the top 2. They should be looking really good, considering Revenue Esports isn't really having a good time inside the Battlegrounds so far.
Yeah.
Even the Gladiator Esports is not really having a good time. So one thing is for sure, GlitchX Reborn, they had enough chances to climb up inside the top 3.
I mean, for sure, the overall standings is going to take a dip and take a massive shift in terms of teams as well. But kind of the point we set up in the first game, right? The big teams, the big names sort of were starting to feel comfortable. Enigma Gaming did not really have a very good game on the first game. They got eliminated, barely had like 0 or 1 points to actually work with on the map of Erangel. This time as well, on the map of Miramar, they did find the 3rd position, but that's about it. They had 2 eliminations on board, and the 3rd position finished 12 points in total. But now, where do they go, right? They did make that little bit of a climb, but these are just baby steps from the massive journey which they are yet to complete.
That is true. You know what, Salty? At this point in time, we're just having so many questions in our mind. So let's just take a look at the stats from the previous game. Let's move on forward and take a look at the MVP of that previous game, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of confusing affairs did happen, considering it was an urban circle. But in the end, once again, it was the players of Brave Esports who came out on top. And it has to be someone from the side of Brave Esports. It's going to be Ken with 4 elimination points wrapped up and 33.3 finish contribution.
I mean, Can from Brave Esports, whether it is Can or Simple or Dude or just Hemu, Brave Esports as a unit, they are absolutely fabulous. And I'm pretty sure when we transition to the top 5 Rebels Necro, there are going to be multiple players from Team Brave because they were literally the only team to actually cross that double-digit finish marker. Look at this. You've got Can, you've got Simple. From other teams, of course, you've got Aditya from Team Xbox, Joker from Blind was actually trying pretty hard, and then at the end, of course, you've got Hemo with 3 finishes.
I mean, look, the only man I'm missing over here is Dude. Where's Dude from the side of Brave Esports? Usually he's supposed to be sort of like a man that compliments Simple.
Yeah.
But this time, Dude is nowhere to be seen inside the top 5 Rebels, maybe in the future lines. But hey, as long as your team's going to have a good game, that's all that matters. It's a team game. You're supposed to function as a well-knit unit inside the game. And Brave Esports, they're making it happen. Team X Spark in front of us, too. Aditya with 4 elimination points. Joker as well is over there with 3 elimination points. Now, Blind Esports, as long as they're going to stay inside the top 16, that's all that's going to matter.
But I don't think they are in the top 16, to be honest. They are outside the top 16, and the purpose is that Joker continuously has been trying to pull his team out of slumber. 3 finishes for them is not really something which is going to work in. Look at this. Now, match scorecard, Blind Esports, they only get 4 points from this particular game. Not enough to propel themselves inside, and they need that gigabanger of a performance. We do see a lot of these players from Blind Esports on the MVP standings, but that's not transitioning into performance on the semi-finals.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, look, but as I said, you just need to be inside the top 16, right? Top 32 teams over here inside the semifinals. Only 16 have a chance to move up. As long as you're going to position yourself inside the top 16, that's all that's going to matter. It's not something like if you're going to be on the top 3, you're going to get a prize pool. No, that's not going to be the case. All you need to do is just stay inside the top 16 consistently.
Yep, but let's just talk about the stats in front of us, of course. Brave Esports making that massive leap with 12 finish points and 15 position points, 27 points in total. Glitch X Reborn, another very consistent performance, 18 points. You've got X-Park, you've got Enigma Gaming, you've got TWM as well. TWM, as a matter of fact, they are putting in very good leaps.
That is true, but then you take a look at the latter half of the board. You see Blood Rose Esports, Marcos Gaming, Team System not able to have a good start. Godsreen 2 is another name. Growing Strong, Lucknow Giants. All these teams you expect to perform inside the game, they're not performing, especially Marcos Gaming, Godsreen, Growing Strong, and Revenant Esports. These 4 names are supposed to be the heavy hitters in the lobby, but the previous game was not theirs.
Exactly. I mean, they are supposed to be the heavy hitters, but we saw it, right? The commotion inside that final circle, the commotion inside the urban circle, nobody was comfortable in that situation. And of course, that is one of the reasons why the big names just bore the brunt of it. But now what comes up is they need to actually start putting up big numbers on board. Revenant Esports is actually doing that, but the others, Blood Rose Esports, as a matter of fact, Team System, the consistency that we know of from these teams, that's not just coming.
I mean, look, there's a reason why I love these urban warfares, right? These urban circles. And I generally think so inside the city circles, teams are really tested to their fullest ability. Yeah. You really need to be as quick as possible inside these moments. And also you need to be quite adaptable. If the adaptability is not going to be all-time high, then struggles will be seen inside the game. A lot of the teams are able to adapt, are able to shift according to the zone, but some of the teams, they just end up choking. And I'm speaking about Brave Esports. They had such a good stance from the start till the end. They had a good adaptive nature regarding to the circle. But then you speak about some of the teams that were not really able to make it. TWM, they started taking some of the desperate fights. They started getting picked up because TWM did not really have a good pathway, a set pathway to success.
Yep, and of course there were multiple occasions where even Team Mayavi was just completely caught by multiple teams at once, the awareness that we are talking about. But ladies and gentlemen, these are going to be the groups, Group C and Group D, who are going to be competing on the map of Sanhok, the 3rd game of the day, and I'm pretty excited. Now, this is the 3rd straight game for Group D.
Yeah,
Enigma Gaming, for them, the day is going to finish. Even for Team System, Team Blood Rose Esports, all of these teams on the last page of the overall standings. Not really a good sign. Need to find that one big chicken dinner to work with. But on top, look at this. Team Insane, Night Owls, WSB Gaming, they are in great position.
I mean, look, speaking about Team System, Enigma Gaming, and Blood Rose Esports, these 3 teams need to perform out of their minds right now. Considering it's the last game of the day for Group D, these guys do not really have a lot of breathing room anymore inside today's day. So they need to make sure that they're making as much as possible inside the day too. Now, you brought up Team Insane too. Now, Team Insane is one of those teams that is doing quite okay in the overall standings. We're somewhere on the 22, I think so. But still, that's not a position that you expect a team like Team Insane to be in. You expect them to be somewhere in the top 5 with the highest amount of elimination points.
Exactly, and the same goes for even Night Owls, as a matter of fact. Now, Night Owls is a very new team, to be honest. They are an underdog. We've seen their potential, but of course, not at this stage before. They haven't really played at the semi-finals of an official tournament like the BGIS before. But the fact that they're here, I'm pretty sure we've talked about it. Experience will always be there, but the brilliance that you have shown, it has to be there throughout. You can't really be like, all right, fine, we've never played in the grand finals or the semi-finals before, so we're not really experienced in this particular situation. Expecting some good games from Night Owls. The map of Sanhok kind of suits their aggressive nature, and maybe Cleo can actually make the most out of it.
I mean, that's the exact reason why I did not really speak about Night Owl in the first place, right? Because it's a new name. It's an upcoming name. You never know if they're going to be able to perform under such big pressure or not. And so far, they haven't been able to perform up to the mark as we expect them to perform. Even some of the big names are not able to perform. I mean, do not even speak about Night Owl. Speak about Newman Gaming, a team that's currently on the second last spot in the overall standings. Newman Gaming should be a big point of concern right now in the overall standings in general, and they should be a big talking point over here.
100%. I think Newman Gaming, we completely kind of forgot and skipped our mind because we've seen so much of Enigma Gaming so far on this day. But now finally Newman Gaming, their partners in crime, are back hoping for a big chicken dinner. But ladies and gentlemen, the map of Sanhok is live and the big bird is back on the skies.
Exactly. The plane's going to be in the skies as the plane flight path starting all the way from down south towards the northern side, which is Cow. Now, this plane flight path is quite okay, considering it's the map of Sanhok. It's been a while, actually, Salty. I just realized I've casted a game of Sanhok.
Has it been, I mean?
Yeah, it has.
Yeah, you were casting a lot of Vikendi.
Yeah, I was.
Throughout this entire tournament. But welcome back on the map of Sanhok, man. It's where all the aggression happens.
It does. I mean, I'm just a huge fan of Sanhok. I'm a huge fan of aggression in general. I really want to see how these teams will be unfolding their play style on this map, especially Team Insane's over here in contention. I want to see how they're going to play. Even a while ago, you brought out the name of Night Owls. Even I want to see how Night Owls is going to play. Blood Rose Esports, another one of those teams. Recently, these guys are on a bit of a backstep.
I'll just give you a small little reminder once again. Blood Rose Esports, they were at a backstep, but on the map of Sanhok, they just find something else. They just find different blood in their veins, and they're just all aggressive. And this time as well, inside of Painan, they are going head-to-head against Insane Gaming. Now, this is where a lot of these collisions are going to matter a lot. For Blood Rose Esports, this fight means a lot for them. They need to make that big climb. For Team Insane as well, you mentioned they are somewhere in the third page of the overall standings. For them as well, they need to win this early battle and move on from here. The game of Sanhok presents so many opportunities.
It does. Especially to the teams that are not able to perform well, right? Sanhok brings in that variety next to Vikendi. And let's see how well Blood Rose Esports are going to be able to perform. Given the opportunity to perform on the map of Sanhok, it's supposed to be rewarding to the teams that are quite aggressive inside the game. So I want to see how Blood Rose Esports, they've got things done for themselves. Pasha P2 on the way. Team Insane on the opposite side, so Blood Rose Esports for now, they do not really need to care about a lot of foes. But as soon as I say that, Pasha catches a couple of stray bullets.
They heard you, Necro. They heard you when you said they don't really care about their familiar foes, and then Team Insane were like, alright, fine, we'll just give them a taste of our medicine. And shots were fired. Blood Rose, of course, are going to recover. They are on two different sides of this small little stream that divides the village of Painan, but Team Insane taking first steps, the first initiatives in this particular fight. I'm not really sure if that invites a little bit of a retaliation from Blood Rose as well. I think Team Insane definitely have the exit strategy, and one bad move, I'm pretty sure they're just going to exit from this entire village. Even Blood Rose sort of understand that, and they're not really taking some desperate measures to take this fight head on right at the get-go.
Team Insane, they do not really need to press upon the charges that aggressively, considering from the back now, even Tyne FTW, they're starting to knock on the doors. One man's already knocked out in the name of Pasha OP. Not a good start for the players of Blood Rose. Viper OP2 is a little bit on the sidelines. Oh, 6 Sense, he spotted out the player in the far fray. Some good spotting from this guy. Tyne FTW is a name to be feared, considering these guys were in the top 16. They're looking quite good. All they need is a consistent more points, and they should be good to go.
And Sixth Sense was here to actually scout out the village of Painan, but now all he has done is relay that entire information to his teams. Everybody is coming here as well, and I think they're coming to stop Team Insane dead on their tracks. A lot of shots being taken as well. Even Pasha OP is getting revived over there.
Look at the bullets. He's
10
got
bullets.
none. 9 bullets left in the magazine, and now his teammates are here for rescue.
He had the UMP as well.
He's not going to shoot that far away with the UMP, my friend. OR Esports in front of us. Towards Camp Bravo. Now a team that's right next to him is in the name of Team CS Esports. And already they've managed to open things up. They've managed to get 1 elimination point wrapped up against the players of OR Esports. And considering OR Esports, they're quite a peaceful team. They like to start things off on a peaceful note. CS Esports, they're going to have none of that.
I kind of said that Sanhok was aggressive and you should actually enjoy yourself on this particular map, but this particular map of Sanhok actually is pretty calm. You can hear the birds chirping. Not really, but you can just feel the essence, feel the atmosphere.
Yeah.
There is a lot of tension though. There are a lot of unfriendly neighbors, just like Night Owls and Team Newman Gaming, pretty close to each other, but pretty sure as the second or the third circle shifts, there is going to be a lot more battles happening. Considering that this has been a very basic circle, it's right on top of the mainland, the teams are in a safe spot, there has been no drop collision whatsoever. This was bound to happen. We were bound to have a very peaceful start to the map of Sanhok, but...
Oh, this is not looking too peaceful.
Newman Gaming?
Newman Gaming and Night Owls right next to each other, and both these teams, I mean, especially Night Owls, is supposed to be like the aggressive bunch. A bit of a cold war going on between these two. Considering Night Owls, as I mentioned, they're supposed to be on the aggressive page. Newman Gaming, they're currently struggling so much inside the tournament. Both of these teams, they're desperately searching for any type of points they can lay their hands on. Authenki peeks out. This was quite an awkward engagement, but in the end, it does not really work out that well for Authenki. He gets shut down. Team Empire, a great way to kick things off.
Yeah, I mean, Atanki from Team Midwave just pushed on to his scouting missions way too much. He was the only player in that vicinity, and Team Empire was obviously going to punish them for days. The rest of his teammates is not even here. The rest of the teammates are far away from Team Midwave. So,
yeah,
this elimination was not really required. But then you understand the job for scout is sometimes to be in positions when you're not meant to be.
I don't even think he was scouting. He was just going for the loot. And then he was in those compounds looting up, and then the players of Team Empire show up like the uninvited guests to a party. And then they take out the host himself from the party.
Maybe.
And then they're the one rocking the stage.
What do you mean by rocking the stage? There is no stage. It's the map of Sanhok.
This is a level playing field. It's a stage for these teams to perform and showcase their true caliber to come out on top in the grand finals, Salty.
Oh my. Yeah. Of course. I mean, as long as there's peace inside the game, let's just enjoy the peace. Let's just enjoy these players just having their merry time on the map.
You know I don't like peace.
I know you
I'm
don't.
not a peaceful person myself.
That's why I want to stay away from you.
I'm a pretty talkative guy. Okay, then stay away. Why are you over here, man?
Not really, Necro. You know I love you.
Okay, no, I don't love you.
Coming
But
back
I
into
like
the game.
you as a good friend.
Coming back into the game once again.
Yeah.
Growing strong. One of the teams whom we sort of expected to be at the very top. Godbot has been the only one who's sort of upheld that thought so far.
Oh, yeah.
The rest of the players, not really so much.
I mean, he's single-handedly carrying his team in the elimination aspect.
Yeah?
He's got the most amount of finished contribution. I think it was 55 or something, but more than 50, that's for sure. So, yeah, he's a man to be feared. His name is Godbot, right? Imagine a bot that's on a god level. It's always something to be feared of.
Interesting. I kind of felt like those are two very contradictory words. Being a god is like being absolute beast, and then being a bot is like being a bot.
So you've never played a game on the hardest difficulty?
I have.
That is Godbot right there.
All right.
He's a bot that's supposed to be godlike. And right now the players are growing strong. They're taking a couple of shots against themselves. Revenue Esports inside the fray. Fierce in the clotheslines as usual. He's softened up a bit, but still not that big of an issue. Even somewhere else on the map, the players of Team Empire, they're getting in a fight against the players of OR Esports. OR Esports, they're already down to a two-man squad. That's not a good deal.
Yeah, I mean, OR Esports have been taking hits left, right, and center. Once again, the sort of the lack of map awareness has hurt them throughout this tournament. It's not just this particular stage, but throughout this tournament, where they have been hurt multiple times. Of course, they do have the firepower, which has sort of enabled them to qualify to the semi-finals, but now they have to fix this. And look at this.
Nice.
Growing strong Eclipse. The nade is going to blow him up. And now Titan FTW, they are starting to punish them.
I mean, Titan FTW, this team was on a prowl off the bat, and now finally they've found 2 knockouts. Godbot taken down inside the game, growing strong in a world of trouble. Titan FTW. Out of nowhere, the pace just drops inside the fight.
Yeah. The pace certainly isn't there. Titan FTW, they just spotted out the players and eliminated them, but they still don't have the information of where the rest of the 2 players are, it seems. Or they're not really interested in invading the compounds. Which is a good sign, of course. They aren't really going in aggressive. They aren't really trying to take desperate measures to get those finish numbers up. Just trying to scout out relative positions left, right, and center, trying to produce that virtual heat map on their head. And it seems like they've done a good job so far. Team Revenant very close by. They have to be more careful about that.
Night Owls, Newman Gaming. This stalemate is a little bit too weird. It's a toxic relationship, but none of them want to get out of it. They're both loving the feeling of being in this relationship, but slowly and steadily, they're just giving up that peace that they have. And right now, finally, that peace is completely came to an end as Rex, he breaks that peace with that elimination with the bullets right to the enemy dome. Clutch got a little bit far away too with the high ground. He's got that coverage of the entire land. Night Owls out in the open. This is not a good situation to be in.
Newman Gaming, they haven't really involved themselves in any fight in particular, but Clutch God has 32 bullets in his chamber on that M4. I'm not really sure what they were doing so far. Certainly not having done enough loot in the process, and now Night Owls, they've sort of recovered from that initial knock. Dream has been revived, but Rex is still on his knees right now. And it seems like that just buys him time to actually push up. Night Owls are making big strides. Even Savitar, his position, it seems like that has been spotted. And Draco and Roxy, both of them together will try and take him down.
Roxy, he knows exactly where that player from Newman Gaming is, but still Savitar, a snake amongst the grass, manages to find one, but then Roxy returns back. Nicely done. Savitar knocked out and confirmed from the game. Newman Gaming once again a bad start. Night Owls back inside the frame, back inside the competition. They're looking to dominate the players of Newman Gaming. They've got the man advantage inside this entire circumstance, and also better loot compared to the players of Newman Gaming. Everything stacked up for the players of Night Owls. Newman Gaming on the verge of just extinguishing this compound, but the nade was tossed to perfection. Cleo finds that opening. Rex gets knocked out and finished from the game. Newman Gaming getting dismantled slowly and steadily.
Yeah, you can see it in their moves as well right now. The rest of the 2 players, they're trying to get away from this fight. And Night Owls, they have established their superiority in this particular fight. Avi, of course, did not really find that exit strategy. Man did not have any vehicle, and therefore now he's stuck behind those logs. And you know that the hunters are on the prowl. Might just take him down along with them. But Clutchgod did find his exit. That is a friend who completely betrayed Avi in that situation.
This is why you keep a cycle with you. Just pull out the cycle and move away, but still, considering it's a little bit too slow, the enemies will take you down easily.
Yeah.
But It'll be a funny thing to witness, right? The last time we saw the cycles being utilized to perfection was that military rotation from a team that was being pulled off. But now over here, we're seeing Night Owls once again in the sight lines of Newman Gaming. Clutch God is a little bit far away, but does not really have a lot of bullets to spare inside the fight anymore. Night Owls in a really comfortable stance inside that fight, but one thing is for sure, the players of Night Owls need to make it out of that entire circumstance, out of that entire scenario, because their backs against the walls.
Newman Gaming, I just don't understand why did they stay in this situation for so long? Why did they just not decide to fall back and just take that exit from the situation? Because it was the entirety of the first circle, Necro. The entirety of the first circle, these two teams just stared at each other at point blank range. The circle, of course, does shift, which is going to force them right now inwards towards the circle itself. But Newman Gaming, I'm not really sure if they are going to find that right spot. Clutch God, of course, still in the back lines. Avi will try and possibly make an exit right now. Night Owls is already on the move.
Oh, Cleo. Oh, spot out Avi. There we go. Catches the man slacking and eventually finds him and eliminates him from the game. Nicely done. Cleo was just waiting in the back. He was a little bait. They knew that there's someone around. And as soon as the buggies and the vehicles started leaving, Cleo was like, I'm just going to stay over here. You guys move up. And he catches Avi lacking.
Newman Gaming, they've certainly been hurt right now. And it seems like even Clutch God might just be even spotted Draco. Might have that visibility onto him, but look at this, Night Owls. They have a good movement towards Paradise Resort, and even Clutch God is here. This is a love story and a half, Necro.
And as usual, in that toxic relationship, someone ends up heartbroken. And right now, Newman Gaming are the one that are heartbroken. They do not really have a lot to spare anymore, do not really have a lot to give anymore, not a lot of trust left. Just that one single piece that's left over in the name of Clutch God.
It's weird to actually hear you talk all about life and relationships, toxic relationships, quote unquote. It's funny, Necro. Don't make me laugh.
Speaking about the game, dude.
Yeah, you do. You're talking about a toxic relationship.
No, I'm speaking about a game.
All right, I just consider.
Oh, well, this is how our Esports got eliminated from the game. That's a peaceful exit to the lobby.
Yeah, it seemed like they were not hurt a lot in that process. They were just silently executed while they were caught napping. OR Esports, certainly the performance took a massive dip today. Not really their prime self. On the map of Sanhok, I expected that OR Esports might actually pull in or pull up their aggressive shoes, but did not really happen. It's been a very quiet start. At least this is the stage 3. This is when I expected the action to begin. But no, wait. Every team has a lot of real estate to work with.
It's a little bit weird to see the players of Blood Rose Esports towards Pond. Right next to them is Midwave Esports. And also the players of Team Empire.
Yeah.
Blood Rose knows that there's someone in the front on top of that hill, but still not an exact information.
Team WSB has the best position out of all.
Yeah.
They have the solid cover. They know, as a matter of fact, that inside of this particular circle, majority of the other pieces of real estate are sort of out in the open. I mean, look at this, right? Titan FTW, they will have to sacrifice their compounds as well in a couple of moments. Team Enigma Gaming, they barely have anything. They possibly just have a shack or two. CS Esports as well, they have a couple of houses, but that's about it. The rest of the teams, when they try and make their entry, majority of them, especially Team System as well as Team TWM, they might just be under fire from WSB.
They might. There's a big might there. Revenue Esports, Team Insane, the battle breaks out. Trades did happen back and forth. Even Dark Lord goes down from the side of Team Insane, but now Hirsch trying to wrap around. Already another knockout found against MJ2. This is not really a great start against the players of Revenue Esports, considering Team Insane, they're in a better spot. And Hirsch having the high ground, he does have a lot of visual confirmation against the players of Revenue Esports. Utilities being tossed in the front lines. Ursh going for the resurrection onto Dark Lord. He's going to be back upon his feet soon enough. Once again, the battle broke out, and now it's back to quiet.
Revenant Esports actually realized that this was a lost cause in this particular fight. They were never going to win against Insane Esports in that uphill battle. So therefore, they took a different rotation, a longer rotation to try and enter the circle. But it seems like Apollo has sort of been stuck right behind this tree. There's no lines of sight whatsoever, no cover for him to actually work with. And now, Team Night Owls, they've even got Godsreen as well. It's Ninja as well as Aquanox, both of them team taking down. Night Owls are doing such a fabulous job. I mean, this is their map.
Yeah, Night Owls eliminating the entirety of Godsreen. This is not the way things should have kicked out for them. And now it's just Blaze left alive. Even the elimination feeds now starting to pop out. Even Enigma Gaming was in a fight themselves. So many fights breaking out at the same time. It's tough to keep track of that. And this is why I love the map of Sanhok. Chaos proves up in the early stages of the game. Empire, another man gets knocked out against the players of Enigma Gaming. Revenant Esports, even this fight breaks out. Adi in the front lines all by himself, trying to hold off against the players of Revenant Esports. MJ closes on up to the left lines, but even the wall of death now is going to be chipping away so much damage. Adi needs to be a little bit more safe and sound in these moments, but eventually he's got a bit too many angles to take care of, and he gets knocked out.
Good teamwork from Revenant Esports as well. 3 players still alive. And now look at this. Harsh just trying to use the topography to his advantage. Does have the line of sight, but needs to fall back. Another knock being confirmed. Revenant Esports are constantly taking hits, and Team Insane just using that little bit of a slope as well as the right side of the circle to their advantage. Revenant Esports might just be dug 6 feet under in this particular fight, Necro.
Yeah, Revenant Esports once again not having a good start. Team Insane, yeah, they did lose out on Adi, but it's completely okay. They've still got 3 legends standing on their feet. Dark Lord, Hirsch, Skips, and even the circle sort of moves closer to them. On the southern side, Revenant Esports, they're caught slacking. Another man gets knocked out. It's all down to MJ now. Revenant Esports on the verge of getting completely eliminated from the game. And MJ trying to keep his position anonymous in the back lines, but Team Insane, they're not just going to let it go like that. They tossed out, Hirsch knocked out. Oh, this could have been a close one, but Hirsch eventually gets knocked out because the amount of bullets that are peppering himself, and eventually even the Wall of Death is going to consume the last guy from Revenant Esports.
This was such a valiant effort from MJ, from the side of Revenant Esports. Look at that. I mean, Team Insane were barely reduced to just Skips surviving to very low HP as a matter of fact. Team Insane looked very dominant inside the southern shoreline of the circle. They were moving their buggies, they were scouting different areas, they had no trouble whatsoever. But MJ from the back lines, the man was still taking damage from the blue zone, but still lobbing that nade. And you predicted the Hirsch knock pretty accurately. I mean, the nade did not do it, but the shots from the weapon actually did that.
CS Esports. At this point in time, every single team needs to play in the outskirts. Not exactly in the outskirts, but on the edges. WSP, even the Wall of Death is not going to force these guys to move in. Zeref out in the open. He's only got the Vico to work with. DWM in the receiving lines. Loses out on one guy. Was out in the open. Destiny trying to get a little bit of revenge for his teammate, but it's completely okay. WSP, they're going to be in a good spot. DWM do not really have the man number to fight against this. Still Sam's in the back lines. That nade was tossed to perfection. Gonna find a knockout against the players of WSP. Raiden goes down, including Scream. Now it's all down to Seraph. And he's trying his best to fight back. A little bit too many foes to deal with. Even from the front lines, it's the players of Night Owls closing in.
Exactly, Night Owls closing in from the front lines. From behind, it's TWM as well. And Cleo, of course, leading the charge. He has a shotgun. And that was one shot. Night Owls just really making their presence felt inside the final moment. But now TWM Gaming trying to challenge them. And all of a sudden, Sams has been brought down to his knees.
Destiny even trying to close on up to that safe zone towards his fallen comrade Sams. Night Owls even there getting picked off slowly and steadily. Roxy out in the open. He gets knocked out too. Destiny, he's got so many pickings to do. And eventually in the end finds Cleo too. Nicely done, TWM Gaming. They keep on marching forward, but at the cost of 2 teammates. Tyne FTW, now these guys are going to be looking for to clean up the entirety of TWM. It won't be a tough cleanup indeed, but Nano Baby, he's not going to stop, but he gets stopped in tracks by Destiny because of that DBS. The pump to the face will stop that guy. But TWM, these two men, they've got so much to look ahead to.
They absolutely do. I mean, there are still 7 teams. In fact, actually cut down to 5 teams inside the competition. CS Esports, they're marching from outside the circle, but they're making their presence felt. 9 eliminations already, but make it 10. This team has reached double digits.
Even Team Insane get eliminated on the 5th spot. CS Esports, these guys are playing like an immovable force inside the game. And Ranadeep, he finds another elimination against the foes. Tyne FTW in a big world of trouble now, but they've got the hard cover to play with. But considering even from the backlines, there's going to be the players of TWM to close on up. It's a sandwich situation.
They have to be wary of Dionysus and his positioning as well. But seems like they have sort of spotted him. CS Esports would not tolerate any fishy business. Dionysus being taken out of the picture as well. And now for CS Esports, the journey is almost over. The only thorn in their way to the chicken dinner, of course, is going to be Titan FTW. And one lad from TWM Gaming, Lobster. He's trying to take up the fight, but he's been instantly shut down.
Yeah, Destiny's in the back lines, and I highly doubt he's going to be able to shake his hands with Destiny. So it's pretty much done for the players of TWM Gaming. But at least they will try to secure the 2nd spot. This battle breaks out. Tyne FTW, they do manage to find a return knockout, but still, they've got the man disadvantage. But the DBS up close and personal will always shine through against any other weapon. At CS Esports, they've got so much advantage to look back to. He's trying his best, but I don't think so he's going to be able to survive in the end because Destiny from the blue seals the deal and tries to close on up against the enemies. Does not have a lot of HP, and the drop shot from Ranadeep takes him out.
It was actually close, to be honest. Destiny surviving up until the 2nd position and then coming up. CS Esports, he found them 2 players knocked down. 1 player was very low at HP. It almost felt like Destiny had a chance at the chicken dinner. Could have been crazy, but CS Esports, it's been a very valiant effort. When you have so many finishers on board and you establish yourself the authority inside the final circuit, you know the performance has been brilliant.
CS Esports, they had a good mix of aggressiveness and also passiveness in that previous game. They knew when to play defensive, they knew when to breach, and that's what they did in the final few moments too. CS Esports clearly knew that they are going to be the dominant ones, they are going to be the alpha males in that situation, and they asserted their dominance.
Absolutely. One of the players, especially like when you have the players like Ranadeep who are capable of getting 6 finishes, 7 finishes, 8 finishes on board all by themselves, you know your job is done. You know your job is halfway done. But nothing taken away from another team, Night Owls, how beautifully they played. Even they had sort of about 10 finishes, if I'm not mistaken. Every single one from Night Owls were playing absolutely brilliantly. We saw the mid-game stages was completely dominated by them. And this is something which you expect from a team like this. Aggressiveness on the map of Sanhok, trying to capitalize on their home turf.
Exactly. I mean, in general, CS Esports, they just had a really flawless game. Even the final few teams, TWM, they tried their best to survive, but considering Tyne FTW, they just had a better compound, a better positioning, so Tyne FTW just had a better advantage.
Yeah, they certainly did. I mean, I kind of felt WSB and their compound hold was the best, but Titan FTW, they could not really use their positioning to their advantage, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, the point standings on the other side of this very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Push, left, ठीक है हम
अरे पीछे
वो यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल
स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा।
अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें। अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है। ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
है
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC. And don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था.
अभी नहीं चाहिए.
मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने. चलो क्या जिग्नेश भाई.
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो, फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन, फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार. ये लो भैया, हो गई आपकी सेटिंग.
जुगाड़ू जिग्नेश.
समझे? सब पॉसिबल है, बस सेटिंग लगाना.
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो. हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
हो ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
Oh man, today's a bit of a weird day, huh? Isn't it? I mean, I got to cast Sanhok, and now you're gonna get to cast Vikendi.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've seen you on the icy lands.
Yeah, I hate it. I hate snow. I mean, cold doesn't really suit me since I'm so skinny. But, I mean, today has been an exciting day, so I wanted to check out what was going to happen on Vikendi. I mean, we have had weird Erangel, we have had a very weird Miramar, and of course, that Sanhok ending wasn't something you see normally as well.
That is true. CS Esports being able to preserve their man number till the end, coming out on top as well. That's something I did not really expect, considering CS Esports, they were looking quite good initially, right? But then later on, since how they kept on moving inside the game, that was quite nice too. And then that fight against the players of Newman Gaming, Night Owls. It was one of the most weirdest fights that I've seen. Newman Gaming, they were just lost.
One of my favorite moments, although in the game, I mean, apart from the ones you mentioned, was Destiny and his run from the side of TWM, where he was able to pick off the players from Night Owls, did about another onslaught headed in his direction, and that was overall just phenomenal instincts put on display by TWM. And they have been quite consistent in the matches they've played so far.
I genuinely thought Destiny's going to be ending things on a third note, but no, instead he got a little bit of line of sight on that compound, shut down the second last guy to get the second position secured as well, and then, well, in the end, he just got, he happily accepted his fate. He knew that he's going to be taken down anyways, no matter what. So, yeah, Destiny was like, I've done my job anyways. We've got the second positioning inside the game. We should be good to go, and TWM should be a big point of talking over here, considering they're looking quite consistent too.
Yeah, I mean, not in terms of placement as much, but their aggression does get them a lot of finishes at the end of each game, and I think that is something that can also work out quite nicely in TWM's favor, because right now, I mean, you don't really have to finish on the first position. You get nothing for finishing on the first or the second or even being on the podium. You just have to be on the 60 in the top 16. The team on the first and the team on the 16th. Everyone in between as well. All of them move to the final.
An interesting conversation to have can also be in the name of Titan FTW, considering off the bat these guys were on a hunt.
Yeah.
You can instantly see them on the Pine Hill. These guys were scouting for the elimination points, then they moved on over towards Pond as well. They third party this entire situation as well. But then this nade from Eclipse is something that stole the entire limelight.
Yeah, it was quite brilliant. I mean, the other lad also did not see it coming. He did not have any vision of Eclipse, so he did not know what the opposition was up to. But still, this was the fight that you were talking about, Necro.
Yeah, this was the fight that I was speaking about. Night Owls versus the players of Newman Gaming. Newman Gaming just seemed completely lost, but then this was quite a brilliant move being pulled out by the players of Night Owls, right? Cleo was like, I'm going to stay in the back in the warehouses. I think there's still one foe lurking around, and you guys can start moving away from this entire spot. As soon as Avi thought that, okay, there's a chance that the enemies have moved out completely, then Cleo peeks out and shuts him down.
The only thing that feels like a point of concern to me for Night Owls is the fact that in the semifinals, at least, they have been extremely inconsistent. I mean, yesterday, out of 3 matches, we saw them win 1 game and the other matches were not even good. Today as well, they've had a little bit of more momentum building up from the start till now. I mean, this game of Sanhok was quite decent for them, but they will have to keep the ball rolling. They have 2 more matches left.
Yeah.
Let's see what they can do.
Not just them, even we need to speak about the players in Newman Gaming, Enigma Gaming. These 2 teams, they're not able to perform at all. Slowly and steadily, at least we're seeing some other teams perform up to the occasion, right? Even Team Insane, they're trying their best to sort of keep themselves in the top 5 somewhere. But then even for Team Insane, this game didn't really work out that well. Maybe in the future lines they can.
Exactly. As I said, 2 more matches left for Group C. Hopefully they can convert even one of those. I mean, as long as you get 1 chicken dinner in the bag today, even if it is with 5 eliminations or 6 eliminations, it will get you in a position where the top 16 won't really be a challenge tomorrow.
This entire fight with the players of Brave Esports and TWM Gaming was quite weird. I would say it was quite a scrappy fight, but in the end, TWM Gaming, they sort of had the momentum rolling in for them. It looked pretty decent. And then CS Esports, as I mentioned, till the end, they just had the man number preserved quite perfectly. They did not really over-aggress onto any of their things. They were taking their sweet little time and knowing the positions of the enemy teams. They were doing their research in the final few moments too. And then that's where they made that pounce happen.
With Destiny, I mean, you have to give this man mad props. We did not expect him reaching into the top 3 at any point. I thought he was going to be finished off a few moments ago, like on the 5th or the 6th position, but still he managed to survive in that blue zone and in the end did secure the top 2 finish for his team.
Yeah, he did have a decent amount of meds, so I did think that he might be able to get to the top 3, but getting the 2nd spot is something I did not expect at all. But I think so while he was popping the meds, at the same time he was trying to create an angle towards that compound. So before he got taken down, at least he got his 1.
I thought he was going to be finished off right after he was done with Night Owls, to be honest. I thought that would be the exit for TWM. But Destiny, I mean, feels like he is Destiny's child himself, surviving till the end game stages. I mean, results from this man have been quite incredible, and I can't wait to see what they're going to do in the future games, actually.
Speaking about another scrappy fight, actually, Team Insane and Revenant Esports. Now, Revenant Esports were in a complete disadvantage inside that fight, but still Team Insane, they screwed up massively, considering one of the men was all the way out in the open. It was Adi, actually, in the front lines, and then Team Revenant Esports had a big chance of capitalizing. They did get the advantage, too, but in the end, Team Insane, they just played that pretty brilliantly. They knew Adi is not going to be revivable anymore. It's better to back out inside the safe zone and just hold the safe lines.
Exactly, and I mean, that switch of mindset was quite important because you do not want to go up against Revenant Esports no matter what happens. This team has completely changed their playstyle, and all of a sudden in the matches in the semifinals, we see them be extremely finish hungry.
Yeah, they have been. In general, Revenant Esports, that playstyle change that we've seen from them, it's quite nice. Sometimes it works out for them, sometimes it doesn't. There's always 2 ways to a side, as you know, I like to speak. Yeah. And then Team Insane as well, for them, we have seen a bit of a change inside their playstyle too, right? Considering before these stages, they like to play so aggressive. Now they're not too aggressive at all. They take fights that are desperately needed to be taken.
And it feels like everyone in the lobby has found the crack to the code of what Team Insane is up to and how they need to break them down, even in those 4v4s as well. I mean, and Team Insane, I think at this point, they need to do whatever it takes to survive. As long as they make it to the finals, they will have that little bit of a gap of a few days where they can go back to the drawing board, figure out what went wrong, what are the small changes they need to implement in order to get better results in the finals.
This is the exact conversation I had with Salty as well, right? Salty mentioned that, yeah, Team Insane is not really able to do that well, including Blind Esports too, not in the positions that we expected them to be in. But then I mentioned as long as they're going to make it inside the top 16, that's all that matters. Okay, it's not like you're going to get an extra bit of prize pool if you make it in the top 3 in the semifinals.
I mean, unless you are one of those players on the BGIS MVP ranking, the rebel of BGIS. I mean, the list we see every single day at the start and at the end. If you're one of those players, you have an extra 4 lakh on the line. So those individuals definitely do need to perform. But apart from that, from a team's perspective, from the perspective of just making it through to the finals, you will have to do whatever it takes. I mean, even if it just means racking up first aids, 20 first aids on one player on every map and just telling him to sit in a corner and just do heal battles.
That is true. But as I mentioned right a while ago too, a big point of concern has to be Newman Gaming and Enigma Gaming, considering especially for Enigma Gaming, their games are done. inside today's day. They're not going to be able to play anymore. Their entire group is not going to be able to play any more games, considering they have played their today's 3 games. So Enigma Gaming, all they can do is just sit back, relax, and watch all the games, and maybe try and accumulate a bit more information on how to play in the future lines.
Yeah, I mean, the only good game from the side of Enigma today was that map of Miramar, where because of the heal battle, they did walk away with, I believe, 11 points is the total tally from Miramar, because they had that 1 finish point and the 10 for placements. But still, that's not going to be enough to get them anywhere close to the top 16. They will still be on that last page of the leaderboard, but I believe they won't be dead last anymore. They might be in the second last or the third last position. Newman on the other side, I mean, we expected big things from Newman with what was happening in the previous round. I mean, so much aggression, especially the kind of lineup this team has. We expected them to dominate these lobbies or at least be in a comfortable position within the top 16. Hasn't really happened. 2 days left. I don't know. I think hope is fading away slowly.
That is true. Yeah, I mean, hope is definitely fading away, but I expected that sort of an affair from Newman Gaming. Because I do know, yeah, it's understandable in the past stages, these guys were dominating quite well in the overall standings in general. But you also need to take a look with how they were playing inside the game. They were not looking too confident in their approach anyways. They were able to get those points secured. Somehow they were getting those elimination points, but they were playing super safe.
I mean, it can be due to multiple things what is happening to Newman. I mean, but I think... I don't know, man. I mean, Newman is just like a very different, interesting conversation to have.
Yeah, it's something
very
that you can never trust on, right? You just never know. They can pop out of nowhere, then they can just struggle throughout the entire tournament. It's a really tough one to say. This is why I said, right, do not really trust Newman Gaming, because you never know if they're going to be able to play good or not. But for now, as we do have the MVP of the previous game, it's going to be Ranadeep from CS Esports, 8 finish points and 53.3 finish contribution.
That is quite incredible, in fact, and I think CS Esports, we will see them take a massive leap in the overall rankings as well because of this performance from Ranadeep and Para, in fact. Para is one of those players who has been consistent from the side of CS Esports.
Yeah.
But we do see Cleo, in fact, and Roxy from Night Owls join the list as well of top 5 rebels, and then there's going to be Lobster from the side of TWM.
Yeah.
Lobster, again, a very well-known name from the side of TWM Gaming. Every single game shows up quite nicely.
Yeah, Lobster. I mean, indeed, lobsters are supposed to be harmless, but this man is quite harmful.
Yeah.
He's definitely harping a lot of teams inside the game, but now as we do move on forward towards the match scoreboard, CS Esports on the top with 30 points accumulated. TWM on the second spot with 22 points, and then Night Owls. Quite a decent performance from these guys too. Tyne FTW as well, getting a decent amount of points.
I mean, Night Owls, I don't know why you call it decent. I mean, 13 finishes in the match. They were out for a hunt, but...
the overall structure.
Again, I mean, just running into fights, delaying their rotations themselves, and of course, did not take into account that a man called Destiny has his destiny written as the destruction, as a destroyer of the teams who are in the blue, especially in this map of Sanhok. But Titan FTW, quite a decent game coming in from their side as well. 12 points, not too shabby. But talking about shabby performances, OR today has not been in good form. They're going to take a dip on the rankings.
OR Esports, they started getting picked up off the bat. I think so it was the players are growing strong who found that initial knockout. I think so it was... I'm not exactly sure who was the man who got taken down instantly as soon as the game started, but OR Esports, they're definitely struggling quite a lot as we move on forward towards the overall storyboard of this entire semifinals, ladies and gentlemen. The teams are in front of you.
Well, the teams are in front of us, and Gladiator Esports still managing to retain that first position for themselves, although the opposition has caught up. TWM on the second with 70, and Revenant Esports all tied up with TWM with 70 points as well. And then after the top 3, we see a dip, with Glitch Reborn being on that 4th position, 59 points to them. So there's the top 3 bracket, Gladiator, TWM, and Revenant. And then we see 4th to 8th position, Revenant, Metal Esports being on the 8th position with 46 points. The things are getting quite interesting, 46 to 43. So the bracket goes all the way till the 13th position where Autobots is with 40 points.
True. Yeah, OR Esports, they're in the top 16, so they should be good. Blind Esports too, they're looking pretty good considering they're in the top 16 as well. Tyne FTW, they've made that decent leap inside the top 16, so that's really good news. Brave Esports, they're starting to slip out in that position, but still nothing to worry about just yet. Team X-Spark, they definitely need to make something happen in the upcoming games.
Yeah, X-Park needs to pull through. But X-Park, I think they have been doing quite a decent job. They're still on the 10th position. They started on the 11th. They've moved up a spot and then they have dropped back down. But I think they're going to step into the the match after this one they're going to be playing, so they will have an opportunity to bounce back. But today, I think Team System has actually taken a very nice leap for themselves. We saw them on the last page of the rankings, but today they find themselves in the 18th position now after 3 games done.
Yeah, that's some consistent performance being put up on the board from the side of Team System. But once again, they've played all their 3 games today as well. The 6 games done for the side of Team System, so they're just going to be sitting back, relaxing, and watching the games now. Soon enough, we might just see that 18th position being taken away from System. So I'm assuming at the end of the day, they should be somewhere around 23 or 24.
I think if they just stay on this last page, second last page of the ranking as well, they should be okay. Things won't be that bad as for the teams in the last page of the rankings, because once we get to the last page, I think there are going to be few teams with just single digits as well till now.
That is true, but let's move on forward to the latter half of the board now, the last page of the overall structure, and we're going to have Enigma Gaming on the 25, and then we're going to have Newman Gaming all the way on the bottom on 32 with only 6 points accumulated. That's single digit.
Yeah, Newman Gaming not really... Things not working out for them. And as for Enigma, they've managed to secure 17 points in the matches they've played today. They had 1 from yesterday as well, but still a little bit better than what was happening. And I think these improvements might just work out for them. Troublemakers, though, what is happening to Troublemakers? You remember the top 2 finish in game number 1 yesterday, and from there, from the first page of the rankings, they've made it all the way to the last page.
Not just that, what's going on with the players of WSB2? They were on the 2nd page in the overall standings, and now look at them all the way on the last page. Some big downfalls we've seen so far, Johnny, but still they've just played 1 game for the day, I think, so there might just be an upwards lift coming in soon.
There's going to be a massive jump required, Necro. I mean, because we did see, as we discussed, I mean, you will need 40 plus points if you want to be in the top 16 at the end of the day. And it's not going to be easy to jump from 18 to 40. It's going to be a massive leap. You need to convert at least 1 match to make things easier for you with your last game in hand.
It indeed does sound quite tough to convert, huh? Especially for teams like WSB. They need to make a massive leap happen inside the overall storyboard. And WSB is one of those teams that we know has so much caliber too. They have been able to perform so nicely, not just in round 3, even inside the losers bracket. Not exactly in the losers bracket. I think so in the round 4. They made it directly from the round 4 inside the semifinals. So WSB is one of those consistent teams that has been performing up to the occasions. But so far inside the semifinals, at least on today's day, things have been on a little bit of downfall.
Not just today. I mean, we'll include the matches tomorrow because they have played 4 games overall and still on the last page of the rankings. There are teams with 4 matches played and still leading the charge on the first page of the rankings. So, I mean, things have to be kept even for every single team that is playing the semifinals right now. And we'll take, I think, all the teams, majority of the teams on the last page of the rankings are there with 4 matches played, 2 matches remaining in the day, and they will have to convert at least 1 game, either a chicken dinner or a top 3 finish with 10 eliminations on the board if they want to bounce, not just bounce into the top 16, but also have a little bit of a safety cushion to work with. Because, again, 3 matches left, you have 2 to play. That means 1 game you're just going to be sitting on the sidelines.
Yeah, that's a right point that you brought up. All it takes is 1 big game to make that leap happen on the first half of the board. Yeah, that's all it takes. In the top 16, all you need to do is have a consistent finish, maybe at least more than 20 points, and you should be good to go. That's going to propel you so much higher in the overall standings. And as I mentioned, all you need to do is just breach inside the top 16, and you should be good to go anyways.
Exactly. Either you break in right now, or in fact, if you want to confirm your qualification, secure 2 chicken dinners. You have 3 days to do it. Do it today, do it tomorrow, day after tomorrow. You have 3 days to pull it off. As long as you have 2 chicken dinners and you are consistently being in the top 7 of every single game, even in the top 7 with 4 eliminations on the board, you will be in the top 16 at the end of the semifinals.
That is true. But for now, we've got the matchup in front of us. Group A and B is going to be the one to duke it out inside the upcoming game of Vikendi. Now, as usual, Vikendi is going to be off to quite a slow start, ladies and gentlemen. These teams will need to be a little bit more patient for those elimination points. But Blind Esports is now going to be back inside contention. Now, I want to see how Blind Esports is going to be performing, especially GlitchX Reborn, Marco's Gaming, Brave Esports. They have been on a tear anyways, so I'm not really going to speak a lot about them. But Team X-Spark, even they should be included.
Exactly. X-Spark, I mean, even in the previous rounds, we have witnessed them perform quite well for themselves on this map of Vikendi. But another team that I would like to add to that list is Team Soul. They're on that 3rd page of the rankings, I believe, on the 24th position exactly. And we know for a fact, like, this team with the playstyle they were playing during round 3, but during round 4, It was all about controlling the center of the circle.
Yeah.
And if you can control the center on Vikendi, you don't have to do much. It will be an easy win headed their way if they can do that.
That's a really good memory that you brought up, right? Team Seoul, they were just so good at controlling the centers of the circle. Somehow they used to find a good rotation all the way directly to the center of the circle. And the circle was just forming right on top of the players of Team Seoul. They were like the zone magnets inside the round 4. Now out of nowhere, inside the semifinals, they're just struggling so much.
I feel like they did not expect teams to push upon them this aggressively. They did not expect this much commitment into 4v4s by every other team. And that switch that was made yesterday did catch them a little bit off guard, but we're going to have to see how this map of Vikendi goes out for them.
Exactly. The plane's going to hit the skies, ladies and gentlemen, as the plane fly path starts all the way from Cement Factory towards Dino Park. Now, this plane fly path is heavily tilted down south. All the teams, if they do want to move up north, it's going to be a tough struggle.
Yeah, at least you can make it towards Peshkova, Mount Kresnik, Goroka, Dobromesto, that entire line. And after that, you're going to have to find a way to traverse comfortably towards the northern positions of the map. And there are quite high priority drop locations on this map of Vikendi. On the northern half, you have Cosmodrome, Zabava, Krichas, even Trevno can give you a good amount of loot. It is a decent city to work from. If you want to have a slow game of Vikendi, not really be a part of a lot of interactions, Port is always going to be a top option. We do not see a lot of teams start from Port, to be honest.
I mean, the best part about Vikendi is that there's so many of these individual compounds you can just drop anywhere and loot up.
Yeah.
No issues. And considering inside the tournaments, even loot's cranked up, so that's like an added benefit.
And also this zone forming speed. I mean, 90 seconds for this first circle to appear.
Yeah.
That means you will have additional time inside of the game to map up to your strategy. Even with an adaptive drop, all of a sudden you see, oh, our drop is quite close to the circle. Might as well just glide there directly, drop into the position. And as you mentioned, due to the small compounds present all over the map, you will have decent loot to even take the early and the mid-game fights.
Yeah, I mean, first 15 to 20 minutes, nothing's going to be happening anyway, so... Yeah, even for us, it's time to sit back, relax, and cast the game now, considering it's going to be the podcast hours.
Yeah. We can discuss a lot of these teams. I mean, things in semifinals have been looking extremely weird, especially as we keep on mentioning from the big names. I mean, I expected, to be very honest, Gladiators is living up to the expectation, Revenant is, but Blind and Team Mayavi, what is happening to these teams? I expected them to just dominate.
Not just that, even Marco's Gaming.
Yeah.
Even they have been getting dominated, especially by Brave Esports. If you remember, map 2 of the day, Miramar, Brave Esports, they dismantled Marco's Gaming in that Los Leones fight.
Well, Brave just went up against everyone in Miramar. Because at a certain point, it was a 2-2 split from Brave. You had... this was after the Marcos fight, I believe. You had Revenant pushing them from one side, Blood Rose pushing on the other two players. And they actually came out on top in both those fights. They managed to save all 4 of their players. But talk about 4 players, 4 aggressive man against Lucknow Giants. And they know where King is.
Oh no, this is a big issue. King, there's a chance he might just be knocked out from the game, and that's what exactly happens. 4 a.m. King KO has always been the man who gets knocked out initially, and this problem needs to be patched up. 4 a.m. losing out on King KO. Even Lucknow Giants, they lost out on 2 players, Rage God and Don themselves. So at least both these teams are now on an equal playing field. But Rage God's going to be back up on his feet with no issues anyways. Austin bought in the back lines as well. He's got the higher ground to play with. And this is a really big conversation to have, Johnny. Speaking about 4 a.m., if you remember, in the past, 4 a.m. was playing pretty nice. And the only reason for that was because King KO was able to pop off. And so far in the semifinals, this man has been deactivated.
I think but the mantle has been transferred over to Skillful and Spider, in fact, with how the first Erangel was played by this team, and it was quite decent. Even yesterday, it was just the amount of aggression that they were displaying in the matches that kept them in a position, or at least gave us hope that, all right, 4 aggressive man, they might just breach into the top 16, if not today, maybe on day number 3. And I think in this match, King KO, at least one thing, he did one brilliant job. He knew for a fact that he was going to be outnumbered, so making sure that he did not go down for free and took down at least one of the guys from the side of Lucknow Giants with him was a valiant effort. He did try to secure the finish, but things are not over for 4 Angry Men. From the other direction, Nest Esports coming in for a push.
Oh, really good shots taken against Curran. Pixel perfect indeed. Nest Esports, now they're going to move on forward and get those confirmations for themselves. It's all down to Skillful inside this compound. And Skillful being trapped on the upper floor. Good utility utilization. Skillful's on fire, literally inside the game because he's taking damage. And now Skillful being softened up. It's not a good news. 4 a.m. being pushed in the back foot. Pulls out the DBS for a close and personal combat. And now he does find the initial knockout. Can he clutch this one? Finds two. Gets the third one. Gets the fourth one almost. But no. Gets denied in the end. Nest Esports. That was a bit too close for personal.
Yeah, it was too close, too personal for Nest Esports, but a valiant effort by Skillful over there with the DBS. As I said, mantle passed on from King KO to Skillful. Could have secured the clutch, but still overwhelmed with numbers. And Nest Esports now, they're going to be going for those revives as quickly as possible because as we know, Vikendi, the center, gets clustered up very quickly. And I see two teams moving towards that direction. One is Big Brothers, the other is Team Mayavi.
Oh, that was a bit too close for comfort. Imagine one more man to go.
Yeah.
That's it. 1v4 executed within a flash. That would have been such a tough pill to swallow for the players of Nest Esports. These guys are lucky to be alive right now. 4 a.m. Spider Jawed in the upper lines of this building. It's all down to this guy.
If only the team had dropped together. Imagine that. If only Spider had been present with Skillful. 4 a.m. There was a 4-man split drop at the start of the game. Not really working out for the team.
I mean, the plain flat path is to blame over here. Oh, look at this. 3 clean shots, and then in the end, unfortunately, misses out on that 4th one.
Can't really do anything about it though now. Just sit back and reminisce. When you almost clutched out a solo 1v4. Now we do have the 4-men of Team Soul on our screens. Surroundings. Getting clustered. See the teams in the distance. The water bots have made some sort of noise because we do see the players of Team Soul again and again. Check that angle. That distraction of theirs might actually backfire because they have another team in the close vicinity.
Oh, shots. There's nothing. They thought that there's a chance someone could be in the smokes, but there's no one. Big Brother's in the front lines. Nest Esports is one of those teams, they still need to get riled up inside the games.
Yeah.
They are having a good start, nothing taken away from that. But let's see how the future lines look like for them. 4 a.m. down to just that one solo survivor that just blows. Sometimes you got to adjust to the circumstances that are given to you on the fly. Nice driving.
Marco's Gaming at this point won't really care about how they make it into the circle as long as they do and find some cover to work with. They have found a couple of shacks, a few set of compounds to work with, but Aladdin on the other side taking shots. Does manage to survive though.
Yeah, Marco's Gaming, not really the good drivers, huh? Even Aladdin sort of crashed against that wall while he was getting sprayed down. Imagine if there was a team in the close.
I think that was just a panic move from.
Yeah.
Might have just panicked because I think at this point they don't really have any information about where the opposition is and they are a little bit late to the party. So, especially on Vikendi, whenever you are entering the zone and you know you are late with your rotation, you panic so much every time you reach the edge. So many opportunities for a team to just sit, wait, and gatekeep.
Yeah. And speaking about the gatekeeping scenarios, right now, Troublemakers doing the same thing. On the southern side, they know Soul likes to drop down south towards Vinery. So I think their thinking is to hold down the teams that will try to make a rotation up north, but Soul's already rotated past them. The only teams that's underneath them are the players of Blind Esports.
That will be a tough fight to win. Extremely difficult, but we do have Xpark on our screens. And what is happening with Xpark? Earlier on in the last Vikendi, we saw them drop massive numbers on the leaderboard. Just running towards fights, destroying every single team they could find. But this time, I guess, just the desperation of qualifying for the finals, forcing them into a corner. But on the field, we do notice Team Mayavi up against the players of Autobots.
Skrills. Orlo in the back, softened up. Autobots, they've got their own fair share of struggles to deal with.
Yeah, sandwich between Mayavi and Seoul. It's going to be such a tough position to survive from. Plus, you have Lucknow Giants up north to worry about as well.
That's what's going to happen when you're going to be in the centric spot. Teams will start to stack up around you, and you need to have an escape pathway. And the bigger problem for Autobots is that the compound they're holding is not a good one at all.
Yeah.
They do not really have a lot of breathing room.
If anyone gets close, lobs in one nade, the entire team goes out.
Yeah.
All of them are just clustered together in just one small building. And room for error in a position like that, it's going to be close to nil. But look at this. The next shift of the circle.
Close to nil.
On Vikendi. Yeah. Barely moves. The teams are also barely going to move, apart from Troublemakers, actually. We see them moving in ever so slightly.
That's how they like to play, from edge to edge.
And Gladiators as well, look at them. Just on that shoreline, just a little bit west of that shoreline.
Yeah, MICI as well, late breachers on the right side. I hope Mudit's got a lot of first dates.
Hey, it is Vikendi. You can make it work. Much easier to make it work on Vikendi than Sanhok.
Yeah, he did actually make it work once in the past. Especially yesterday.
Yeah.
It was not Mudit, I think. It was someone else. I think it was Kunal, actually. Yeah, it was Kunal who went for that med strat in the final few moments and got that second spot secured for MICI. They started things off in the overall standings in the top 16. I do not exactly know where they are currently because my memory isn't picture perfect. But for now, TMZ against the players of Blind Esports, and Blind Esports, they're like the eagles eyeing out their food.
Yeah, they sense the threat and they're looking to fall back, but a lot of damage dished out on Knuckle. But Ronnie was there, suppressing fire. Precise, as precise as you want it to be. In fact, secure the opening knock. And now TMZ, the point of concern for them is the fact that they were rotating in a 3-1-2 split. So TMZ was already down in numbers, and the entirety of Blind Esports show up.
Yeah, Mania inside the compound with the DBS in the hand. Blind Esports, a little bit on the aggressive note inside Vikendi. They want to assert their dominance against the players of Troublemakers. And this time, Blind Esports are the one causing a bit of trouble against the players of Troublemakers. Another man goes down. Karunjot out of the game as well. Troublemakers on the verge of getting extinguished from the game. Optimus, he's on a move. He's like, I do not want to do anything against this team. I just want to play for the survival.
Exactly, and again, I think he was the player who was a little bit far away from his teammates initially as well. He tried to fall back, but as soon as he saw on the feed that his 3 of his teammates have been picked off, there was nothing else he could have done. Only one option remains, just back off, find those first aids and play for survival. On the other side though, we do see players of Xpark closing in fact quite close to the player. Last surviving individual from the side of 4 Aggressive Man. They haven't found him yet. I don't think they even know that he's there. Aditya is looking around, but it's going to be a little bit difficult to spot him out. He's just lying down on the ground.
Team system. Even they're in a decent spot. Looking okay so far. When it's the game of Vikendi, what do you expect? Everyone's going to be looking good. 4 a.m. Troublemakers getting pounced on up like that. Blind Esports just eliminating the potential threat that could have been there in the future lines. That was nicely done. That was a pretty much swift return in the fray. And now the upcoming circle shift, where is it going to be? Oh, standard one, nothing out of the box.
Still, as long as this is the zone shift that we witness, Autobots are going to be happy. They won't really have to do anything or even move, avoiding the threat against the players of Seoul and Team Maya. The sandwich still there, blocking their way, but Xbox, it seems like, have spotted a few individuals from the side of Lucknow Giants, and Puka scouting the position close to the ridges. This is a very risky move coming in from Team Xbox.
Indeed it is. There's a team right next to him. You can see on the minimap on the blue. There's a team next to him. This is not a good sign. 4 a.m. It's the last guy, Spider Jawed. It is a team, but it's just a solo man from the team, so it's not going to be that big of a threat for X-Spark. Everything should be good. All good in the hood for them. And Seoul, too. Speak of them, these guys have been sitting in that same compound. They haven't even moved to Muscle, Johnny.
No need to do that. I mean, absolutely no incentive for them to step out, force a fight, or even switch compounds. I mean, close to the center, you have a decent cover to work with. And at this point, Team Seoul is actually being the nuisance to anyone around them. They're causing so much panic just by taking a few shots every single time they see anyone move.
Yeah. Lucknow Giants in front of us. Dawn moving around. Glitch X Reborn in the front lines. All the 4 players in the compounds looking pretty good, looking pretty okay. MICI Esports 2, the late breachers inside the circle, moving in from the northern side. Metal Esports as well, moving in from the outskirts. At this point in time, nothing's really going to happen a lot. As long as we're going to see that stage 4 on the board, and that's where the real chaos will start breaking loose.
Still close to a minute and a half before we actually see that happen, though. At least the setups are going to be there from all of these teams. Northern cluster, it's going to be a different story entirely. MICI still with the late rotation. Right on that northern edge. They're going to face so much challenge if the zone moves down south. Big Brothers, Nest Esports, Brave Esports blocking their way. There it is, MICI inching closer ever so slightly to the players of Brave Esports. Surya senses danger but hasn't seen anything yet. Circling around those compounds, hoping. He's waiting to see if there's a reaction. Now sees a body. Information relayed to his teammates, but it's a little too late. Rishi starting things off.
Yeah, Surya knocked out, instantly finished and devoured. Uzumaki over there. Big Brother Esports looking pretty good, solid in this situation. And even soon enough, this circle is going to come to an end. This stage is going to come to an end. Stage 4 is going to hit the deck. That's where I want to see how things might just look like.
Well, here we go. Not too bad, actually. I mean, still the teams will have quite a decent amount of cover positions to work with. Majority of the teams are already in the circle. Blind Esports might have to fight it out with Gladiators in order to gain access to the circle, but they also have an alternative. They can move a little bit up north, and I think that is exactly what they're going to do. They're going to move north and try to breach the circle from the northeastern side, where they might or might not run into Brave Esports.
I mean, everyone's chilling for now. No issues for them whatsoever. Nothing to worry about just yet. Spider Jaw's position compromised. Not exactly compromised, though. Metal Esports, they've got no clue that there's a foe within the vaults. And Spider Jawed has managed to keep his position anonymous so far.
Metal is distracted by the players of X-Park, actually, I believe. And that is their primary concern. As you mentioned, they don't even know that this one man is waiting for them.
This is a bit too awkward. Spider Jawed right next to them.
Encore almost entered that room, then just turned around.
Yeah. He doesn't know who's going to be outside the walls, right? So he just wants to stay within, safe and sound. Encore has no clue how close he is to his death.
None of his teammates do, actually. I mean, in spite of Jord, even if he picks up one player, that will completely ruin the game for the side of Metal. Because look at what lies ahead. You will have to take on X-Pac, and X-Pac is sitting there with a high ground advantage. If you move down south, you have Lucknow Giants and Glitch Reborn waiting for you.
I just want to see a 1v4 in action.
Yeah, that's not going to happen, I think.
And we saw it almost being pulled off a while ago. Especially in this DBS meta, it's quite easy to pull off compared to before. So there's a chance it might just be there. Metal Esports regrouping up. It's a 2-2 split going inside the circle. But still, they haven't really explored this compound perfectly. Still a couple of nukes and crannies left, and that's why Spider Jot's position isn't compromised. And that's...
This one needs to be careful about one more thing, though. Sorry to interrupt you, but Metal Esports, they have two of their individuals on the outer lines. You see where Top Dog is, right? And if they move towards the eastern side, which they eventually have to do, Spider Jot is going to be spoiled out.
The next circle shift hits the deck towards Villa. And Team Ivy, they're in the prime spot next to the players of Brave Esports. And Blind Esports now, they're going to be the late preachers. The late ones to the party. Johnny, this circle's going to shape out quite nice. It's a unique circle. You do not really see this that often.
It's just a little bit outside of Villa. The northern part is going to be extremely open. But talk about opening things up. And Team Soul, they would like to open up on the scoreboard. Do spot out the players of Marcos Gaming. Shots fired, but none of them connect. Although Blind Esports, with how we saw them on the map, it seems like they are moving towards the players of Team Miami, and they want to pick that fight.
Yeah. Godsreen. Not Godsreen, Gladiator Esports. This always GDR, Godsreen. Just so confusing, man.
Godsreen is gods.
Yeah.
Their tag.
Even though it is, right? But technically it's supposed to be GDR.
Yeah, but it's not.
Before now, Marcos Gaming in front of us. Oh! And oh no, the nade blows up within the walls, finds the knockouts. This is not a good news. Lucknow Giants on the verge of getting eliminated. Glitch X Reborn from the outskirts, especially Roman OG, tosses on another nade. Dawn chipped up. Lucknow Giants now, they just need to evacuate this entire compound as quick as possible. The elimination points are now starting to get scraped up. And Glitch X Reborn in a really big advantage spot inside this entire fight. Things are looking pretty okay.
Yeah, Duke actually converting things so nicely with that opening nade, taking two players from the side of Lucknow Giants down. And even Dawn, his position is compromised as well because Roman saw him run inside that smoke. But Glitch Reborn, what a brilliant move from them. They give up on that last play and focus on their own standing in the game. They decide to move forward, but let's see how far will they make it in this match. Although a small little update, Troublemakers Optimus finished off. And also, 4 aggressive man have been finished off in the match.
Soul is over there. Just going for the shots. Considering Soul's in the outskirts of the villas, there's no way anyone's got a breaching point inside the villa itself. Because Team Ivy, they're doing a great job holding every single piece of land. And as the next circle shift comes into play, it's going to shift down south, right on top of Villa. A little bit of area is available around it as well, but still, it's going to be so tough to grab that. It's better to play around the Villa side because there's a lot of cover to play with, and Team Ivy right now in the prime position.
Team Soul, this rotation of theirs, I mean, if they win that fight, they can actually stand a chance to convert the game as well. A massive cluster of teams is going to befall them from that western edge, northwest as well. So they have to be quick about how they want to approach the next few moments of the match, picking up the fight, start things off against the players of Blind. But Miami, Team Miami, in fact, Cypher with the nade can change everything, and it looks like it's going to be close to the players of Soul.
Yeah, the nade tossed to perfection, finds a knockout. A man goes down, Omega. The next one sails in pretty close to Hector. But then Hector backs away. He realizes the threat's now closed up a bit too much. It's better to back away. And that's what he does. Team Soul, at least for now, they're looking pretty okay, but the sidelines are exposed, and that's where they get shot at from. Team Ivy knows exactly where Team Soul is. This Molotov's going to be perfect from Legit. We'll at least burn a couple of foes.
This is such a tough spot to be in, just a building separating them and Team Miami. But look at Blacks. He's moving on the flank. If he forces Team Soul in the direction of either Blind or the players of Glitch, they are taking so much damage upon them. It's going to be tough to survive, but God's Rain on our screens now, finding the players of Autobots, and this should be an easy fight for them to wrap up.
Skrill's knocked out, Orlo still in the back. Autobots on the verge of crumbling down inside this fight, and yes, they do.
Quick 1-2, jab and a knock.
Yeah, Gladiator Esports, as usual, the freaks of nature. As immovable as they are, they just never shy away from taking the fights. Nest Esports against the players of Brave Esports, and this will be an interesting one indeed, considering Simple's now knocked out and finished completely from the game. Nest Esports needing to back out, and Brave Esports too on the verge of getting completely eliminated, and I think so they do get eliminated.
Yeah, they have been wiped out, shown the exit from this match. It's not just them, a lot of teams wiped out in just a matter of seconds. Look at that, all of a sudden down to 9 teams, 28 players alive. Nest Esports, they've kept 2 players still in a safer position, but look at that, in the backlines we see Aditya from Team X-Pac. As soon as he closes in, he can be the game changer. Either one of these sides, but Blind Esports racking the numbers on that finish counter. 8 finishes on the board already.
Blind Esports in a decent spot on the northern side. And the next circle centers on up towards Villa even more. Team Mayavi, they're being blessed by the BGMI gods and the zone, as they're once again in the prime spot of this upcoming circle. And there's a chance now the Villa's going to be swarmed by so many bees, it might just be tough to defend that compound, unless you're exceptionally good at the game.
It's going to be close to impossible for anyone to challenge Team Mayavi in a position like this, but look at that. So much fire around Aditya from X-Pac, and then the nade to finish things off. Blind Esports, 9 eliminations on the board, looking for more. Spot out the players of, I think it was Glitch Reborn in the distance. And even though they have dished out damage, they don't really need to do much. If they just want to make sure that Glitch is forced out back into the lobby, they just have to delay their rotation. And Glitch Reborn, look at this. This is such a tough spot for them to be in, just one vehicle to work with. And the Zima can't really take a lot of shots on itself.
MICI in the front, moving around, looking pretty good, pretty safe, at least for now. Killed even the players of Gladiator Esports. Oh, that return slap against the players of Metal Esports. Kyoya knocked out on the verge of getting confirmed, and that's what happens. That was a really good turnaround from Justin. Turns around, keeps the opponent's head on a swivel, and then executes him.
You have to give props to Team Soul. They've survived under immense pressure so far in this match. And as long as they manage to survive, as long as there are points on the board for them, it's all going to be good. But Glitch Reborn returning the favor to Blind Esports. Knock has been secured, but now it's Ronnie. We see him run towards Akshat.
Yeah, Soul on the verge of getting eliminated. That's it. I highly doubt Team Soul's going to be able to survive for any longer. And yes, there we go. Akshat gets dealt with too. Team Soul, these guys were playing in that same compound for a really long time.
Yeah.
And eventually, the players of Blind Esports, they decided to assert their dominance because Team Soul was playing that one a little bit too passive. And now, Top Dog from the side of Metal Esports, he's being swarmed by a lot of enemies. He wants to make it to the safe lines inside the house, and he's going to find a bit of a hard cover to play with. Glitch X Reborn from the back lines, looking forward to close on up.
Well, Duke, he's the man taking the charge for the team. First aid, just the last first aid on the man. Oh, and the nade from Top Dog actually denying him the opportunity to even complete the heal. Metal Esports, they're having a fun time in the matches today. The top 2 finish on the first Erangel and already in the top 5 with 4 eliminations on this Vikendi.
Consistency, this is what I like from a team, and Metal Esports is delivering that so far. Blind Esports in the outskirts as usual. They're just hugging the wall. This nade toss might be a good one. Not too good, considering it wasn't really able to find the knockout that was desperately needed. But look at the elimination points Blind Esports has. 13 points already secured, and they've also made it inside top 5. If they breach inside the top 2, they've already secured a nuclear game.
I mean, top 3 as well. Even if they get taken out in the top 3 with just the same number of eliminations, that's 23 points on the board. And Blind Esports, I mean, they weren't too shabby even before this. I mean, we knew this team can be aggressive, but they were focusing on placement for some reason. And now in this match of Vikendi, we see them back in their old form. As deadly as always, but still, I mean, winning the game, it has its own charm, right?
Yeah, Blind Esports, they're feeling warmed up. Ronnie crosses on over. Mayavi, nice shots taken from Blacks. Finds the man crossing over. Nicely done. This little pixel angle has given him such a big opportunity. And still Blind Esports, they're trying their best to close on up to the Villa side. Two players, they do manage to cross up. Joker still inside that building. Legit is aware of that. A really good nade toss outside the building. He wants to choke Joker to his death inside the play zone or inside the blue zone. But Joker, he's got 25 first aid. Blind Esports, they've already got an exit strategy.
I mean, you always will do this on a map of Vikendi. Once you have a decent number of eliminations, you're going to go for those first aid strat. And Blind Esports, I think Team Mayavi, they also realized that one man in the backlines is going to go for a heal battle. They wanted to finish him off. So the backup plan for Blind Esports was out of the picture, and these two individuals would be forced to take an aggressive stance. But now, Ronnie and Nakul, they have to make sure that they pick off few individuals from the side of Team Mayavi, who are in fact right now pushing on Gladiator. And it's the dynamic duo from the side of Gladiator Esports that's still alive. Justin and Delta.
Oh, the nade was so good. Legit knocked out. Pro softened up so much. Even Blacks was softened up. Mayavi in bit of a state of discomfort, and Gladiator Esports might just have the opportunity that they desperately needed to make the push happen. Team Mayavi, they need to take care of the back lines. Getting shot from the side. Blind Esports, they close on up. 2 knockouts found. Mayavi on the verge of getting eliminated. Even Blacks gets eliminated. And now it's all down to Cypher. And this man has chipped up a bit too much. This is what you call the tables being flipped. Mayavi, they were looking so confident in that position. But then Blind Esports comes on in with the third party. And they just scoop away the spot.
Joker just gave up his plan of going for a heal battle, and now he has joined his teammate. Blind Esports, I think the game has switched, and they realize that they are very close to that chicken dinner win, and that is what they want at this point. Ronnie and Knuckle not looking to stop against the Gladiators. Can they win this matchup?
Oh, the zone is now closing up. You need to be in the center. Gladiator Esports, they're going to be choked to death. And Blind Esports, they're pretty much going to be the winners. And MICI Sanchez is still in the back lines. Blind Esports, who's going to be the one to come out on top? MICI, they secure the second spot perfectly.
Wait,
done.
what?
And what? MICI Sanchez wins the game?
What just happened? What a switcheroo of this match. But this is the beauty of Vikendi. Out of nowhere, out of the depths of hell. It is MICI who get the chicken and the 15 points.
Joker should have committed for that heal battle. Oh no, he should have went for the commitment towards the heal battle. That's why Blind Esports screwed up so massively. What a game that was. And as we were literally having a conversation about MICI Esports before the game even started.
Yeah. I can't believe it. Can't believe what we just witnessed. I mean, hey, why are we surprised? Day 2 is day of surprises. Day 3 is day of chaos.
It is a day of surprises, but I still feel like Blind Esports, it was their chicken dinner, but it's completely okay. They still had so many elimination points to back them up. Second spot secured. That's a nuclear game.
I mean, they will be on the first in terms of the points, but still incredible. Necro free 15 points for MICI.
That's what they're known for, right? The survival game. And this is what we're speaking about. There's always one guy from MICI Esports. Usually it's Mudit, but this time we're seeing Sanchit back in the fray.
That was his last first aid as well.
Yeah.
Imagine if Joker had like 2 or 3 first aids. It would have been blind and such a massive win. They had like 17 eliminations on the board.
Yeah, but I guess sometimes you got to give back to the community as well, and Blind Esports should be happy because they got 12 positioning points and so many elimination points. So Blind Esports, it's completely okay. They had nothing to lose over there in that situation anyways. But ladies and gentlemen, for us, it's time for us to push to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Push, left, TKM
पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें अलग ही जोन में है ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है। ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
है
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने। चलो क्या जिग्नेश भाई।
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो, फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन, फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार। ये लो भैया, हो गई आपकी सेटिंग।
जुगाड़ू जिग्नेश।
समझे? सब पॉसिबल है, बस सेटिंग लगाना।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसी वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। Get ready to play pure.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, and what a win for MICI Esports on that map of Vikendi. I mean, did not even see it coming. Literally, no one saw it coming.
Nobody saw it. I mean, I did not see it coming as well. To be honest, MICI, they're like sneaky little buggers. You never really see when all of a sudden they'll just completely take away the limelight. Because this game was obvious. This was all Team Ivies. I felt it was all Team Ivies or possibly Team Blinds as well.
Yeah.
But MICI?
You know, what you said first, I mean, even Team Maya, we might have felt this would have been their game. And even Necro was, Necro, me, everyone thought, all right, Maya, they have the circle for so long. They've been in Villa this entire time. This needs to be their win. Out of nowhere, two players show up, Ronnie and Knuckle. They're like, how? We are still here. We are still alive. And in this particular match, Blind Esports, they were firing on all cylinders. Everything just stars aligning. Everything just in perfect tandem. And we were talking about things being harmonious, right?
Yeah.
Blind Esports was so beautiful to look at them. They pulled off a brilliant 2v4 against Mayavi, showing them the exit. And then, in the end, they've just made one mistake. I want to find out, like, did Joker run out of first aids?
We'll actually find it out in the highlights as well, because nobody caught it up. Everybody was so engrossed in the action as well. And speaking about that, Blind Esports, what a welcome back to form it was for them. I mean, this is something which was needed. This was the dire need of the situation for this team. Every single game that they were playing, they were struggling with not just map awareness, but also in terms of their firepower. But, of course, this is the time when they actually do their justice on the position, on the MVP standings as well. These two players, Ronnie as well as, if I'm not mistaken, Knuckle. Ronnie and Knuckle are the ones.
And I believe we've been in this BGIS journey for the last 2.5 months, right?
Yeah.
For the first time, we are seeing a zone collapse ending.
Yeah.
If I'm not wrong. No, this is second. We have seen that one before.
Have we seen it before?
Yeah. I think it was during the grind it happened once. But this might just be the first Vikendi zone collapse that we witnessed in front of our eyes, and it was absolutely beautiful. Sanchit as well doing a phenomenal job, but things started off in a very awkward manner. Nest Esports, you have to give them props. They did get a decent number of eliminations in this game.
mean, SD Sports, they have their firepower set, right? Every single game, they do get their finish points upboard. It's always been the positioning as well as their sort of placement inside the final circle, which has always costed them. Big Brother Esports expected more of a consistent play from them, maybe inside the top 5. They already are in a safe spot inside the overall standings, of course. They don't really have to worry about it. But still, Big Brother Esports, you kind of expect them, the run of form that they have had so far in this tournament. GlitchX Reborn, as a matter of fact, once again, 7 finishes from this game. This team is just constantly progressing towards the #1 spot.
I mean, they are slowly and steadily trying to push for that first position, but I think right now the goal for them is much simpler. Just stay within the top 8 if you can by the end of tomorrow as well. And today they've done a phenomenal job. Even the first game itself was quite decent for them. In this game, they were able to rack up a lot of eliminations, and I believe they were in the top 5 of this match by the end of things. But again, I mean, Brave Esports, so I expected a lot from Brave. I mean, they had a strong momentum at the start of the day. They should have kept it going, but it was just a little bit of a slip up that resulted in an early exit in this match.
I kind of wonder, have Brave Esports finished all their matches for today? I don't exactly remember.
One left.
One left. That should give us the right picture, because the first game that they played on the map of Miramar, it was a chicken dinner. This game wasn't really the best according to their plans. Now, if they have one more game left, I think that would be a full circle ending for them. But Medley Esports, another team who sort of performed really beautifully. Their hold inside the final circle and the run of domination that they had on a couple of teams, that was brilliant to watch.
Yeah, it was actually quite brilliant, but have to give props to the players of Gladiators as well. I actually did not believe that Gladiators would be able to make it into Villa, because that's such a tough position to deal with, especially considering they were pushing from that southern edge. But slowly and steadily, ever so slightly, they made it to the other side. Oh, this is what we missed out on as well. Gladiators also were there shooting on the players of Team Mayavi, and they were the reason as well. I think they got a few eliminations from that. Ronnie and Knuckle did try to prick all of them, but then it was the man standing in the corner away from all of this violence. A peaceful man focused on just the art of healing. And he did heal and out-survive every single person on this map.
Blind Esports should be extremely angry at this point, because they had no clue that somebody was actually doing this to them from the back lines. I mean, you kind of have to feel for them. They had a wonderful game. They wanted this chicken dinner to kind of top it off, cherry on top of the cake as well. Even if they are on the first position of the overall standings, the chicken dinner feels very satisfying, Johnny.
Yeah, it feels satisfying, but on Vikendi, you can't be too upset about if something like this happens, because this is the OG strat of Vikendi. Heal battles, as I mentioned. This is the map that began the original era of heal battle. And I'm talking about back in the days. Yes, I mean, because Vikendi did have a little bit of a downtime inside of the competitive scene as well. But ever since this map has been back, I think teams do need to realize that if there was a map that was built for you to just stack up first aids on one individuals, this is it.
This was it. This was it for Blind Esports as well. Specifically for Knuckle, who is the rebel of the match. 8 finishes, 44.4% finish contribution. It was a great game for Blind overall. Yeah. Be it Ronnie, be it Knuckle, be it Joker. All of these players, it was a very big comeback into form. Once again, top 5 rebels. You've got a very pleasant surprise from Duke, GlitchX Reborn with 5 finishes. You've got Delta PG as well. Delta from Gladiators has been the star performer, apart from Destro, of course, inside of this tournament. Gladiators, as a matter of fact, they are continuing that run of domination at the very top.
Yeah, see, as long as Delta and Justin needs to step up a little bit. I'll be honest, I mean, Justin in the recent days was building up to be one of the best players in the country at one point, but now all of that has faded away, and it's quite good for Gladiator Esports that Destro is firing on, like, he's in a brilliant form right now, and Delta, he's slowly and steadily getting back to his old self, but Justin, this man needs to be back for Gladiators to will lift the trophy if they want to stand a chance in the finals. Otherwise, things are going to be tough for Gladiators. So, there is still hope, though. The other players from the side team are stepping up brilliantly, but look at that. The chicken dinner is missed out, but still 30 points on the board.
I mean, a 10-point difference between the team who actually won a chicken dinner and the team who was just being aggressive. This is how Blind Esports like to function. I mean, there should not be a balance between the finish and the position. Blind Esports, according to their rule book, finish points should always be greater than the position points, and that's how they function. 18 finish points, 12 finish position points as well. But MICI, great understanding of how to sort of adapt to the situation. They knew there's a lot of chaos going on, not even there to participate. Gets a very good chicken. But Gladiators, GlitchX Reborn, Team Mayavi, Medley Esports, for all of them, the game has been pretty fair.
Yeah, the game was quite fair for them, and I think everyone stood an opportunity. It was just about what you could do to the best of your abilities, and also I think MICI, they owe a lot for their win to the players of Blind Esports as well, because Blind, had they just not destroyed everyone else inside of the lobby, Sanchit with this last first aid kit, it would have been a struggle for him to actually win this game, but still 20 points. Because of that chaos, 20 points on the board for MICI, and we saw MICI take a massive tumble in the overall rankings. Before they started the day, I believe, on the just barely outside the top 8, and then they just dropped to the third page of the rankings. These 20 points gets them back into the top 16.
I mean, the overall standings is like a completely alien topic at this point, because the difference is not really that much. Multiple teams are tied up in the mid pack, of course, and any sort of difference will just propel themselves forward. Even Enigma Gaming, that heel battle which took them multiple places ahead, just probably like 7 to 8 places ahead on the overall standings, took them to the third page as well. So these little big games will obviously cause massive problems, but we still have to focus on the top 16 and who are making inside and who are not. Speaking about the top 16, one of the teams is Team X Park, and I'm not really sure where they exactly lie, because this game as well, just 4 points. What do you think about them?
I think X-Park is going to be in an interesting position. I think this team definitely was doing quite decent in the overall ranking as well. So there is a possibility for them to break into the top 16, sorry, but they will have to be a little bit more consistent. But I think that conversation is done, as we are about to step into the map of Miramar, and we have Group C. We're going to be back into the mix. What are your thoughts on these teams? I mean, except Newman, of course, because last in the rankings, can't really say much.
You just stole my words, to be honest, because Newman Gaming, this is the team that has taken everybody's attention, to be honest, and I'm not really sure how they can repair things or how they can fix things, how they can come back, but one thing is for certain, one big game is required, not just for them. Teams like WSB, teams like Midwave Esports, or even CS Esports. CS Esports had a decent run, but these are the teams, maybe even Team Empire, as a matter of fact.
I was just about to come to Empire, because the fact of the matter is, Newman has attracted a lot of limelight right now, not the good kind, upon themselves just because they are dead last in the ranking. But Team Empire was also one of those teams that did so well for themselves even during the losers bracket. Their pop-up during the last few matches was absolutely incredible. But in the semi-finals, all of that has gone away completely.
I mean, I still remember in the losers bracket, Team Empire had 2 chicken dinners to work with. They had upwards of 90 points from all the games that they've played, which is phenomenal, to be honest. And the aggression, it wasn't even like the lobby was completely different. It was a similar lobby as well. So it's always been the mindset. It's always been the mindset and the mentality.
Losers bracket was so much tougher than semi-finals. It was like map voting was there by the captains, by the viewers. You had to deal with all these point multiplier cards for placement and finishes. Loser bracket was just like it sent everyone's head spinning out in the corner, and Team Empire made it through that. And now, as soon as they're back to the old system, it seems like they've forgotten how to play BGMI.
They certainly haven't forgotten how to play BGMI, Johnny, but the only problem is maybe the stakes are just way too high. They're just one step ahead, or one step to just moving towards the grand finals inside of Mumbai, ladies and gentlemen, which is going to be a LAN event with audience. It must be nerve-shaking.
Exactly. Not everyone can deal with the pressure at the same level. I mean, we see some teams dealing with pressure quite nicely, Glitch Reborn being one of those teams. And performing quite consistently in their matches. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you do have the players from Team Empire. But still, maybe they can turn things around to this map of Miramar.
I mean, they might. I mean, the clock certainly is ticking, but so are the fins of the plane, ladies and gentlemen. We have the Big Bird up in the skies, and the flight path starts off from Impala towards El Pozo. I mean, a flight path, Johnny, which is very decent, just dissects the map into 2 different halves. You know, as a matter of fact, that majority of the map is under your control. You will be able to reach there, apart from like the very far end spectrums, apart from Torre Ahmada or Campo Militar. La Cabrera is even under reach as well. But it all comes down to where the circle ends, right? We did witness an urban battle on towards Los Leones. Now I want to see something different.
But even the previous Miramar that you're talking about that took us towards Los Leones, it was extremely slow. I mean, teams were reacting to it so quickly and everyone went for an early rotation to take that city control. But now in this one, the diagonal flight path, as you mentioned, it will result in, well, another slow start to this map of Miramar. But every single time teams survive, we know the end game is going to be super fun. Especially the experts of Miramar have returned, Gladiator Esports, starting all the way from Impala. And this is going to be a dream drop for them. Flight path right on their home ground.
CS Esports, as a matter of fact, moving towards Puerto Parazzo. You've got Gladiator, just like you mentioned, and right at the edge of the map itself. Now, initially, the first circle, I still remember it popped off, had a massive water coverage onto it, and we kind of were expecting that we are going to witness the shorelines, but then completely ditched. Now that the circle has actually formed on the western part of the map itself, I think I know where the final circle might be. We've seen those open western edges way too much, but maybe we're not moving there. Maybe another betrayal is on the cards. But speaking of betrayal, Team Empire and Team Newman Gaming, both the teams are not definitely in a good position on the overall standings. They are facing each other.
Yeah, San Martin drop clash coming from Team Empire on the players of Team Newman Gaming. Newman, they know how to deal with this, though. We have seen them survive drop clashes again and again, but this time Avi might be pinned out in a corner. Rex has a Winchester to work with. 3.5x scope on this weapon is actually quite decent. But on the other direction, did we just see 4 aggressive man lose players as well? Yes, we did. It was to WSB.
I mean, considering that the semifinals have been very disciplined and passive in the early stages of the game, I did not really expect these early collisions. But look at this, Spider Jord, of course, being caught all by himself. Man was trying to just steer his vehicle away from WSB, but WSB were like, no, wait, you're not going away from us.
This is Grand Theft Auto, man. I mean, they just came and took away his golden Mirado from him. Do you know how much risk you have to take that vehicle?
I mean,
it spawns in Hacienda, by the way. So you have to go to Hacienda Del Patron, risk an early drop crash, and then escape from it. And this finish happened towards water treatment. This is and they don't even pick it up. They just carry along their merry way with the US. WSB...
No, they actually do, I think.
Did they?
I think I saw it parked actually pretty close. I'm not really sure though. I'm definitely not sure, but I just saw it parked next to the US, so maybe they have picked up. It's a golden Mirado after all. Everybody wants it.
Exactly. I mean, you picked off 2 players. Might as well just celebrate by stealing away that vehicle.
But for 4 aggressive men though, this was a disastrous start, and we did not really get to see how the fight grew up or who invaded whose compounds, but the conclusion is simple. There was only one victim.
So, I think with where the fight happened and just knowing where the vehicle was from, it can be deduced that both these teams dropped towards Hacienda looking for vehicles. 4 aggressive man found that golden Mirado, and WSB weren't too happy about it. They were like, alright, we see it moving. It's a shiny car. You see it from a distance, right? They just went for a hunt. It was an easy hunt, apparently. They picked off 2 players. That is my theory. Hopefully we get to see what happened in the replay.
We will consider your thesis on that, Johnny. I think you're pretty close to it, but I think experts who are sitting inside the PCI, who have all the replays, said they will actually be able to figure out.
Yeah, because even the flight path was from Impala to El Pozo, no? It's just a diagonal flight path close to Hacienda. So that was an easier drop where you find most of the vehicles. More information.
Pretty interesting theory, to be honest.
Sherlock John, that's what we're going to call me.
I'm sure you were a detective, but inside a BGMI, that's one way to figure out all the crime that WSB has been doing. It's not just WSB who's been doing all the crime. Blind Esports did a lot of them in the last one. But where were you when Sanchit was in the back lines?
Yeah, I was also focused on Blind.
Detective skill set just not really coming in the picture. You should have seen it like from far away, miles away.
See, if I'm Sherlock Holmes, this man Sanchit is Moriarty, the arch villain, because no one saw him coming. No one expected him to win the game, but out of nowhere, the man of the hour has to be Sanchit. I mean, the true rebel of the previous game. What is he doing? Why is Avi? Oh yeah, I forgot. I mean, they were surrounded by Team Empire.
No, so the drop between Team Empire and Newman Gaming happened in a very tricky situation where Newman Gaming split up and Team Empire was just scattered amidst the split ups. And now Avi, look at him. Poor guy. Completely caught between a couple of boxes. He knows that's the only way he can save his life, protect his life.
Yeah. See, there are multiple ways you can play BGMI. That was one of those ways.
My friends would call me campers if I decided to do that, by the way.
Hey man, it's a game where the goal is to be the last team surviving. doesn't matter if you have to hide. I just want to know, how did he get between those crates? That is actually what I'm a little bit more curious about.
I mean, Avi is a very pretty physically fit guy, so not really a big problem.
See, if you could talk IRL, he's also tall.
Yeah, very tall.
I'm pretty sure he wouldn't be just prone in a position like that.
That too, again, taking into consideration.
That is just experience, man. Knowing where where your characters can fit, where they can't. Yeah, the vehicle is not going through that door, Optimus.
He's just trying to protect it from all the third-party shots, which might actually be coming their way. But it seems like they are not being bothered, at least for now. The troublemakers. From being the troublemakers, it seemed like this team turned into a very disciplined set of players, always steering away from the competition, steering away from all the limelight, and trying to figure out a pathway inside the final circle, inside the podium finishes.
Yeah, because earlier what was happening was the fact that we'll come back to that, because now we just witnessed Seth vertical climb with the US, an absolute struggle, but he makes it. So round of applause for Seth. Big Brothers have a brilliant mountain, but as you were talking about troublemakers, coming back to what I was about to say, earlier on in the previous round, what was working out for them was the element of surprise.
Yeah.
Right? But now that's not the case. Now everyone is just so focused on taking those fights, whether it be holding on to compounds or running into those gatekeepers at the edge of the circles, that troublemakers, they've just come to realize that, oh, our 4v4s are not really our strong suit. And now they have to play those survival instincts as well. But let's see. I mean, there's still an opportunity. They've taken a massive drop on the rankings, to be very honest. I mean, we saw them at the last page of the rankings. So they need to convert this Miramar one way or the other. Even the previous Vikendi did not work out too well for them.
And I think I completely agree with you on the fact that their 4v4s definitely is not their strong suit, because we saw how easily, without breaking a sweat, TWM could actually finish them off, wipe them off. That was a proper example of a 4v4 fight, completely isolated, no other interactions. You knew, as a matter of fact, that a team is coming, approaching towards you. It's more like a set-piece play, right?
Yeah, it is. It is. And again, TWM has looked so clean in all of those 4v4s. I mean, we talk about the destruction of TMZ. You talk about the fight against the players of Insane yesterday. It's just been phenomenal, but they're not here in this game.
Sadly, but soon will make the comeback on the limelight once again, as the circle does shift, a hard shift towards on the western side. Johnny, this is exactly what I was talking about. I love when the zone ends on the far western end of the map. This is something which we were talking about, and Metal Esports, such a good position that they have. Insane and Metal, they have majority of the compounds towards El Pozo, but a huge wave of vehicles from the right hand side, a huge convoy moving in that direction.
Well, but will this convoy reach its final destination? We're about to find that out, ladies and gentlemen, but yeah, Hector trying to take a head-on battle with the tree. Bus versus a tree. What do you think was going to win, Salty?
I think the tree.
Yeah, it did win.
I've always heard that nature is like more powerful than any man-made weapon after the nuke.
And the Apache helicopter.
Team Soul. I mean, I'm not really sure how did that hit come from. Team Soul had a massive, massive damage taken, but it seems like Hector has actually returned the favor as well, knocking a player from Team MICI.
So they had set up a bait, actually. They sent their player on purpose close to the players of MICI to get them to react and get them to step out to try and pick that off, while Hector was already in the backlines along with his teammate, and they were able to dish out enough damage to secure the knock. But now it's Goblin's turn to make it to the other side. And the spray from Mudit. Oh, even though it does not dish out any damage to Goblin, it was him and Satchit just spraying down that vehicle that knocks out Goblin. But the finish going into the hands of Big Brothers. Because Big Brother is always watching. Have you heard that?
Yeah, Big Brothers are always watching. They have their eyes
everywhere.
Especially on their siblings. wherever you go, and they have their eyes scanning for you. And it seems like Sarvit, just in the back lines, was prepared for this. And now, look at this, right? Team Soul, definitely not in the best possible position. They still have the high ground, but they can't really make anything out of it. They're not invincible from that high ground, and with multiple teams, we talked about it, right? The convoy which is coming in from the right-hand side, Team Soul will be pressured, and currently they are being pressured by two teams, MICI as well as Big Brothers. CS Esports has had a fantastic run inside of the last game, expecting somewhat of a similar performance from them as well. In Ranadeep as well as Leo, in certain games, Para BTC as well. They've just fired on all cylinders.
But look at this, a fight about to break out between Night Owls and Titan FTW. And Titan FTW, they have been on a struggle of their own. Even this time, Roxy connecting shots on Punk. Damage dished out. HP on Punk extremely low. If this nade connects, that's going to be the opening knock for the players of Night Owls. But that was a brilliant move from Punk. He just avoided the damage of the nade by stepping forward, running towards the opposition. But it's not even going to matter. Titan FTW finding the opening as Cleo, the star player from the Night Owl squad, has been dropped, and Roxy's going to fall as well. Titan FTW doing a brilliant job converting this fight. Draco in the back lines, hiding behind the haystack. Sparky with the push. And Thompson's going to be perfect. The rate of fire on this weapon is brilliant in close ranges. He does secure the knock. The AKM, though, is going to be outdamaged by the DBS. Dream has a dream of surviving. Is not going to come true, as from the distance, from the flank, the shots connecting. And Night Owls, well, they're going to go night-night. Bye-bye. Good night. Sleep tight.
I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure if Titan is going to survive for long as well, because Nanoway. I mean, look at this. 3 players are bleeding right now, and Shogun from the distance. They're not actually closing in. They're very, very far off. Titan might actually have a lifeline here, Johnny.
So it's not just one team. It's WSB up front, and they have another team. Sorry, WSB from the back on the high ground, and they have another team in the distance that has a line of fire available that can actually cause trouble for them. And WSB actually... Are they just letting them be? Are they just going to move up north and trying to find rotation into the zone? I think that is the intention of WSB. They just want to avoid risking losing out on their own players, in fact.
And to be honest, that sounds like a wiser option, because we just saw the map feed, and that entire cluster onto that right-hand side of the circle just does not really show its worth of reaching forward. Instead, you can take a longer rotation as well, but on the distance, it's WSB who's just waiting and trying to figure out what Team Titan FTW is doing. One of their players is knocked out. The rest of the convoy has reached the position of warfare as well, but what a hit back from Team Titan.
Well, and this is going to hit like a truck. In fact, Raiden, armed with the DBS, trying to pick off Punk. In fact, Punk is the only man with a decent amount of HP to work with. The nade cooked at point blank range. He knows where Raiden is, and if this nade connects, it can turn the fight around, turn the tides as well. But Raiden just stays patient, hides in the corner. Punk, the last man left standing from the side of Titan FTW, has to face the DBS in the hands of the opposition. And wow! Does manage to secure the knock with the help of a UMP. Has a little bit of breathing room, but no! Goes down to the other man, Seraph. And Seraph was waiting on the mountain, by the way, for so long. He secured the opening against Titan. 3 players from the side of WSB had hit the floor, but a brilliant recovery. You have to give them props for this. 6 finishes on the board.
I kind of felt Punk did such a very good job with the drop shot on the penultimate guy.
Yeah.
That sort of defined this entire moment, and I kind of felt that he has now the opportunity of kind of completely wiping off the other team, but what's better than 1 DBS?
2 DBS.
Yes, sir. And look at this, Team Empire from the backlines as well. There is so much third party going on, but instantly, as he witnessed a player, Storm has been just pushed out of his position.
I think Storm's goal was simple. He just wanted to blow off the vehicles of the, blow off the tires of the vehicles for WSB so that they are stuck in the blue. And then he utilizes the damage of the blue zones combined with his own vehicles to finish them off. Sounds simple, right? But no, now you have attracted attention for 2 different teams. MICI is going to put pressure on Storm, and of course WSB, they will be quite upset. Why did you damage our vehicles? We're going to finish you off. We're coming for you. Just stay there. We're on our way. All of that. And well, here they come.
Here they come, 3 players from WSB with their buggies. Of course, it seems like majority of their buggies are fine, so I'm not really sure which other ones did Storm destroy.
Oh, Arman's buggy.
The front tire, it doesn't really matter if you take out the front tire. It's the back tires, ladies and gentlemen.
And I think WSP did not really check which buggy was fine and which had its tires blown off. So Arman, it was just unlucky. He drew the shortest straw of the bunch. Is this why they're at the bottom of the ranking?
Yeah, I think Newman, they're having fun. They're certainly enjoying themselves. Savitar just wants to heal himself up. Even Rex, as a matter of fact, wants to heal himself up. And he finally makes it. Sliver of HP, my man.
Yeah. I was just on a countdown because just 1 second. That was a split second. They made it in. Otherwise, he would have been knocked out in the blue.
Not the right position as well. Look at Big Brother Saf. He has so much visibility, and I'm pretty sure he's heard the engines firing as well. These vehicles just being parked. He needs to just come to that, on top of that ridge, and he's going to have the entire visibility.
Can pick off a lot of players from that position, but he's all alone. That's the only thing causing him to stay back in the back lines. The monster trucks are loud. So as you mentioned, he knows that there are at least 2 vehicles right across from him. And his teammates are trying to help him out as well from the distance. If they can secure 1 knock, an opening, and put pressure, just keep firing in the direction of the players of Newman. Seth can actually rack up these finishes. Look at that! Secures the finish, secures the second knock, and brings us down to a 1v1.
I mean, this is such a disastrous gameplay for Team Newman as well. They just decided to pit stop in a position where they're completely out in the open, multiple teams, and Seth, of course, is always going to feast on all 3 of them. This man cleaned everyone up, and there was no fight back from Newman Gaming whatsoever. But it seems like Big Brother Esports, they have much bigger goals, much bigger targets. Newman Gaming was just a piece of the pie for them. Now they're going to focus on WSB and Team Empire, marking the shorelines. They know, as a matter of fact, that there are these 2 teams trying to enter the circle, trying to enter breach past deeper positions inside the circle. But they're going to let them just fight it out. And when they're weakened, they might actually strike when the iron is hot.
Yeah, Arman is here. I think WSB, they were waiting for him before they went after the players of Team Empire. Oh, Seth spotted out in the distance. Few shots fired, but unconnect. And as I was saying, I think WSB, they were waiting for him to show up before they fully commit to the players of Team Empire, because his was the buggy that was destroyed. Now it's his personal revenge. But to be honest, if I'm being a little bit more serious, I think WSB aren't even aware about the fact that there's Team Empire behind them.
That's surprising, to be honest, because Team Empire was in that entire vicinity for a very long time. Somebody shooting at your vehicles. You should have that information. But, well, speaking of information, look at this. We're heading towards the north of Montenegro, ladies and gentlemen. 4 angry men. 4 aggressive men. Pardon me for that.
I mean, anger brings out aggression, so...
Yeah, it's a synonym, which is still fine. And 2 of these players, their rotation has been fabulous. They were the early sufferers, Johnny, but now they have the right end of the circle.
Yeah, I mean,
all to themselves.
They do find themselves in a pretty decent position. And also, we have to talk about synonyms and what they actually are with you. But Autobots finding Midwave Esports. It's a spray, not connecting actually. And Midwave now have the information advantage. So there's a massive cluster of teams that we witnessed during the zone shift towards the south. And all of them, there is no 2 ways about it. They will have to take the fight and then move forward. Without winning those fights, entry into the circle is going to be so brutal. TMZ again in the same spot where they were able to secure the top 2 finish in the Miramar yesterday. And again, they find themselves in the line of fire of Gladiators. Gladiators with the opening. Optimus does manage to make a pretty brilliant getaway though. But here's the sad part. He's the only player surviving for his team now. A few seconds ago, there were all 4 of them, and now there's just 1 remaining.
Exactly, doesn't really matter. TMZ, they're trying to steer away from fights which they should have taken. Gladiator Esports should have been one of the fights. Should have cleaned them up and then proceed forward. That's how you kind of try and open your fight, try and open your position. But what is happening to Gladiator Esports? I can't even see. The vehicle just completely blew up in the air, and now they are in the middle of fire. So much, completely in an open spot. Multiple teams trying to take them at once. And even WSB has its convoy here as well.
Yeah, and Gladiators, I think they just got a little too eager to pick off the players of Medal Esports. They just charged forward towards their compound. They did secure the finishes as well. But now they are on that lower ground. But so far we refocus. Autobots against MICI. We did see a moment of brilliance from these lads. Can they repeat it? Can they repeat history on the map of Miramar? Orzi, Mr. Spray on the front lines, having taken a lot of damage. MICI looking to put up more pressure on the opposition, but Autobots distracted in the back line. CS, they have their last player hiding behind that rock. That nade, it looked quite close to the player, Leo YT, but he's still surviving.
This is the worst position where Autobots could have been. I mean, MICI coming in from the back lines, constantly pressuring them. And up front, CS Esports. Now, Leo YT could have been easily dealt to it, but the fact that CS Esports have that massive split working in for them might actually work against it. And now look at this, Big Brother Esports have also entered the fray, and Surya and Mudit will be tasked with taking care of them. Sarvit and Rishi. Still another player from Big Brothers in the back lines.
So much utility exchange with all these teams. Nothing being held on to for the endgame situations. Running out of throwables, running out of frag grenades specifically. I think Autobots might already be out of throwables at this point. MICI almost running out. Big Brothers, they have just shown up to this fight, so they might run out soon. But Gladiators from the distance, look at them. Justin spots out the player Sanchit from MICI, sees the other players on the ridges as well, but he's yet to take a single shot on the opposition. He's the last player surviving from the side of Gladiators, playing for survival, looking for the finish points now, gives away his position, but Sanchit goes behind the ridge right in the nick of time, and now Justin, he might have dug up his own grave. Because now MICI know where he is, and they have all 4 players to work with as well. Justin make it, or in fact secure an extra point for his team before he's taken out?
Nothing can actually finish off Sanchit at this point. This man is immortal. The zone, of course, will never finish him off. Bullets from Justin, he'll still survive with a sliver of HP. And of course, for Gladiators, the job is more or less done. 7 finishes for them, a top 8 finish. And that's what she wrote for him. MICI, 5 finishes for them. And they're actually marching towards the final circle.
I think it doesn't matter. Even if the win on Vikendi was due to a heal battle, it has risen the morale of this entire team. They feel the confidence. And they know exactly what they have to do to win this game as well, or at least walk away with a lot of points from the board. Nade towards the players of Big Brothers. They're going to need a lot of utility actually to push forward, specifically the smokes and throwables. But again, Kunal's nade finds the opening. Big Brothers, they're going to be down to a 3-man roster. Uzumaki taking a lot of damage. Even Saif is going to be dropped by Surya. Dark Lord from the backlines from the side of Team Insane actually. Look to pick off a few points. Big Brothers all of a sudden down to their last player. MICI, this is their opportunity to secure those points for themselves.
Exactly right, and this is where they will start chiming in. I mean, Sarvit might be the only one who is still standing, but not for long, especially when Mudit and others just do decide to clean things up. Now, for Big Brothers, this has been a very bad rotation, to be honest. They were the last one to enter into that fight inside of that southern part of the circuit. They did decide to take an exit, but instead of going in for northward rotation, they just shifted away from the fight a little bit.
Yeah.
They could have potentially gone on towards the position of 4 aggressive men, try and challenge them. It was a 4v2 for them, could have been a 4v2 for them, but they did not do that, and now they're paying the price for it. MICI cleans up another squad, and now they're marching forward. They have got the edge of the circle for themselves right now.
Yeah, but this is not a good position from where MICI can move forward towards the endgame situations. Big Brothers, the reason they were taken out, because this is a bowl. You are surrounded from every single direction. There is nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. So we're going to see MICI go back to that high ground where Surya is, and then I think the perfect plan of action would be to take on Team Soul.
Team Soul was definitely away from the limelight while this entire commotion was happening, but now they have to take steps. Still about 30-40 meters away from the center of the circle itself. And they know, as a matter of fact, that the ball is in their court. 7-5 seconds when the circle will start approaching, but from the distance is actually 4 aggressive men who is taking down Mudit. Now this is a very impactful frag, and even Team Soul wants to chime in. Very nice timing from these lads.
They were hearing to those shots, they were looking at the finish speed, and now Team Soul, they have an amazing opportunity of securing a lot of finish points, putting them on the board, and then making sure that at least their edge of the circle is going to be completely empty. But from the distance, shots connected by 4 aggressive men. And this is where they are picking up the aggression, but still outnumbered, outgunned. Karan, It's going to be very difficult for him to survive. He's running towards his teammate. Skillful needs to go for a revive. But now look at this. Akshat actually has a line of fire available. But he's still focused on the players of MICI.
Missing a lot of shots in that position. And now even he is going to suffer. MICI, they're still retaliating. They're still not bowing out of this particular fight. Team Soul. Hector, as a matter of fact, in the back line, just going in for the heal battle. Is he going for the heal battle, though?
Yes, he is. 2 first aids. There's a few more up ahead. But as soon as he gets close to that ridge, his head is going to be visible to the opposition. So, he needs to be a little bit more careful.
Who would have imagined, Johnny, after losing 2 players, 4 aggressive men would still find their way inside the top 4 finishes, inside the top 4 teams?
I mean, this is just incredible from these lads. I mean, they took their time. They weren't running into any fights or even getting close to any of the teams during the mid-game stages. But now, finally, I think it is time for 4 aggressive men to bite the dust, bite the bullet, in fact, which is being shot by the players of Team Insane. And even Team Insane, an incredible comeback in this game. They did not really have the momentum in any single match up until now. TMZ, how much trouble can you cause, Optimus? Last player standing makes it to the top 2. Looking for an extra points. 2 players remaining. A 1v2 for Optimus. And he's running back into the blue. Is he looking to deny the point? No, he repositions, but in the wrong time. Allows Adi to climb up that ridge, and Adi will make him pay for that mistake, giving him the breathing room, climb up that ridge, and Optimus is going to be finished off. But Insane, what a brilliant comeback. Not just from Insane, from TMZ, from 4 aggressive man. MICI, I mean, back-to-back amazing performances from this team.
Absolutely. I mean, MICI, they've been brilliant, right? We will talk about this team later. While Team Insane, as a matter of fact, they were always supposed to be dominating. I'm very surprised with Team TMZ as well, the way they have recovered from the trenches of hell. Optimus was the only one who was actually surviving. We saw how they tried to leapfrog gladiators from that particular position, tried to ignore all of that commotion and try to drive through. We knew that strategy was not going to happen, was not going to be successful, but Optimus still made it work, at least in terms of the position point. They only had like 1 finish available for them, but that's about it.
Exactly. As you were talking about 4 aggressive man, I mean, at least it was 2 players who were there to watch each other's back. Optimus had nothing to work with, and still the survival instincts kicking in. This is what we wanted to witness from the side of TMZ from the start. But again, it's a little too slow, a little too late. If they can be consistent, maybe by tomorrow we're going to see them in the top 16.
I'm not even sure if the approach is right, Johnny, to be honest, because at one point you will have to start taking fights. You will have to go for the finish points as well. You can't just run away from all the aggression that is happening on the map, can you?
True. I mean, it's not going to be possible. You will have to put those finish points on the board, and this time we know it's going to be not enough, but hopefully they can bring themselves at least a smidge closer to that top 16 bracket. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on a very short break, but you guys stay tuned, keep watching, because coming right after will be the last game of the day.
Push. Left.
पीछे आ
तो यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अरे तकिन तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ा तरम डिफॉल्ट से निकल पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
है
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने। चलो क्या जिग्नेश भाई।
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो, फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन, फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार। ये लो भैया, हो गई आपकी सेटिंग। समझे? सब पॉसिबल है, बस सेटिंग लगाना।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
हो ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the semi-finals of the BGIS 2023. Of course, the final game of the day is still yet to happen, but we're going to talk about the penultimate game with my best friend Necro, who is back on the desk. How are you feeling, my man?
Feels pretty good, you know, to be back on the desk once again, considering the previous game in Miramar was quite nice. 4 a.m., just surprising me out of nowhere. They started things off with a 2-man down, and then till the end, those 2 men were alive.
I mean, to be honest, right at the start when 4 aggressive men lost, I kind of felt like, all right, fine, they've lost all hopes, to be honest. There's no way this team is going far inside of this game. But that rotation was so beautiful, and the circle, of course, played its part. They had majority of the control. But we talked about 4 aggressive men. Let's talk about Team Insane. What a brilliant comeback it was. And now I think they're back in form. Even Team Blind is back in form.
Exactly. I mean, Team Blind in itself from the previous game, they were just looking pretty good. Since the game of Vikendi, they were just having the momentum rolling in, so it makes a lot of sense, right? Blind Esports, they're going to be back in contention. But Team Insane, they desperately needed this type of chicken dinner to sort of propel themselves somewhere on the first half of the board, because Team Insane, they were slipping out in the overall standings. But now that they've got that chicken dinner, they're going to be looking in much more better form in the future stages as well. And speak about in the form as well, even the fight that we witnessed amongst the players of Titan FTW and WSB, even that was quite a weird fight.
I mean, Titan FTW, to be honest, they know how to kind of take those 44 battles, but WSB has been feeling a little weird. WSB hasn't really been very confident in taking their fights. Even Team Empire, when they were there, that entire fight just drew out for extremely long time. I didn't just really know why did not WSB press the finish switch right from the get-go itself. We know this team can go aggressive, but somehow it seems like they're just holding back.
Well, I mean, let's move forward and take a look at the highlights from the previous game. This is how the fight really broke out between the players of 4 a.m. and WSB. WSB off the bat, they were just elimination hungry.
I mean, that was one of the positions where they knew the opposition had no weaponry altogether. 4 aggressive men, they were caught with only their vehicles, and that was it. Titan FTW, as a matter of fact, they just absolutely wiped the floor with Night Owls, and I did not really expect this coming. I thought that this fight was going to be very even Stevens.
Yeah, genuinely. I mean, Night Owls is one of those teams that you do not really expect getting taken down like that in that scenario, but then Titan FTW getting pounced on as well instead by the players of WSB, something Titan FTW did not really see coming, but still, they did a great job at dealing with that threat, but in the end, considering WSB, they were just much more in a superior form in that fight. They just came out on top.
I mean, Zeref, of course, in the final moments, his calm and composed nature is always going to help him, but one of the situations which is still going to remain unexplained is Newman Gaming and their pit stop, which just did not really make any sense. Out in the open, they had no information if teams were there, the distance. I don't really understand, Necro. Why would you stop your monster? I understand they had to heal themselves up, but try and move up quick.
I mean, look, at this point in time, Newman Gaming is something that I expected these type of performances from. And Human Gaming, all they need to do is that wake up as quick as possible and try to adjust and tweak things a little bit more in the play style and get back in the race once again with a clean slate in your mind. The only thing that you can try to do is wake up tomorrow, have a good night's sleep, and then just come back up inside the game with a clean slate.
I'm not really sure, Necro, on just one part, and that is if you will have a good night's sleep, especially when you're just dead last on the overall standings. But, well, we will talk about this particular fight. Big Brother Esports did try to avoid that initial collision against MICI and multiple other teams. They tried to move on a rotation, but that rotation just completely failed because here they were caught by multiple teams at once. Team Insane, MICI, as well as Team Soul.
I mean, MICI has to be a big part of conversation over here. MICI, these guys have been playing phenomenally well. The consistency this team is showing is definitely sort of catching me a bit off guard because MICI is the team that I expected least these type of performances from. And these guys are actually able to perform up to the mark. It's just a big astonishing factor for me.
It's a pleasant surprise, to be honest, to watch these undergods grow and actually adapt and perform so well inside of this competition. Now, MICI, before the Vikendi game, their position on the overall standings was not really good, but with consistent performances like these, I'm pretty sure they're actually making a good case for themselves to move towards the top 16. More aggressive man, as a matter of fact, that was all that she wrote for him, but I did not understand one thing, of course. For TMZ, the constant tendency to try to avoid fights has been increasing day by day. They just don't really want to collide against any team at all, which I'm not really a big fan of.
I mean, makes a lot of sense too, right? When you know there's so much on the stake, there's so much on the line. TMZ, they know they're so close to the closing phase of the tournament, so they would want to be there, right? So they're just trying to play a bit more safe. They're prioritizing the position points. They want to win the games, but at the same time, what they're doing is just avoiding the fights that they need to take. And because of that, it's just putting them in a bit more discomfortable spot inside the game. So sometimes fights needed to be taken in order for you to find a good position inside the safe zone.
Exactly. I mean, one of the examples would be the fight against Gladiator Esports, right? TMZ had all four of their players surviving, and all that they wanted to do is just take their vehicles, completely ignore Gladiator and their positioning, and just drive straight through. But that was never going to happen. Gladiators, they are exceptionally skilled, mechanically skilled. They will spray you down, and from there, just one player survives. These are the silly mistakes which TMZ should not really make. But speaking of mistakes, this man from Team Insane, Dark Lord, never really makes any mistake, does
he? The MVP of the previous game is going to be Team Insane Dark Lord with 5 finishes, and the finish contribution is 71.4. Now, that's a lot of finish contribution. This man single-handedly did the heavy lifting.
For sure, right? Dark Lord has been really performing well for Team Insane in the recent times. Team Insane, their overall performance didn't really look that solid, but this man always shined bright. Speak about shining bright, Gladiators. For them, it's a pleasant surprise that Shogun is back up top. 4 finishes for him. Shogun has been one of the players who kind of stays away from the limelight since it's always Destro and Justin and even Delta PG, but this is a very good surprise for me.
That is true. I mean, Shogun is one of those players that you do not really see on the board most of the times, right? But considering now he's finally over here, it feels a little bit different, but hey, it's good to see that difference inside the squad, right? You're finally seeing Shogun on the board too. Then BB Safe is over there as well inside the top 5 Rebels with 4 eliminations. Zeref, as usual, the usual suspect inside the top 5 Rebels from WSB. Speak of WSB, these guys need to step up a little bit more.
I mean, it's not just WSB as well. Look at this. Team Soul, they had the 3rd position for themselves. 10 position points and 8 finish points. 18 points in total. Team Soul, for them, it's been consistent. The first game that they played as well, it was a very consistent performance. Team Insane at the very top, 22 points as well. That will be a big jump. MICI, Troublemakers, Big Brothers, all of these teams did fairly well. But it's those teams at the very bottom, Necro, on the second page, where I'm not really a big fan of.
Latter half of the board, Newman Gaming, Night Owls, Metal Esports, Team Empire not having a good game. Autobots is one of those teams that we had so many expectations from. Even they're not able to deliver so far. Then you move on forward towards Midwave Esports. Even these guys are not able to perform. Autobots Esports, I mean, they at least started things off on a great note today. But now the performance downfall is clearly seen from them. Let's hope that maybe in the future lines Autobot tomorrow can once again start popping up and they can repel themselves back inside the top 3 or top 4 or in top 16, I guess.
Exactly. I mean, for Autobots, they have their caliber. They have their firepower as well. It's just been the consistency which has been their problem. In certain games, they will pop off like they are the dominatrix, right? In certain games, they will pop off with 10 plus finishes across the board and they will get the chicken in. No, nothing can actually stop them in those games, but it's been the consistent performances with the map switches and with the different lobbies as well. The round robin format is something which we're not really discussing. Multiple teams just playing against different set of teams. That is sometimes a very big differentiating factor, because when there are different teams in the lobby, you might have to tweak your drop locations a little bit as well. You have to tweak your rotations a little bit as well. And those things, I think, might just have complicated situation for Autobots.
Of course, in set semifinals, one thing is for sure, you should expect a bit of a playstyle change from every single team that's currently in here. And I think so if you've not expected that, well, then that's your problem. You should have been able to adapt on the fly instantly anyways. Team Seoul is a prime example of this. Team Seoul has been struggling throughout the competition. Yes, the previous game in Miramar was a bit decent one, but is that really going to cut things off? No, Team Seoul needs to perform a bit more in a consistent way, just the same way that they did in the previous game in Miramar. But as we move on forward towards the matchup of the upcoming game, it's going to be Group B and C to duke it out. Team Insane once again will be seen in the upcoming competition, but Blind Esports makes a return.
Blind Esports make a return, Glitchx Reborn make a return, and Mayavi make a return as well. But the team that I'm actually most excited to find out about is going to be Brave Esports. They have been performing phenomenally. We saw them actually get that big chicken dinner as well. But I want to see consistency from this team. I want to see consistency from the lad Simple dude. They've been doing phenomenal. But for Brave Esports to actually qualify for the grand finals, they need multiple good performances on board.
That is true. I mean, I really want to see what CS Esports has got in the back as well. The previous game was quite decent, but we know CS Esports, they pack a massive punch. I want to see them succeed even more, considering in the game of Sanhok, CS Esports played exceptionally well. We saw how much patience they showcased inside the game of Sanhok, so I really want them to end things on a great note. And then speaking of the group that was above them as well, Blind Esports, this team's on a tear. They've got the momentum rolling in for themselves. And then speak about a couple of more other teams. Of course, expectations are going to be there, but it's really tough to deliver on those expectations for these teams.
It's 100% tough to deliver on those expectations, especially from the teams with experience. And that is one of the reasons why maybe on the first day of the semi-finals, we witnessed so many big names on the second half of the leaderboard. But now, like you mentioned, right, Blind Esports, they are back in form. Another team I'm expecting to come back in red-hot form is Team X-Park.
Team X-Park, they were looking pretty okay in the overall standings, I would say. They're not doing too bad. They're not doing too good. And as I mentioned, as long as you're in the top 16, that's all that's going to matter. You really do not need to put on a lot of added pressure onto yourself. All you need to do is just propel yourself inside the top 16, be over there comfortably, hit that spot down for yourself, and you should be good to go in the upcoming games as well. And speak about the upcoming games, here we go. The upcoming Erangel's on our way as well, as the plane's going to hit the skies, and the plane flat path starting all the way from Stalber towards down south military base. Now this plane flat path is extremely tilted towards the right side of the map. Team Seoul's going to have a lot of struggle to go towards Gatka.
Oh yes, it's not just them as well. Multiple teams who move towards Georgiapol, teams who actually love towards go towards Primorsk as well. Everybody is going to have so many problems, but it's such a very interesting flight path, Necro, because we've witnessed generally these flight paths accompany circles towards on the left-hand side of the map. Maybe a Gatka finish is on the cards, but we'll find that out. But majority of the teams, meanwhile, I was speaking, they've already taken their exit.
Yeah, that is true. And this game, genuinely, I want to see how Midwave Esports is going to perform. Considering this plane flat patch should benefit them for their drop location towards Milta Power, they should be looking pretty comfortable in that drop spot anyways. As usual, Blind Esports as well going towards school. The players of Team Mayavi going towards that Rozhok side. This is going to be an intense one. Marcos Gaming going towards Severny as usual. The usual drop locations, nothing out of the box and nothing out of the ordinary.
But I was actually pleasantly surprised, to be honest, because I expected multiple collisions to happen right at the get-go in search of not only just compounds, but also a lot of vehicles to work with as well, because teams will need those intermediate vehicles to travel from the central part of the map towards the drop locations, maybe towards Georgiapol, maybe towards Primorsk as well. But it seems like none of those collisions are happening, at least for now, though. We have a calm, composed start to this game. Ronnie did take a little bit of a damage. Now I wonder if it is from somebody else, maybe Team Mayavi.
Blind Esports. Yeah, as you mentioned, Ronnie did take a bit of a damage, but I highly doubt it's from a player. Maybe when he was trying to grab a vehicle, accidentally jumped out of a moving vehicle. Sometimes it does happen.
Yeah.
Glitchx Reborn trying to engage in an early fight. This can be an interesting one, considering the players of TE, they do not really want anything to be done against the players of GlitchX, Reborn, Team Empire. They want to be on their way.
Yeah, they already are on their way, to be honest. And look at the balls on Roman as well, right? He only had a shotgun to work with.
Yeah.
Man had a level 1 helmet, no vest. I think he had a vest. I'm not really sure.
That to a pump shotgun.
That to a pump shotgun, right? And he just went straight for him. He had no secondary weapon at all as well. But he knew the Team Empire as well. They just very recently scrambled for vehicles as well. Even they did not have any armory, but now they do. And Team Empire might actually decide to go in for some payback.
Brave Esports on the southern side. Usually they just like to drop over there. It's such a weird drop location from the side of Brave Esports, right?
Yeah.
Down south towards military, they like to drop completely on the southern side off the map. Do not even drop in any of the main compounds. Instead, they just loot the scrappy compounds.
Exactly, that's the point which I was trying to make, right? Towards military base, it still makes sense, but towards the southern shoreline of the military base, now that is a very innovative drop that we've seen so far. But look at this, Spidey with spray from that 2x scope almost took the life of Duke, but I'm pretty sure GlitchX Reborn, they are going to recover from this. They don't really have a lot of medkits, no utility as well.
Oh, there's a chance he can be now knocked out. But no, Duke is going to have a safe escape from this entire position. No issues for now. GlitchX Reborn looking decent. I just want to find out where exactly the players of GlitchX Reborn want to go towards. Team Ivy, they're all the way towards Razog. Gatka is up for grabs if they do want to go towards there.
Like we talked about, right, majority of that western part of the map is completely alienated. There's nobody over there. Team Xpark, as usual, just enjoying their time at Novo Ripnoyo as well. Now, this circle, as a matter of fact, is the most basic circle that Erangel could ever offer you. Right at the smack center of the map, there is no involvement of the military base as well. The center is at school, and you know that if you are somewhere towards Puchinki School or Rozok, you are going to be in comfortable shoes. And I think that's what blind Team Marvi and WSB as well are going to be feeling. But that also just invites so much attention from multiple sides.
Yeah, this circle also involves the most amount of land.
Yeah.
So teams, they feel at home. Seems like Vikendi all over again.
It just only lacks a little bit of a snowfall, maybe?
Yeah. I mean, Christmas is around the corner.
No. Still months away.
I mean, look, time passes by so quick, Salty.
That's true. BGIS.
Exactly.
It still feels like BGIS had just started.
Yeah, it still feels like a week ago we were casting round 1.
The grind.
Yeah. But we know it's been weeks at this point.
Months.
Not months. I mean,
it's been months, Necro.
Yeah,
what
if
are
you
you talking?
include grind, then yes, it's been months, but
We've been casting BGIS for over a month now, Necro. It's been... So this is the 6th week that we are casting.
time is something it's tough to keep track of as a human being.
That's why we wear watches, but we'll talk about that later on.
I mean, on watches you can tell days how many weeks you've been casting. What are you speaking about? But you know what? For now, we've got the players to tie and not a move. And these guys, they're looking pretty okay. No issues whatsoever. Considering it's a pretty standard circle, none of the teams are actually going to leave their mark anyways. They should be in a comfortable shoes. Looking all fine.
It's all fine. It's all merry. I mean, to be honest, majority of the teams, they know it's all about either their real estate shopping or their grocery shopping as well. It's all about gathering yourself the loot and the cover that you want inside the circle. I wish our classic games were as peaceful in the early stages as these competitive games are, Necro. We could have done so much better. We could have pushed so many ranks.
Oh no. Dude. Rough driving. He's trying to squeeze through. Come on, he can do it. Yes, he does. Nicely done, dude. But yeah, speak of dude, it's been a while we've seen this man on screen. Right now that we've finally got him on the screen, let's speak about him. the first time ever he made his entrance or he made his presence known on the camera when he got that limelight was that 1v2 clutch on Vikendi to seal the deal and get the chicken dinner.
Yeah. And from that point on, he's given us multiple clutch moments. Usually when Brave Esports kind of perform to their absolute best, when they are in their dominating best, it's always Simple who kind of takes away the limelight. But when they're in trouble, it's always Dude.
Yeah. Brave Esports on the way to the main island. Looking okay over there. Team Insane in front of us for now. A team that's got the ball in the court. Good momentum inside this last game of the day. Let's see how well they will be able to carry it on forward. Team Maya V2 looking in the smack center. Looking pretty good, okay. Marco's Gaming as well. Now starting to move down south from that Severny side. So all these teams at this point in time just trying to close on up to that centric spot.
Yeah, I think you correctly mentioned that majority of the teams are preferring playing from the center. There is almost no one at the edges. I mean, there are teams who are still rotating. There are teams like Team X Park. You've got Team Empire as well who are still rotating. Brave Esports, we just witnessed them on their merry path. Lucknow Giants, as a matter of fact, is still way back at Georgiapur, northern Georgiapur. And they're still looting. They're still not on their vehicles as well. I mean, fair for them. They reached Georgiapur quite late inside the first circle. They had to traverse all the way with their vehicle. So I guess they will take their time. And it's just the first circle, so it doesn't really matter.
CS Esports in front of us. And these guys will be on a move too. CS Esports is one of those teams that is now in a really interesting way inside BGIS semifinals. Because they have seen a lot of ups and downs in their gameplay itself. And then we have seen a bit of a switch in their playstyle. Before, inside the grind, when we saw CS Esports for the first time, CS Esports was one of the most aggressive teams out there.
Yeah.
They used to go for the drop collision instantly. And now look at them. CS Esports, they try to have a peaceful start at the start of the game.
Not just a peaceful start, even their mid-rotations, collisions as well, right? They're very wise to select which fight do we want to take and which fight do we not want to take. And I think CS Esports, they've sort of mastered the art of playing for positioning.
Yeah.
That's why they've had good results in certain games inside the semi-finals as well. But it's just about perfecting the art. It's just about doing it consistently over every single game to try and solidify your position. Something which Gladiator Esports have done so brilliantly. You don't see Gladiator Esports just absolutely going in for 10 plus finishes every single game. But still, they are at the very top because they're consistent enough.
Blind Esports next to Night Owls. Look at the amount of spread the players of Blind Esports have.
Yeah.
2 players on the hilltop, 1 guy inside the apartments, 1 guy in the school. What's going on, Blind? You guys are roaming around as if it's your house. And for now, Cleo's out in the open. Definitely invading the enemy territory. Cleo getting ripped apart. He's getting shot at from all the different angles. And Blind Esports is going to be the one to claim that elimination point.
Seems like this is Blind in their natural form. Right, completely split up. They don't really care about who is next to them. But speak about this for a second. Night Owls, they are being pressured. Now, we did witness Cleo being picked off, but now it's Nest Esports who's actually hitting back. But Blind,
yeah,
they don't really let anybody survive.
Blind Esports with the third party knocking on the doors. Unintentional help provided for the players of Night Owls. But this was something that was not really needed. Dream is in the front line. The nade's being tossed against him. Maybe it's going to find the connection. Crawls up a bit too close, but still nothing to be worried about. Night Owl Streams getting shot at from the back lines. It's a bit of a trouble. Dreams needs to watch out from the back. Now going for the patch up too. His level 1 gear is quite scratched up. He needs new armor and new helmet. What just happened to the players of Night Owls? They just came in here out of nowhere.
They came in here out of nowhere. They got completely scattered as well. One of them got picked off from blind as well, and now they are being hit by multiple teams at once. For Night Owls, this definitely was not the script or definitely was not the plans. It seems like Nest Esports made a very wise decision of falling back from that particular fight. They did not want to have any business with blind Esports.
I mean, Owls are supposed to be blind in the morning, right? And Night Owls, this is the first time these guys have stand true to their name. Because they were not really able to find out where they exactly were. They looked pretty lost.
They certainly were lost.
And speaking about things being lost, Blind Esports, though, they're never lost. For now, Team Insane getting in a bit of a fight against the players of Team Maya V2. Team Insane in a world of trouble, about to be eliminated from the game. There's a chance they can't be. CS Esports as well, just unloading so many magazines against them. Dark Lord, his buggy might just spin out, but no, Team Insane, they make that rotation at the nick of time. They should be good.
Not really sure if they're good right now because Dark Lord has been knocked out and it's from Team Mayavi. Completely sandwiched by two different teams, but at least they have the hard cover to actually work with. Leo does not really care about it. Any small visibility from the window, legit as well from the other side. Any visibility through the windows or the doors, and Team Insane will be chewed down.
Oh, this is not a good news. Legit. He's got the angles inside the house. Hirsch's position compromised. Good pre-fires from Legit. Hirsch getting shot at around the corner. Now going for the resurrection. Legit's nade's going to be tossed to perfection. Might just find the re-knock, and that's what it does. Hirsch now trying to get back up on the upper floor, and the nade was tossed to perfection. Good prediction from Legit. This is what you call the best one. Good game sense showcased.
I mean, absolutely, right? Getting two knocks with two different nades. But look at this, right? As soon as he just stepped out, Team CS Esports, they punish. And this is what happens when there are three teams in the mix of things. Now, I don't really understand why Team Insane make this big, bold rotation inside of Rozhok, but they're definitely paying the price for it. And even Team Mayavi, their aggression needs to be controlled, because if they constantly try and pressure and constantly look to get those finish points, maybe they will be blindsided by Team CS Esports.
Maybe. Oh, the confirmation rolls in. Nicely done, Mayavi. In a good spot. Looking comfortable once again. Blind Esports, that 2-2 split that's came into play. They're looking pretty comfortable over there too. Mayavi at this point in time, they've just established Rozhok as their house.
I mean, they were always at this position. It's majority of the time it's been Insane and the CS Esports who have been the uninvited neighbors, who have been the uninvited guests inside of that city, and it seems like they've taken care of them pretty well. Insane, of course, did bite the dust. You've got CS Esports in the mix of things as well, and this circle rotation, both Team Mayavi as well as Lucknow Giants are going to be very happy about it. Glitchix Reborn still holding inside of Water City. Now, that is a place where I'm not really a big fan of. For them, the rotations from Water City when the circle does ditch it will be extremely difficult, but apart from that, it seems to be very set.
Yeah. Marco's gaming on a move. Team Mayavi Cypher, look at this guy. Is within his own enemies. But eventually Cypher finds a safe way out. How was Cypher even over there? And the enemy players did not even check Cypher.
I mean, a lot of unexplained things have been happening inside of this game, and it seems like Marcus Gaming, they were just more interested in that rotation once again. Similar leapfrogging tactics that we talked about. But Legit does have Siam in front of his crosshair right now. Barely a sliver of FP left before the knock could have been confirmed. Team Mayavi looking to press the finish triggers all at once.
Marco's Gaming in a tricky spot to get out from. Midway Esports against the players of Glitchix Reborn. And this fight's going to break out. Chris OP in the front lines. Glitchix Reborn looking for to back out, but that nade was perfect. Midway, they find the opening against the players of Glitchix Reborn. 3 players down. One more to go in the name of Ralph, and he's going to back out already. He does not want anything to do in this fight, Ralph. He realizes the fact that it's better to play this one safe. Will the players of Glitchix Reborn bite the dust?
This is why I said I'm not really a big fan of this particular position. Glitchix Reborn have been instantly invaded. and obliterated exactly Nomads onto Ralph as well. Which means he's going to be stuck in this position for a while. As long as Midwave Esports do not find out about his position, I think he should be good to go. But look at this from the backlines. There's Team Night Owls. I think for Ralph, this should be game over.
Oh, Midwave. All the 4 players in that compound. We just hear this silence, right? Sometimes you hear bullets going off. Sometimes you hear the nades going off.
Yeah.
But you're not seeing anything happen on the board, though. That's the problem.
It's still, for the first time, we are inside of stage 4 and 16 teams are still alive, Necro. And look at this, we might have our first elimination here as well. Blind Esports up against Team Titan FTW.
Oh, this is going to be a nice fight. Titan FTW getting picked off, ripped off, limb by limb, but eventually Titan FTW, they have been ripped away from the game. Blind Esports, they sent them back to their home turf, which is the lobby.
I mean, well said over there. Blind Esports did not really break a sweat, but now they're sort of attracting a little bit of an attention. The smokes, of course, is going to protect them for a while. It seems like their vehicles are being targeted. Their point of rotation or their mobility is what they're targeting at this point. But Blind Esports in a good spot right now, right at the south of that hill behind Rozok. They know, as a matter of fact, there are teams who are still rotating in from compounds, namely Team Empire as well as WSB. And look at this, the shots will be coming.
Team Empire against the players of Team WSB. WSB in a really bad spot. Blind Esports is going to find the connection. The bullets are now starting to whiz past away from the players of WSB. Zerf knocked out. The confirmation should be flown up. And WSB, they're getting picked off slowly and steadily. This is what you call a slow and steady dismantle.
Slow poisoning. Blind that is what they're doing right now. But on the other side, it's not just Blind as well. It's Team Empire who are trying to press in the charges. They know, as a matter of fact, that WSB has been weak and multiple players have been knocked out. The smokes isn't going to protect them, and the artillery strike from Blind as well as Team Empire comes through.
I mean, already Blind Esports, they've closed on up against this entire scenario. Screen's going to be on the move. He does not want to stay here anymore. He wants to find a safe ground for himself. And he wants to play for the positioning game, but the return fire is going to be quite good. Storm gets knocked out. Team Empire in a big world of trouble now. This is not the knock they wanted to see upon themselves, but even another guy from WSB is still left out in the open in the back.
Surprisingly, the circle has even ditched Rozok at this point. It's completely out in the open and there is no cover whatsoever. But look at this, Team Empire, they're still dominating. They're still looking for that final finish on towards Arman. WSB definitely have been chewed up, but Team Empire, where do they go? How do they make this rotation, especially with multiple teams coming across their way? They will get picked apart left, right, and center, but now we are preparing for a big battle, and it's between Marcos Gaming and Team Mayavi.
Yeah, Team Mayavi. Flax is in the enemy territory. This is not the best position to be in. Look at how close and personal he is against that one single foe. Saya peeks out. Good fight from him. What was that man doing? Flax! You should have been aware of the enemy lines, but eventually he got taken down by Sayam. Blax thought that he had enough time to pop that booster, but he screwed up massively. Team Mayavi, they gave up that opening against that one single man of Marcos Gaming, and now Sayam has found the breather that he really needed.
He's the last one who's still standing for his team, with multiple players from Team Mayavi as well as CS Esports right rounding. I'm not really sure how long they are going to survive. Night Owls, on the other hand, a two-man team. It doesn't really matter because Draco with that nade is going to finish off another player from Midwave Esports. Midwave, as a matter of fact, they were doing pretty good. We saw them finish off one team, GlitchX Reborn from Water City. They finished off Brave Esports as well. I want to find out how many finishes they have, Necro.
Yeah, Night Owls in front of us. Roxy and Draco. These two guys are the only ones that are alive. You spoke about GlitchX Reborn. And yeah, even they have been eliminated a while ago. Lucknow Giants too on the left lines. It's a team that has been slipping under the radar. None of us noticed them, but they're still alive over here. Up till now to the late game scenario, Team Empire in a big wall of trouble. Too many shots to deal with.
And Sarang, of course, just unloading his magazines. Team Spark, they definitely have a problematic situation at hand. Team Nest right up front, shots being fired, and it seems like Sarang took majority of that damage, but Aditya and Dreams are still there to support him. Nades being lined up. This is a dip which might actually be very deadly for Nest Esports, Necro.
Oh, that was a bit of an overshoot from the side of Sarang. He needs to toss the nade to the perfection. Once again, it might just be another overshoot, or maybe it will find the perfect connection, and that's what happens. Now it's all down to Rice, and this guy will need to try his best to fight back, but eventually, the entirety of the enemy teams, they just get eliminated. Team Spark, they do find the squad wipe, but then Team Empire, they're here to third party.
They're here to third party, and I'm pretty sure Aditya has too much to actually deal with, and Team Empire, beautifully done. They still have 3 players left, and it seems like they're starting to dominate. Night Owls underneath their crosshairs, and Draco has been taken down. Empire is leading the charge. Such a beautiful position to play from. They have got this natural ridge, and they know, as a matter of fact, that there are multiple teams right on the other side. The first prey is going to be Night Owls.
That was some good tracking from Empire. Midwave Esports against the players of Lucknow Giants. They've got the man number. Lucknow Giants in a big advantage inside this fight. Midwave Esports, Dinosus in the front. Too many nades being tossed onto this guy. Dinosus now looking forward to back away from this one. Wixkey tries to close on up. Too many fights breaking out at the same time. It's tough to keep track of those. And Lucknow Giants gone as well, just spraying down inside the smoke. CS Esports in the big receiving lines.
Lucknow Giants just trying to slip away from all the jabs which are coming in their way. It seems like they have taken a little bit of a damage. Austin bot quite low on HP. Dawn has been taken out of commission as well. Now a 3-man lineup up against Midwave Esports, and a massive ridge which separates them. Not really sure if it's the ideal position. 4 teams left inside the competition, Necro. I'm not even sure who is going to win this because this is so dicey.
Indeed it is. Lucknow Giants, I mean, at least they wipe out the entirety of the foes. As I mentioned, Lucknow Giants, they did have the man number, so that's what exactly happens. They overwhelmed the opponents, Midwave Esports, and they indeed come out on top in the end. And now Lucknow Giants having the high ground to claim this entire chicken dinner. Is that going to be a possibility or not? But one guy from the side of Lucknow Giants getting knocked out. This is not going to be good news.
Definitely isn't.
Austin Bot is also softened up, Salty.
CS Esports, I mean, they chimed into this party. Lucknow Giants definitely had the advantage had CS Esports not been involved in this fight. But now they are being made to deal with multiple teams at once. But they're still doing a good job so far, Necro.
Yeah, CS Esports, they're just so good at playing the patience game. And now it's their time to strike. And that's what they do. They're moving out in the open slowly and steadily. Baby steps towards the victory. And also a good spot inside the circle. But as they do so, they're also losing out on the man number. And that's a bit of a problem. But 2 players have already closed on up, but a single man finds those 2 knockouts. Austin Bots is going to be the table turner inside the situation, and now we're down to a 2-man, 2-on-2 scenario.
I mean, the experience, the skills from all those years of BGMI, Austin Bot, he just brings everything into action, gets 2 players from the side of Team CS Esports, and now they're at a disadvantage. Para BTC and Sarthak, their position are known, nades being lobbed in as well. But for Lucknow Giants, their benefit is only one thing, and that is they have a natural cover to actually play with.
Yeah, but they'll need to leave that cover to make it inside the circle. So CS Esports, the overall advantage is stacked with them. Lucknow Giants needs to move out in the open. What can be done? The wall of death is going to be closing in soon enough. Backs against the wall for the side of Lucknow Giants. Make a move or get taken out. What do you choose? Wall of death starting to close on up. Lucknow Giants desperately looking forward to find any type of advantage. Sarthak, he knows the players of Lucknow Giants are going to be a little bit desperate now. And CS Esports, they're just ready for that opportunity to strike.
As far as it seems, Lucknow Giants might just be barely inside the circle. Look at that on the radar.
Are they?
It seems like they're right at the edge.
No. It's moving up. Oh, maybe they do have a bit of a cover. Yes, they do. Barely a bit of a cover, but the next circle shifts right on top of the players of CS Esports. Lucknow Giants now massively screwed up. Something needs to be done. They need to have a couple of smoke grenades.
But they have nothing. No utility, no healing whatsoever. They have to do this with raw firepower. What are they going to do, of course, is the question.
Here we go. Finally, the peekaboo begins. BTC from the front. The Crores dishing out quite a lot of damage. He's doing a great job giving those peeks left, right, and eventually BTC is going to be the one to come out on top. Nicely done. Well played from CS Esports.
Brilliantly played as well. I mean, I kind of felt, especially after this double knock from Austin Bot, I felt like the entire perspective was shifting against CS Esports, and I felt like Lucknow Giants might actually go away with the chicken dinner. It's still fine. I think a second position is something they are going to be happy with. I still remember dropped in towards that Georgia pole, making that long rotation. Lucknow Giants slipped under everyone's radar.
That is true, but not just that. How good CS Esports is at preserving all their players till the final few moments.
Yeah.
Once again, they make that happen. Sanhok was a prime example of that in the past, and now Erangel, once again, they make the same thing happen. Decent amount of elimination points wrapped up as well. CS Esports, these guys are definitely making that slow and steady climb. Not exactly slow and steady. Now they should be somewhere in the top 5.
I mean, they definitely should be. You saw how they controlled the entire Rozhok fight as well, right? They were nowhere in Rozhok. It was Team Mayavi and their control. But CS Esports, they came in from the outside. They not only dealt with Team Mayavi, but also Team Insane. And from there on, reserved all their players and entering the final circle. It's been a great journey so far, and I am loving this, to be honest.
That is true. Even I'm loving it. But ladies and gentlemen, considering the previous game of Erangel, CS Esports, they came out on top. Still, expectations were there a little bit from Team Mayavi as well from my side. I thought Team Mayavi could actually play a bit more better, but no, that was not the case.
It's certainly right. It's not just Team Mayavi, even Blind as well. We had a lot of expectations, but we'll see what are the stats, ladies and gentlemen, on the other side of this very short break.
पुश लेफ्ट ठीक है
अरे पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने
अरे तकी तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ा तरफ डिफॉल्ट से निकलना पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
है
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए
मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने। चलो क्या जिग्नेश भाई।
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो, फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन, फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार। ये लो भैया, हो गई आपकी सेटिंग।
जुगाड़ू जिग्नेश
समझे? सब पॉसिबल है, बस सेटिंग लगाना।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो। हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। Get ready to play pure.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short break. And yes, the last game of the day is also done. Now, Salty, usually we consider day 2 as the day of comebacks. We did see a decent amount of comebacks as well. But considering this entire semifinals is going to be a 4-day affair, I also think so. Day 3 as well has a chance for a lot of comebacks.
I mean, for sure, it's going to be comebacks. As Johnny rightfully said, day 2 is the day of comebacks. Day 3 is the day of chaos. And now, since we will get to see the overall standings with everyone having played 6 games, you know that it's starting to take shape. You know which are the top 16 teams. But the bottom 16 teams, I think their blood is starting to gonna boil. And they will start doing very desperate actions that might have very drastic effect on how the overall standings is actually stacked up.
Exactly. I mean, speak of the overall standings. Now, Lucknow Giants in the previous game, they were inside the top 2 position. Not a lot of elimination points. It's completely okay. But they should be in a decent spot in the overall standings now. Maybe on the second page. You never know where they are going to be positioned, because Lucknow Giants, before this game, even they were struggling.
Exactly, right? I mean, to be honest, we can only contemplate of where every single team is, because it's very difficult to keep track of 32 teams and their performance, especially when there's like a round-robin format. I have no clue where Lucknow Giants are, to be very honest to you. And in fact, it's not just Lucknow Giants, multiple teams. But I only know one thing. There are a couple of teams who have made massive strides. I think Glitchix Reborn is one of them at the very top. Apart from that, the top of the table looks to be pretty solid. Like, it looks to be stacked.
Even CS Esports must have made a massive leap, right? Considering they have won the Sanhok game with a lot of elimination points. And even this game, they won the game with a decent amount of elimination points. Blind Esports too, these guys were on a tear. Blind Esports as well, they should be somewhere on the first half of the board.
They should be. Not even just on the first half, I think they should be on the first page as well, considering they had a 30-point game. And this map as well, they kind of played really well. They had a little bit of a decent finish number as well. So we'll actually find that out when we see the match scorecard as well. But Team Mayavi is still yet to see its glory days right now. They are far from their very best. They had the opportunity on the map of Vikendi, but that's about it. They did not really come close to a chicken dinner or a very high finish game in this one or on any other maps.
That is true. Blind Esports, especially this push against the players of Tyne FTW, is something that made me sweat, something that made me worried. But hey, no, in the end, it was the players of Blind Esports who came out on top. Tyne FTW easily got wiped out in that scenario. Marcos Gaming 2 up against the players of Newman Gaming. This was an interesting fight, but still, considering this guy from the side of Marcos Gaming, Sayam, who was able to stay alive till the end, he managed to play the spoiler against the players of Team Mayavi.
I mean, Blacks, that was a very trivial mistake. I understand he wanted to use his booster in that corner, but you know, right, when the opposition is right next to you, maybe it's not the right time. Even Sayam actually got taken down. A little let down by Team X-Park and their performance, to be honest, because this team does have the potential to pack a punch. This team, we've seen them dominate on the maps of Erangel, on the maps of Vikendi, but that X-Park, it seems to be gone forever, because right now they just can't really find greatest of form. They've been taken down by the likes of Empire, taken down by the likes of other teams as well.
I mean, as soon as they were done dealing against the players of Nest Esports, I think so Empires was the one who made that third party happen. Instantly eliminated the entirety of Team X-Park. Then Midwave Esports was over there too in contention. Midwave Esports, a solid game from them, but something that they could do in much more better fashion is try to play for the survival in a better way, considering they also had the high ground to play with against the players of Lucknow Giants, but they still somehow did not win that fight. The majority of the aspects of that was because Lucknow Giants just had the higher man number.
Exactly, and Lucknow Giants, since we talked about how they completely slipped away from the competition, slipped away from all the attention, they did manage to actually preserve that number. But look at this, right? This is where the brilliance happens. Austin with the UMP just spraying down. The hip fire is so precise. This man knew exactly what he had to do. But in the final moments, of course, CS Esports did win, because the circle, just like you said, shifted away from Lucknow Giants. They had no utility to work with as well. Maybe a usage of the in that position could have been. I don't know. It's all about ifs and buts. But CS Esports, overall, it was a very clean affair.
Para BTC played that so perfectly. A 1v2 in the end, a clean 1v2 as well. Perfectly played with a lot of peaks around the entire loot box. Nicely done. Now, speaking about CS Esports, these guys have been ticking all the boxes today, especially inside the day 2. We expected for a comeback. CS Esports, they're delivering it, but still there's a lot of these teams that are not able to deliver that comeback. Newman Gaming, Enigma Gaming is going to be a big part of this conversation.
I mean, for sure, right? Enigma Gaming, for them, I think the highlight for the day was a heal battle on the map of Miramar, where Infinity got like 12 points for his team. But apart from that, nothing really much. No real climb on the overall standings. Another day which has been wasted, to be honest. For Newman Gaming, as a matter of fact, no trademark performances, no hallmark performances to actually push themselves up. Now, for all of these teams, especially for the ones who are in the last page of the standings, for them, time is ticking. Me and Johnny were talking about how the semi-finals is basically like a ticking time bomb.
Yep.
They have to do something about it right now. You either cut the wrong wire or you cut the right wire. If you cut the right wire, you get yourself a good game, you immediately come back into the competition. But otherwise, you will die a very slow death, and that is something which nobody wants.
That is true. I mean, 50% of the teams only have a chance to make it to the grand finals out of 32. So that's a big cut down in itself. And considering a lot of these teams have also moved in all the way from the losers bracket, so these guys have seen a lot of ups and downs in their gameplay. Now, the teams that have moved in from the losers bracket, yes, they are struggling, but there are still a couple of these teams that are playing decently inside the lobby.
I mean, speaking of decently, right, I'm very happy by the fact that Blind Esports finally found their run of form. Team Insane finally found their run of form as well. These are the big names, and you expect them to play according to their natural role. Little bit let down, like I said, X-Park was a little let down. Team Mayavi is a little let down as well because, again, right, you do not want teams to actually play from their natural habitat. You do not want teams to play away from their natural tactics. Mayavi, Blind, they are always supposed to be aggressive, especially when Blind had 18 finishes in that game. We felt so happy because this is finally the Blind that we are used to seeing, and they are back in their prime form.
That is true,
But
yeah.
again, for Team Mayavi, for teams like X-Park, you want them to actually mount that comeback. And not just the tier 1 teams, even the underdog teams. Like, for example, Team Empire, they are nowhere to be seen.
That is true. Team Empire, I would say still considering Team Empire isn't really in that bad of a form. They're doing okay-ish inside the games. There's a chance they can make the comeback happen on day 3. They're not that far away, actually, from making it inside the top 16. They were doing quite decent on day 1. Now they're doing not that bad on day 2 as well. So there's a chance the comeback can be made. It's not going to be as tough as the teams that are going to be all the way on the last page of the overall standings. For them, comeback is going to be something that they can dream of, and if they can pull it off, then that will be a really good thing. But as we do move on forward towards the MVP of that previous game, it's going to be Sarang from the side of Team X-Park.
6 finishes, 75% finish contribution. I mean, this has been the lone glimmer of hope for Team X-Park, to be honest. Sarang has every single time performed his brains out, and I just can't stop appreciating this lad. 6 finishes once again. Even Para BTC, as a matter of fact, had 6 finishes to work with. Austin, again, a great game for this lad. For Lucknow Giants as well, this was a fabulous game. 5 finishes for him. But look at this, right? For Lucknow Giants, not a lot of finishes on the board. 5 finishes amounts to almost 83% of the finish contribution. The other players also have to step up, and that is all that it signifies. Leo Whitey with 4 and Ranadev with 4. CS Esports have it all across the board.
That is true. Para BTC, even he got 6 finishes with 40% finish contribution. Austin Bott as well with 5 finishes with 83.3 finish contribution. So Lucknow Giants, a decent game from them, and that's why they are going to be on the 2nd spot in the match scoreboard. But then, as usual, CS Esports on the 1st spot with 30 points. This is another 30-pointer from the side of CS Esports in one day.
Absolutely. Now, this is where the jump happens. This is what improvement is, and this is what a comeback is, to be honest. 30 points, and then you've got a very big gap. 18 points, 12 points of a gap in between the teams. You've got Empire as well, 17 points. Midway Esports, pretty decent, not really bad, right, with 17 points.
Yeah, Night Owls on the 8th spot with only 5 points accumulated. Now, Night Owls is one of those teams that has showcased a bit of a rise up in the overall standings from themselves. Now, today's day was sort of shaky for Night Owls. Not exactly the way we wanted it to be, but still something that we know that there's a glimmer of hope that they can make that comeback happen. Now, as you do move on forward towards the latter half of the board on this match scoreboard, you see Marcos Gaming once again not having a good start. Another team that was not really able to perform that well was WSB Team Insane. Concerns risen once again.
For sure, right? For Marcos Gaming, as a matter of fact, their first day was decent. The second day was not really that good. They were taken down in multiple occasions, not just by the tier 1 teams, but also by the undergods. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, the match scorecard is done for the day. Now we actually have a look at the overall scorecard.
CS Esports on the 2nd spot in the overall standings. Glitch X Reborn on the 3rd. TWM Gaming on the 4th. Revenant Esports being pushed down on the 5th spot. But it's still completely okay. As long as you're going to be in the top 16, you should be good to go. Blind Esports on the 6th. Big Brother Esports 2 is making it on the first half of the board. Metal Esports is over there too. Nicely done. The top 8 is quite stacked.
The top 8 certainly is quite stacked, and two teams, especially CS Esports and Blind Esports, made massive comebacks. But Gladiators with 98 points, finally they still retain their lead. But let's move on to the second page, MICI Esports. This is a
Improvement.
name. Improvement for sure, and I'm very happy to see this team even growing strong, as a matter of fact. Team Xpark, courtesy to their balance between finishes and position points, is still on the 11th spot. We'll find out if they actually qualify or no.
Look at Night Owls too on the 12th spot. They're looking pretty good now in the overall standings. Growing strong. They started their day off somewhere in the top 3, and now look at them. They're in the top 10. They're on the 10th spot in the overall standings. Autobots too on the 16th. It's not really a good spot to be in. Team Miyavi, definitely a bit of a climb in the overall standings. Looking pretty good. When today's day started off, Team Miyavi was on the 3rd page, but now they have made the leap on the 2nd page, so it's a good start for them.
Oh my god, I mean, the difference between 16th and the 17th team is barely a point, Necro. Brave Esports, 42 points. They can easily get back up inside the top 16 once again. But God's Reign, Team Soul, OR Esports and Lucknow Giants outside the top 16. Definitely a point of concern, but with two more game days still yet to go, I think they can actually make a comeback.
I'm surprised to see Brave Esports over here, considering they won the game in Miramar, and it was quite a banger of a game too for Brave Esports. And still, they're on the 3rd page in the overall standings, so making a comeback is going to be a bit tough. As I mentioned, Lucknow Giants, for them, the previous game was quite nice, so it's going to propel them somewhere in a better spot in the overall standings. Now they're on the 3rd page. Making a comeback happen on the top 16 will be a bit tough, but it's not impossible.
It certainly is not impossible. Like, shifts between the 2nd and the 3rd page will always keep going and happening, but if you're on the 4th page, then you know that as a matter of fact you are in the danger zone. On the 1st page you're on the safe zone. But look at this, from Newman Gaming, 12th position, 12 points. Blood Rose Esports 13 points as well. These are the teams who have lost almost 70% of their hopes.
Yeah, pretty much. At this point in time, I highly doubt they can even make a comeback. You need so many more points to make it inside the top 16. It's a bit of a tough one to pull off. Human Gaming especially, they're going to need a miracle.
They certainly need a miracle. I mean, after having played 6 matches, if you only have 8 finishes and 4 position points, it certainly is a point of concern. For Team Empire, who is at the top of this page, you've got Marcos Gaming on that last page as well. You've got teams like Team System on that last page. Certainly does not look very pretty, especially for Marcos Gaming. You expect this team, considering their run of form, you expect them up at least in the 3rd page.
I did not expect Marcos Gaming to be here in the first place. I thought Marcos Gaming is going to be one of those teams that will be there somewhere in the top 16 easily without any struggles. But what are we seeing? Marcos Gaming on the last page. This is something that we did not even see at all. But ladies and gentlemen, you know what? We've been speaking about the teams quite a lot. Now it's time for us to take a look at the individual performance being put up by these players inside the BGIS 2023. So let's move on forward and take a look at the top 10 players of the BGIS, because so far, even these players have been playing quite nicely, and some of these diamonds have been shining brighter than ever before.
Absolutely. At the very top, there has been no change at all. It's still Ninja Jod with 48 finishes. But look at this. You've got Nakul and Ronnie, who are hot on his chase with 47 finishes respectively. What is this?
Yeah, Ninja is getting chased down. Then you've got Nakul, Ronnie over there too, as you mentioned, with 47. Saran's over there with 43, not that far away. Cleo with 43 too. A lot of ties inside the top 10 Rebel, at least in the first 5.
To be honest, I think Cleo is something... Cleo is a name which is going to bring a smile on every single one who is watching the stream as well. From Night Owls, an undergod player inside of the top 5. This is brilliant. I would definitely want Cleo to actually perform a little better and progress forward up on the 1st position.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for them to make that leap happen, it's not going to be that tough. Imagine one single good game with 6 or 7 elimination points added onto the board.
Yeah.
Maybe that player can instantly just repel himself on the 1st spot in the top 10 Rebels. Anything can happen. But as we move on forward to the 2nd page, Zeref's on the chase as well with 43. It's a big tie.
It certainly is a big tie once again. Look at this. Even Destro, as a matter of fact, 39 finishes. You don't really expect Destro to be competing for the top 10, for the MVP of the BGIS, but this man is lethal every single time. If his team calls in for great performances in terms of finishes, he will lead his team. If His team called for great rotations. He will lead his team. So Destro is an all-round package. But Godbot, another underdog player, once again coming in from growing strong, 39 finishes. He showed what he is truly capable of.
I mean, Godbot in general, he has been proven himself time and time again inside BGIS 2023. Another player that has been doing a great job has to be Roman OG.
Yeah.
Even this guy has been proving himself since a long time now, especially from the round 4 is where Roman OG really got that recognition, and he's been able to carry it on forward.
I mean, one interesting factor, of course, we've been focusing on the finish points all across, right? I did notice the contribution factor as well. And something which is very interesting is that Godbot had, if I'm not mistaken, one of the highest finish contributions amongst all his other competitors from the top 10. This goes to show that how much single-handedly he's been trying to uplift his team and trying to put them in a good spot. Growing strong, being where they are on the overall standings is definitely a surprise, but I'm expecting a big comeback next.
I mean, look, at the start of the day, Godbot had more than 50% of the finish contribution. So that in itself just showcases how much of the hard work Godbot is doing all by himself for the team, right? And considering growing strong, they're not really doing that great in the overall standings now, at least. They are in the top 16. Yes, nothing taken away, but they started the day off within the top 3 itself, and now they're on the 10th spot.
Exactly, that is what I'm saying. The second and the third page, it's going to be extremely volatile. We know, as a matter of fact, that last 2 days of the semi-finals still remain, and there's going to be massive shifts, Necro. I think only the teams who are probably inside the top 5 of the first page, they're safe. The teams who are possibly at the bottom 5 of the last page, they're sort of eliminated. At least we can say that they are half eliminated at this point. But everything in between, there can be massive, massive changes. And I can't wait to witness the last 2 days of action.
Exactly. As you mentioned, only last 2 days left. That means 6 games in total for every single team inside the BGIS. Make sure, ladies and gentlemen, to follow all the socials of Crafted India Esports for some quick updates for yourself. Maybe if you guys want to see the point structure, it will be updated over there on the socials. Now, the only question that remains over here, ladies and gentlemen, will Marcos Gaming, will Enigma Gaming, and Newman Gaming make a comeback happen in the overall storyboard or not? Do let us know on our socials. Before now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me, Necro, and Salty to take leave. We'll see you guys tomorrow on the day 3 of the semifinals. Bye.